So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is the second part of the story, What If Naruto Was in Uchiha. If you guys enjoy this what if and want more, comment down below to let me know. The comments on videos really help me out a lot. They motivate me to upload more frequently, so please do comment down below. Before I start, please do support for more awesome contents and leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And share this video with your friends and also check out the descriptions and check out the playlists. With that out of the way, let's start. In the misty field of the now named Uchiha training ground, Naruto in his tent was waking up. The sun was just shining its light on the world. The giant masses of water around them shined with the reflection of the sun while also gaining an orange tint to them. He rose from his sleeping bag and looked over to see his mother also beginning to wake. Her normally beautiful purple hair was all over the place. But like his dad had always told him, Naruto possessed an unrivaled natural beauty no one could hope to match. Nobody could come close to his mother. Good morning Naruto-kun. Naruto said in a groggy voice. She held her arms open and Naruto went over and gave his mother a hug while she kissed his forehead. Did you sleep well? As well as you can on the rough ground in a sleeping bag. Naruto replied in a sarcastic tone of voice. Naruto chuckled. Well you're gonna have to get used to it, a good ninja can adapt to any situation. Yes. Naruto answered astutely. Now let's get some morning training in, it will help work off this morning drowsiness. Naruto told her son. She followed his lead and also rose to her feet and was about to get ready. Naruto slipped out of her athletic shorts and placed on black biker shorts and pulled up her usual maroon skirt. Since it was morning and very thick with mist, she would keep her black form-fitting shirt on. Naruto was in black pants that were tucked into black ninja sandals that had white stirrups. Like his mother, he left his Uchiha robe off and just kept his white form-fitting shirt. Once he was done getting ready, he opened the flap to his tent and walked outside. The air here is much different. Naruto said, referring to the smell of seawater in the air. Well we are outside of fire country so of course things will be different. Naruto said and ruffled his hair. She then got a good look at it. Son, maybe you should let me braid your hair. Naruto cheered and had a twinkle in her eyes. Naruto imagined himself with braided hair. Even when he tried to have his sharingan activated, he still looked like a pushover and bottom feeder. Absolutely not. Naruto completely shot down the idea with no intention of having it ever brought back up. Naruto felt as if an arrow was just shot through her heart and the mental image came crashing down. Why must her son be so cold? Naruto walked over and tried to sense the chakra of Mira and her brother. This would be a good exercise. Naruto tried to expand his chakra out and picture his surroundings by creating a mental image of all the things he was able to touch with his chakra. Naruto gained a faint blue glow around his body as an invisible field of chakra formed around him that stretched 5 meters all around him. He kept walking past all the tents as he continued to sense out the chakra that entered his field. Naruto was able to feel how many people were inside the tents and who the people were by remembering their chakra signatures. The indigo-haired boy stopped on a dime as he turned to the side. It was Mira's tent. Naruto wiped the sweat off his brow as keeping that going was really taxing on him. Walking over to the tent, Naruto could hear the sound of snoring that sounded like Mira. Mira, wake up. Naruto got no response to his shout. He didn't see the shadow of Shisui in the tent which meant the boy was already up and about. Mira-chan. Get up, we have training. Naruto tried again, hoping his shout would reach the ears of his friend. The messy-haired girl only rolled over and let out some inaudible words. Naruto sighed and zipped down her tent and went inside not wanting to wake everyone else with his shouting. Mira-chan, it's time for us to get up. Naruto shook the girl in her sleeping bag. 5 more minutes. Mira said half sleep. No, we need to train. Naruto shook her again. Kiss. Mira made a kissy face in her sleep and rolled towards Naruto. Naruto sighed, it seemed like Mira was in some dream about being a princess. The girl had killed and fought in a life-or-death battle but could still be so childish. Even though she was maturing there was still this childlike innocence that resurfaced from time to time. He then looked over to Shisui's well-made sleeping bag. Naruto got a devilish grin and grabbed the pillow. Wake up. Naruto brought the pillow down on Mira's face and the girl woke with yelp. Naruto-kun. Mira looked at Naruto in bewilderment. Did he just smack her with that pillow? I had to wake you up somehow. Naruto said with a playful smirk on his face. Mira held her head down and she slowly rose to her feet. You've done it now. Mira met Naruto's black eyes with her own in a fierce stare. Are you sure you want to do this, Mira-chan? Naruto asked with a confident smirk. You're going down Naruto-kun. Mira pulled up her pillow and charged Naruto with a battle cry. She swung the pillow in a wide arc but Naruto dodged it and hit Mira with his own pillow. Mira stumbled back before Naruto came in with his pillow and tried to hit Mira who was evading the attacks. Mira saw an opening and attacked Naruto in the face. Confirmed hit. The girl winked at Naruto, who looked irritated. It's over now. Naruto rushed Mira with his pillow and she rushed back. They then disappeared in a comical cloud of smoke as they were trying to hit each other with the pillow. Outside the tent, all the Uchihas looked at the shadows inside the tent and chuckled silently. Shisui walked over to his tent and sighed. These two are going to be the death of me. The older boy unzipped the tent and saw his once neat sleeping bag was now being used as a weapon to trap Mira inside. The girl looked like a fish out of water with the way she was moving around. HMPH, you should have expected this outcome. Naruto said with crossed arms and a smirk. That was until he felt a fist connect with the top of his head. What are you doing messing up my tent, little man? Shisui asked with a piercing stare. Naruto looked sheepish and turned his nose to Shisui. This caused the older boy's eye to twitch. Not even going to say sorry. I was coming to wake Mira-chan, but the girl just wouldn't wake up. Naruto defended himself. So you hit her with a pillow. Shisui got a sweat dropped at the supposed genius of the Uchiha clan. Just come on, let's get some morning training in. Right. Naruto got up and was about to leave when he was hit in the back of the head by a pillow. He turned to see Mira smirking and sticking her tongue out. I won. Me, Mira Uchiha, beat the clan heir. She said with a puffed out chest and grand expression. Why you? Naruto was about to grab another pillow but was dragged outside by Shisui. Go over there with the rest of the kids, get started on warm-ups like running, push-ups and all that other stuff. Shisui pushed Naruto in the right direction. He was sure Naruto was going to round them all up anyways, but he took measures to already get the kids ready. Now hurry up Mira-chan before they start without you. Okay Ratha. Mira got up and began to get dressed. Mira was wearing dark blue pants tucked into black ninja sandals with white tape around her ankles. She wore a black sleeveless high-collared Uchiha robe. Mira exited her tent and saw the kids in her age group getting directions from Naruto. He was such a role model, the way he could capture hearts and stir up the desire to improve. The way everyone just fell in line behind him, placing their trust and lives in his hands was really unbelievable. Mira really looked up to Naruto's bravery and courage. She smiled gently. Mira-chan. Come on, we are about to start. Mira saw Naruto shout and wave her over. Humming. She ran to join the group for morning training. So glad you could make it. Naruto told Mira with a smile. Now, we are going to do 50 push-ups and then run around this training ground. Then once we get back, it's 50 pull-ups, sit-ups, and squats. Naruto ordered all the kids. They groaned in protest, that sounded like a lot and no doubt would lead to them passing out. Plus, that was a lot of running. The field was 120 yards long, including all the trees and holes in the ground, which would make it hard to navigate. Naruto's features became stern. No complaining, we made it all the way here. Do not feel threatened by this task, we have faced many challenges just to make it to the next day. Do not get lazy on me now. His voice echoed over all the kids and even the adults heard his short speech. Wow, he has a nice way with words. Izumi said in shock and blinking with wide black eyes. The girl suddenly felt a rush of inspiration and wanted to do better. She was starting to see why Naruto was chosen as the clan heir. Yay, he's really something. Shisui spoke with pride in his tone. Naruto was like his little brother. With someone like him leading the clan, they would go far. You've raised him well. Sato said to Naori. The young master was truly something. Naori smiled softly at her son. Yay, we raised him the best we could. Let's go. Naruto said and took off running while the young Uchihas followed him. Sato got a sad look in his eyes. How is he taking the passing of his father? Asking Naori in the softest tone someone like him could muster. Like most kids, he cried and it hurt him, but he is trying to overcome this and grow stronger from it. Naori answered Sato's question. Well that's good, but what about our training? Shisui asked, wanting to change the mood and get off the sorrowful topic. Naori nodded. We will basically do what they are doing, but much worse. She said a little too happy. 100 push-ups, sit-ups, squats, pull-ups, and 10 carry-on. They all groaned at the list. This wasn't training, it was torture. Let's get moving or the kids will be done before us. Naori dropped down and got started on her push-ups. Naruto was leading the pack, while Mira was running slightly behind him breathing a little heavy. It seems he would have to work on the girl's stamina. However, someone else caught his eye. A boy their age with bluish-black spiky hair with medium-length bangs that almost covered his eyes with 2 longer bangs on the side of his head. The left bang was tied in 2 longer braids. He could be seen wearing the standard Uchiha attire. A navy blue high-collared long-sleeve mantle that splits down the lower half. Tied by a simple light brown obi and a belt. Naruto did not know his name. He hadn't seen him participate in the Uchiha tournament. So Naruto knew nothing of his skills. Naruto looked at his pale face. He was also breathing a little heavy, which meant his stamina was on the same level as Mira. The boy's face was calm and rather empty. He was either hiding his emotions or just didn't care that much about doing this exercise. Naruto could see the boy was rather fit, which meant he had some training done beforehand. This is the last stretch. Go full speed. Naruto dug his feet into the ground and began to run at his max speed, which was impressive. He was also a little tired from all the exercise, but he had to push himself. With everyone hearing and seeing Naruto's shout, they all picked up speed and began to run at full speed. Two kids ran ahead of the group with amazing speed. Mira and the boy Naruto had seen. Mira was catching up to Naruto, who was in front of everyone. She looked to the side and saw that this boy was keeping up with her. Mira sent a smirk to him, causing the boy to gain a challenging smile. They both picked up speed, but it was clear that Mira was winning in the little race. Naruto was about to finish first until he was passed by a laughing Mira. Damn, I know I'm fast, but she is a speed demon. Naruto was going his max speed and was still passed by Mira. He crossed the finish line and bent over to pant. Haha. That was fun. How's it feel to eat my deep dust? Mira was on the ground with her chest going up and down. Naruto should have known better, speed was in her family. Why, you are a monster. Naruto panted out with heavy breaths. Mira only laughed with amusement. The other kids followed behind them and all collapsed to the ground. They were dead tired and couldn't move at all. Then Naruto-sama, you are a monster. One of the kids on the ground said. He could barely get those words out. Naruto only smirked at the insult, taking it as a compliment. The boy was probably talking about how he could still stay on his feet and give out such harsh workouts. Rest while you can, because after this it's the real training. You know, Naruto-kun, there was this guy who kept up with me for a little bit. Mira said, looking around for him. The boy seemed to have walked off somewhere since she could not see him. Yay, I saw him. Braid on the left side of his hair. Naruto tried to confirm the appearance. Yup, that's him. Mira nodded. The messy-haired girl was then picked up and slung over the shoulder of her brother. Good job, sis. I saw you leave them in your dust. Shisui proclaimed loudly with pride in his voice. It was only natural that she would be a speedster since he was one as well. It won't happen next time. Naruto crossed his arms and looked away. Oh, don't be like that, I'm sure you will best Mira-chan in a race one day. Naori came into view and placed an arm around Naruto. Don't boast his confidence, Naori-sama, he will never beat me in speed. Mira said in an arrogant tone. She even gave Naruto a cocky smirk. Come on, let's take a break, we will pick back up at 9. Mira walked off with Naruto to take a break and eat some breakfast. Break time was now over and all the kids were off doing any kind of training they wanted. Rather than be with the older Uchihas or each other. They would spar, practice kenjutsu, taijutsu, or even read. Naruto was with his mom while Mira was next to him. They were going to get some training from his mom, just like she said she would. So what are we going to do first, Naori-sensei? Mira exclaimed with clear giddiness. Naori chuckled at the girl's enthusiasm. It was a stark contrast to her son's calm visage. Glad you asked, we are going to work on your sensing ability in combat without your sharingan. Whatcha mean, sensei? Mira tilted her head in confusion. We are in the depths of the mist, our eyes will not work like they used to. The mist ninja will use a jutsu called hidden mist jutsu. This will make the already thick fog even greater. Making it harder to see. Mira cut off Naori with her shout. Naori gave the girl an eye smile. You got it, our bloodline will be almost useless, the same with our fire nature chakra. The woman's tone became serious in an instant. She had to make sure the two kids understood this fact. Naruto frowned at all the disadvantages he was hearing. Their most powerful tool would now only become a disadvantage. But this was also good news, if they could survive this war. The Uchiha clan would come out even stronger and better. Don't despair yet. Naori said to her son, seeing his frown. We are going to train to erase those weaknesses. She gave a reassuring smile. Yay, Naruto-kun, we're gonna become the strongest once this training is over. Mira proclaimed with a pumped fist. Naori and Naruto smiled. Mira always knew how to boost the spirits of others. You're right, and I'll be the strongest. Naruto smirked. But first, can I see your mangyeko? Naruto-chan. Naori requested in a soft tone. She didn't want to bring this up since it might be a sore subject for Naruto. If I can see yours? Naruto answered her question with his own. Sure. Naruto sent chakra to his eyes and the two watched as his coal black eye became red and Tomos began to spin in his eyes until it formed a three-pointed pinwheel with a hole in the middle, revealing his black pupil in the middle and red sharingan underneath. Whoa. Mira said owlishly. Naori got closer and looked at Naruto's eye. It reminded her of how Naruto awakened this. Naori then got a sad smile. Your eyes are similar to that of your father's. This made Naruto widen his eyes. That was news to him. It felt like he was connected with his dad in a deeper way now. What did it look like? Naruto asked his mother a question. I'll show you. Naori activated her sharingan and placed Naruto in a jinjutsu. Inside the jinjutsu he was holding a paper in his hand. On the paper he could see his father's mangyeko. And his mother was right, their eyes were almost the same. His father's eye was a bigger three-pointed pinwheel with the same hole in the middle, allowing his black pupil to shine. The difference between the two was Naruto's pinwheel was like a ring, which gave way to the red sharingan and black pupil. While his father's was just one big pinwheel with his black pupil in the middle. Naruto smirked, his eyes were much cooler than his father's. Naruto knew he was in a jinjutsu, so he released his chakra to disrupt his mother's flow of chakra. When he opened his eyes again, it was to the slightly foggy training ground. Now can I see yours? Mother. Naruto mused expectantly. As promised. Naori sent chakra into her already activated eyes, and the two kids watched her in fascination. Unlike most members of the Uchiha clan, Naori's mangyeko is inverted in color. It is split down the middle in three and has an appearance similar to a three-petal flower or three butterfly wings. Wow, yours is beautiful. Mira complimented. Oh thank you dear. Naori laughed with a smile. That's really something. Naruto said in just as much awe. Oh, you're going to make me blush. Naori said bashfully. She then looked back at Naruto with a curious look. What is your special ability? Naruto looked surprised for a minute. He really didn't know since he hadn't had time to think about it. I don't know really. But I was able to phase through people. Naori raised an eyebrow. Phasing through people. Yay, look. Naruto's eyes glowed and he walked through Naori like a ghost would a wall. Naori shivered at the strange feeling. That was weird. Do me. Do me. Mira shouted in joy and tried to jump on Naruto, but simply fell through. I can't make contact with anything. Naruto confirmed when he tried to help Mira up, but his hand just went through her. What about objects? Naori pulled out a kunai and walked over and slowly tried to place it on his shoulder. However, her hand just went right through. Now that's something. Naori tapped her chin. Try to phase through the ground. Mira shouted. Naruto hummed in thought. If he could move through the earth, that would make him the perfect spy. He would be able to get out of any situation, no matter how bad it is. Without any more thought, Naruto put his hand on the ground and then his arm, until his whole body disappeared. Whoa. Mira and Naori said at the same time. Naruto then rose up from the ground behind Naori. That was weird. Naori jumped in surprise at her son sneaking up behind her. I couldn't sense him at all, it's like he isn't even here right now. Naori noted in her mind. This would be perfect for infiltration missions. So you can't interact with anyone or anything. Which means you also can't attack. Naori counted off her fingers. Yes. Naruto let the chakra leave his eyes as they returned back to normal. He then chopped Mira on the forehead. All good. He smiled. So in order to hit people, he needs to deactivate the ability and activate it again in order to dematerialize. Naori went over the pros and cons of Naruto's ability. It was a very good ability. So what kind of name do you have for this move Naruto-kun? Mira questioned the boy. It's called kamui. Naruto snapped his fingers. Kamui? Not bad, I guess. Mira mocked and waved Naruto off. And you could make a better name. Naruto leaned down to Mira who was still on the ground. Of course, I'd call it Advanced Evasion. Mira said in a grandiose manner. Whack. Naruto mocked with a laugh. Okay you two. Naori clapped her hands and got the two kids' attention before they could start to fight with each other again. Let's get to training. The woman pulled out two blindfolds and put them around the kids' eyes. Now, you will have to dodge whatever is thrown at you 10 times in a row, we will go up the more you dodge. This is perfect, not only will my senses become better, but so will my evasion skills. I love you mom. Naruto got into a ready stance, followed by Mira. Naruto ducked followed by Mira. Naruto stepped to the side and evaded while the moan of Mira signaled she was hit. He moved to the right and got low to the ground. Wow, he's doing better than I thought he would. Once again, he surprises me with his skill. Naori silently praised her son. He had dodged 4 balls in a row. Naori then threw the ball a little harder and watched as Naruto barely dodged that one. She threw another ball towards Mira who was struck in the face. She chuckled at that. That's 5 in a row, almost there. Naruto spoke up. His voice was calm, but he held a smirk on his face. Naruto did not want to be cocky since he was sure that if his mom wanted him and Mira hit, there was nothing they could do to dodge. So he tried to remain calm and not let his emotions take control of him. That was an essential role of being a ninja. 5. You must be cheating. Mira shouted in outrage. Just get good. Naruto simply countered. If I could see you right now, I'd hit you. Mira huffed and got ready to dodge again. Naori activated her sharingan and looked at Naruto. These last 5 would be the hardest ones to evade. It was then she saw it. Naruto had a bubble of chakra around him that stretched out 5 in all directions for 5 meters. A chakra field, how can he do that? It's a Chunin level sensor ability and he can expand it to 5 meters. Only the best of Chunin can make it go that far, while a Jounin could send several miles and a great sensor the whole village. Her son was truly an abnormal monster in terms of his raw talent. There was no doubt in her mind, Naruto would truly become something to fear in the next couple of years if this monstrous progress continued. Alright son, try to dodge this. Naori swung her right arm and threw the balls with great speed towards Naruto, who panicked at the fast speeds. Damn, those are fast. Naruto shouted internally as he prepared to dodge the balls coming towards him. Naruto jumped and turned in diagonally and sensed as the balls went past him. He's flexible, nice. Naori complimented her son. Let's see if Mira is. Naori threw the same kind of balls towards Mira, but slower since the girl was hit and needed to restart. Mira surprisingly did the same dodge as Naruto, but it looked more fluid and natural. So Mira-chan is naturally flexible, while Naori-chan has to force his body to be flexible. Naori took a mental note of this in her mind. It would be something to work on when training. With just a flick of her wrist, Naori threw a volley of balls towards Naruto and Mira at the same time. At last, Naruto was struck by the ball. Mira also suffered several hits and fell to the ground. Naruto sighed in defeat and took off the blindfold. Dang, I almost had it. Geez, how did you dodge so many? Mira said next to him on the wet ground. Don't worry, you will get better over time. Naori's smiling face blocked their view and only allowed them to see her. Now get up, we have more training to do. Hours later. Naruto and Mira were walking through the rebel camp. They had been done with training for now. Mira had convinced Naruto to come and explore the hideout with her. More like gave him the puppy dog eyes and begged him. They were now walking in what looked like a town square. It was the same place where they walked through when they had just shown up. Naruto-kun, I'm getting hungry. Well, we can look for something to eat while we are out here. Like what? I don't know, this is new to the both of us. Naruto turned to Mira, who was rubbing her belly in hunger. Do you think they have chicken tenders here? Mira asked with hope. Those were her favorite after all. Well, just look for some. Naruto rolled his eyes in irritation. This girl and chicken tenders. They were good, but not everyday good. The two kids turned a corner and Naruto ran into something soft and heavenly. It was round and firm with a little bounce to them. It was softer than his pillow for sure, and it was as if Naruto's head fit perfectly. Naruto was head first into the breast of Tear Harable. The dark purple-haired boy pulled his head back and looked up to see the cold eyes of Tear Harable Hoshigaki. Enjoyed yourself? The blonde woman asked with what sounded like amusement in her monotone voice. Naruto was sweating internally. Oh no, did I really just walk into her breast? I hope my mom doesn't find out about this. Naruto panicked. If his mom found out, he would no doubt get a lashing and called a pervert. My apologies. Naruto told the teen in front of him. Arable looked at Naruto behind her high collar. Her eyes cold and piercing, able to make her enemies shake from just a glance. She watched Naruto internally panic. He did a good job at hiding it, but to her trained eyes it was easy to spot. This meant he wasn't a pervert and simply ran into her by accident. Arable could probably imagine that Naruto was panicking, thinking she would attack or tell his mom or something. A beautiful woman then spoke up. It's okay, this was just an accident. Naruto damn near sighed in relief. He looked to the side to see Mira staring down at her chest with envy. Arable's question grabbed the two kids' attention once again. What are you two doing anyways? Shouldn't you be with your clan training? Mira was the first to answer. We are just exploring and looking for a place that serves delicious chicken tenders. At the mention of food, Mira's stomach let out a loud roar. This caused the girl to blush madly in embarrassment and hide behind Naruto. Is that so? I happen to know a place, I can take you if you want. Arable said with an eye smile. Sure, your treat. Naruto said with his own eye smile. Arable would have to pay since she offered and was the senior offering to take them. Cheeky brat, I see why Esdeath doesn't like him. Arable cursed Naruto in her mind. The teen turned and began to walk off in the direction. While they were walking, Mira and Naruto kept looking around at the places trying to commit it to memory. There were other rebels walking around with their weapons out on display and even people who looked injured. Arable looked at Naruto and Mira who were taking in the sights. She could see the calculating look Naruto had, but for what reason, she had no idea. Mira seemed to just be taking everything in with a more childish behavior. That was until the messy-haired girl asked a question. Why does everyone seem so happy? Don't they know there is a war going on? Everyone is well aware of what is going on. But if we all sat around gloomy and sad with no hope of seeing this through, what would that do? Arable proposed. Nothing, it's kind of the same with our clan. We were all being oppressed and were beginning to lose hope. Mira spoke in a down tone. The bad memories of being kicked from stores, cursed out, and almost killed came rushing back to her mind. It was almost enough to bring her to tears. That was until she felt her hand being grasped in a comfortable embrace. Mira looked up to see Naruto looking with his head high and gazing towards tomorrow. Mira gave a warm smile, and a dust of pink made its way to her cheeks. She gripped Naruto's hand in a grateful embrace. That was until Naruto-kun saved us. Mira said gratefully. Did he now? Harable mused. It sounds as if Naruto just put the clan on his back and saved them all from a worse fate. Yay, he made a plan that led us all the way here. Mira grabbed Naruto's arm and clung to his side with a happy smile. This caused Naruto to get annoyed and wiggled his arm from Mira's stronger grasp. The girl pouted cutely and turned her head. Harable froze for just a second. Did Naruto really come up with a plan to lead a whole clan to another country? How could he come up with such a strategy? Harable looked at Naruto with a growing respect. Now she could understand why the Uchihas voted him as clan heir and have such loyalty. This news would be something to tell her leader. She then turned and saw Mira trying to hold Naruto's hand like some kind of married couple. Harable would have some fun with the two Uchiha. So, are you two boyfriend and girlfriend? Harable asked with a teasing glint in her eyes while a smirk spread behind her collar. Mira blushed madly and looked away while messing with the hem of her shirt. She couldn't even look at Naruto without having fantasies. Naruto just let out a HMPH and walked as if nothing happened. Love was the last thing on his mind right now. He needed to become strong and forming a relationship would only get in his way. They arrived at a bar in comfortable silence, just enjoying the sea breeze and bustling camp. The name of the restaurant was called Clossedize with a picture of an orange chicken as the logo. This place looked similar to a restaurant, this must have been some abandoned village before they arrived. No way they would waste valuable materials on a restaurant. Naruto noted. The place was indeed a camp, but had things you would see in villages which included roads, shops, training fields and parks. They entered the place and Harable brought them to a booth. Shortly after they had sat down, someone had come to ask for the orders. Mira all but shouted for chicken tenders. Making Naruto and Harable to chuckle at her. A tray of smoking chicken tenders was placed in front of them. Mira sniffed the heavenly scent and drool came from her mouth. Smells so good. Mira sang with a delighted face. Thanks for this meal again Harable-san. Naruto thanked the caramel-skinned women in front of him and Mira. Yes, thank you big sis Harable. Mira cupped her fist and tilted her head downwards. Without wasting a single second, Mira began to dig into her food. Harable looked surprised for just a moment before she went back to her stone-cold features. This was the first time someone had called her that. It was normally Captain or Lady Harable. So why did Mira see her as a big sister? She hadn't done anything to deserve such praise. Big sis Harable. Are you going to eat that? 'Cause I'll take it. Mira was reaching for Harable's full plate but her hand was slapped by Naruto. Where are your table manners? You weren't raised like this. Naruto scolded Mira like she was a baby. So why? Mira said cutely. Harable picked up a chicken tender and removed part of her golden rebreather. She placed the chicken tender in the small hole and moaned silently at the great taste. Naruto picked up one of his own before Mira could try and snatch them away. He placed it in his mouth and widened his eyes. These are good. Naruto gave his opinion on the golden crispy tenders. Time goes by as the two keep eating and enjoying the midday meal. The group of three walked outside with full stomachs and satisfied looks on their faces. Thanks for that sis. It was great. Mira thanked Harable once again by cupping her fist and bowing. Thank you. Naruto thanked the blonde in a more polite manner, although he did not bow like Mira. It was my pleasure. Harable waved them off. She rather enjoyed the time spent with the two. However, now she had some information to share with her leader about Naruto and the Uchihas. Plans on how to explain to Mei that Naruto is the reason the Uchihas have made it this far. The two kids began to walk off while Mira waved goodbye with a happy smile. So where to now? Mira shot a questioning look towards Naruto. I want to look around a little more. Well I am ready to go back, I've got to work off this food. Mira patted her stomach. That way I can be stronger than you are. Mira said with a challenging look on her face. Naruto gave his own arrogant smirk back. HMPH, you'll never be stronger than me. Mira then elbowed Naruto lightly, oh yay, that's why I beat you in a race today. Mira wiggled her eyebrows with a foxy grin on her face. Don't get used to it. Naruto crossed his arms and looked the other way. Mira laughed. She then took off running to the direction of the field. Bye Naruto-kun. Mira's shout echoed from the end of the street. Naruto just walked around with no clear direction in mind. Now he found himself looking over a pier and a large body of water. But he wasn't the only one. Sitting down swinging his legs was the boy from the morning training. This was a rather particular situation Naruto found himself in. He wasn't one to go out and make friends. Mira normally did that, which ended with her introducing him to all her friends. His best friends always told him to socialize more, and now would be a good time to try. "You were pretty good with training this morning," Naruto told the sitting boy while looking over the large lake. "It was nothing compared to that speed demon Mira," the boy said in monotone. "Yay, but speed runs in her family," Naruto replied in the same tone. "Ah yes, her famous brother, Shisui the teleporter." Naruto sneered. "He's not worth the fame." "Hahaha. Sounds like you're jealous to me." The boy jeered at Naruto. "What is your name, Uchiha?" Naruto asked the million-dollar question. "It's Jinkusu, Naruto-sama." Jinkusu finally turned his head towards Naruto and looked at the clan heir. Like Jinkusu, Naruto finally looked towards the younger Uchiha. "I'll be counting on your strength in the future, don't let me down, Jinkusu." Jinkusu nodded in affirmation. But now that he has Naruto here 101, he would ask him a question. "Why did you go through so much trouble to save us? I am sure you already knew about what was going to happen, but yet, you stayed and escaped with everyone. Why is that?" Naruto removed his serious eyes from Jinkusu as he looked over the lake, his features becoming soft. "It's because I would have been just like Itachi," Naruto retorted with silent fury. To leave his clanmates to die when he could save them was just like bringing the blade to their neck. "Itachi Uchiha." Jinkusu exhaled. "He is not Uchiha anymore. Just Itachi," Naruto declared with finality. "Well, I know where he stands on the friend list," Jinkusu noted in his mind. Until his face became sad. "Itachi killed my parents and now I'm alone." Naruto felt pity for the boy next to him. He too lost a parent in this whole ordeal. Jinkusu was a clansman, a brother. He had to let him know that. "You're not alone." Jinkusu looked at Naruto confusingly. "What do you mean, I never had any siblings?" "I mean the rest of our clan. We all share the blood of the Uchiha. What runs through your veins connects me and you. This symbol on our back isn't just for show. We are family. We are brothers. We are a clan of warriors. We are soldiers," Naruto proclaimed in a passionate voice. His words struck the very soul of Jinkusu, whose eyes were wide in shock. Naruto's words seemed to serve as reassurance. "Is that why the others call you brother, even though you are not actually brothers?" Jinkusu asked, but after what he just heard, the boy already had his answer. "That's right, which means you are also my brother," Naruto said, looking down at Jinkusu with a smile. "And don't worry about Itachi, we will make sure to get it back in blood." Naruto's face lost a smile in an instant and his eyes became cold and unforgiving. "So you hate him?" "I do," Naruto said, looking over the lake. "But he is not my focus right now. There are things bigger than that fool at the moment. Like proving our worth to these people. And surviving this war." "Yeah, you're right about that." Jinkusu nodded as well. "But I also hate Itachi." Jinkusu clenched his fist. He didn't have the best relationship with his parents since they were more like warriors than actually parents. The time they spent together was during training. His parents were always out on dangerous missions looking for heart-pounding battles. He loved them and they loved him, but the relationship was not like you would imagine a parent and child. Naruto looked at Jinkusu out of the corner of his eye. He sighed. "You don't need to hate. I will shoulder all of your hate and walk in front of you, taking all the pain. And that goes for all of the clan." "What?" Jinkusu looked towards Naruto with surprise once again. This kid was the same age as him, but he was talking about taking all his pain away. "Why would you do something like that?" "Because that's what a leader does," Naruto answered in a sagely tone. "But these are the words I would like to tell you. But it wouldn't be fair." "I'm not following." Jinkusu made his confusion known. "I don't have the right to take all your hatred away from you like that. You should be angry and hate Itachi. It can make you stronger. A life with no hate or anger seems like one of the plots for a princess movie Mira-chan would watch." Naruto chuckled. "But if I can stop the clan from falling into the curse of hatred like so many before us, then I will. So I ask you." Naruto turned his serious gaze towards Jinkusu. "Will you let me walk in front of you?" Next day. Naruto was back on the same pier. It was midday and the sun shined down with its powerful heat waves. He had come over here after all the morning training, which included the same exercise they did yesterday. A race which Mira won again. Naruto had to listen to the girl brag to him. It also didn't help that her brother was gassing her up. Naruto went through the 50 easy exercises, but once he got out here, he did a solid 200 without chakra and did an extra 100 with the use of a lot of chakra to keep his body going. He would seriously need to rest at the end of the day since he was putting his body through a lot of work. Naruto and Mira trained in sword practice with his mom. Naruto was making great progress with the butterfly dance sword style. It wasn't the same for Mira since she wasn't the katana or longsword type like him. This caused her to train with short swords or daggers. Shisui would eventually take over her Kenjutsu training once she was older and had a better handle on the basics. So Mira just trained in the sword just to have something to fall back on for the future. They practice more evasion training along with reaction training. Naruto was almost able to dodge all 10 balls, while Mira only dodged 7 before being hit. Now, the Uchiha heir could be seen in a Burmese position. His back and neck straight, hands resting in his lap with his fingers connected. His breathing was steady and calm. Naruto's chakra flowed inside his body like a relaxing river, his chakra points rich and flushing with life. A faint blue aura surrounded his body as the chakra manifested outside and covered him like a blanket. His chakra core was glowing in excitement and his yin and yang chakra began to divide itself into their two halves. The boy tried to push further, but the two halves were being stubborn and refused to flow into his chakra system and simply sat in place like rocks at the bottom of the ocean. The wind blew his dark purple bangs and his black mantle bristled in the wind. Naruto slowly opened his eyes revealing his mangyeko sharingan to be in full effect. He slowly stood to his feet and walked on the edge of the pier. I can't walk on water, which will be a major disadvantage in this place. I have a lot of chakra for my age, so this will be difficult. But due to my chakra being perfectly calm right now, it will be easier to control. Naruto took off his black mantle and white shirt, leaving his bare and slightly scarred chest. He slid out of his ninja sandals and walked on the grass and laid his clothes out and got to the border between the grass and water. First step for man. Naruto placed his bare foot on the cold water and had to fight the urge to yank his foot back from the low temperature. Alright, don't lose focus. Naruto placed his other foot on the water. He now had both feet on top of the water and a grin slowly creeped up on his face. That's when his feet began to sink and he quickly leapt back onto shore. I lost focus, control yourself Naruto. Naruto smacked his cheeks and got a focus glint in his eyes. It was then a thought hit him. Maybe if I use my sharingan to see how much chakra I send to my feet, it'll make things easier on me. A good ninja uses everything in his arsenal to succeed after all. Naruto's 3-tomo sharingan lit to life and he saw the chakra being sent into his feet. This will do. Naruto stepped on the water and knowing the exact amount of chakra needed, it made things much easier. Naruto walked on the lake with one foot at a time and was able to stand on the moving water. This was much harder than climbing trees, and that was for sure. Naruto then looked out and saw a 3-meter wave coming his way. The wave was causing the water to ripple and him to lose balance and focus of his chakra. Stay calm. Just adjust my chakra properly when the water comes. Naruto relaxed himself and focused intently as the rush of water moved him up and down. His feet began to sink and the cold water touched his skin, it felt like the cold touch of death. Soon Naruto's left foot felt underwater and right after, the rest of his body. Cold. Naruto quickly swam to the top and crawled on the grass and laid back first. That sucked. Naruto panted out. The breeze made him shiver from the wet water on his body. His black pants were soaked along with his underwear. So you have to constantly change the chakra output due to the water always moving, this is the difference between the tree walking exercise and this one. Naruto now understood what needed to be done and it was only a matter of putting his mind to it. The boy got back to his feet with a look of determination. He placed his foot on the water and began to move his other foot on the water until he was standing straight up. Mei Terumi was casually sitting in a tree watching Naruto Uchiha try to water walk. After what she had heard from Harable yesterday, Mei thought it would be best if she went to see it for herself. Flashback. So you're telling me a 6-year-old child developed a plan to escape the strongest hidden village, survive the trip here, survive a deathmatch with Yagura supporters, and defeat Ao and his whole squad. Mei said, trying to understand what she was hearing right now. In the headquarters were Ao, Esdeath, Harable, and Kenpachi. Well when you say it like that, it all sounds like bullshit. Kenpachi's gruff voice rang in everyone's ears. I can testify with Harable-san words, that is no normal boy. He was keeping pace with Chijuro without his sharingan, but once he took out those weapons, it was game over for Chijuro. Ao defend his comrade. Though he couldn't witness the whole fight since he was fighting that monster Naori Uchiha. Mei leaned back in her chair. Well that all sounds too good to be true. It came from the mouth of Mira who is a close friend of Naruto. She didn't lie, her trust was just like the rest of the Uchihas who trust Naruto completely. Harable brought up the point of Mira. The girl somehow wiggled her way into the Hoshigaki's heart. How did you find this out anyways? Esdeath asked with crossed arms and curious blue eyes from under her hat. Earlier today we ran into each other and I took them out for lunch. The blonde said like it was nothing, as if they were only talking about the weather. Esdeath scoffed. Already getting attached to the brats. We don't even know if they can be trusted or if they are going to survive that raid on Thriller Grand. Are you still upset that Naruto-kun challenged you? Mei asked with a teasing voice. Esdeath growled in anger. Even thinking about it makes me upset, does he not know who I am? A chilling cold covered the room as Esdeath became upset. He's also arrogant and boastful. Sounds like a perfect match if you ask me. Haribel jabbed at Esdeath, who was getting irritated at all the teasing being done towards her. She was a killer, not some kid to be teased. In all seriousness, Naruto-san is not a bad person. He only wants the survival of his clan, and he is willing to see that happen by any means necessary. What we saw the other day was him simply treating us as enemies and proving that he would stand against anyone, no matter who they are. Haribel said and closed her eyes and smiled just the slightest behind her collar. She had become interested in Naruto and hoped to see him succeed. You seem to be quite fond of him, Haribel. Just what happened on your little lunch date? Mei questioned with a raised eyebrow. You will have to see for yourself. Haribel shook her head in a helpless manner. Flashback over. Mei looked on in surprise as Naruto stood on the water. He was unbalanced and ready to fall over at any second, but he did it. Impressive indeed, to stand on the water all by his own, even after all the physical training he had done beforehand. He also used his sharingan to measure the amount of chakra needed to stay on the surface. But why was he meditating for so long? Mei stood up from her spot and hopped out the tree. Naruto was very talented and she wanted to talk with the boy to gain a better understanding of him. Naruto sat down on the pier and let his legs hang off the wooden dock. He felt an overwhelming sensation of achievement right now, although it wasn't perfect and he was not a complete master at walking on water, he made more progress than many others would on their first attempt. I can now stand on the water, but if I want to master the skill I need to be able to fight on water as well. Naruto concluded. That's right. 1 point for you. Mei poked Naruto's cheek. The Uchiha swung a backhand towards Mei's face in reflex. He was shocked that someone managed to get this close to him without being able to sense them. If Mei wanted, she could have killed Naruto and nobody would be the wiser. Naruto's backhand approached Mei's face and it looked like it would connect with her face. Mei, however, caught his hand with the ease of a trained shinobi. Now Naruto-kun, why so hostile? Did I scare you? Sorry if I did. Mei apologized and mocked all at the same time. Damn, he's packing some power in that little body, it stings just the slightest. Mei shook her hand that caught Naruto's fist. That can't happen again, if she was an enemy I'd be dead right now. I need to increase my sensing abilities or else I won't last long out here. Naruto internally thought this rebel leader was really something and he was sure that she was powerful. Water? Mei offered with a bottle in her hand. Thanks. Naruto took the water and gulped it down. Letting out a breath at the cold water going down his throat and feeling the slightest bit hydrated. So I see you just learned how to walk on water. Mei started a conversation. Naruto removed the bottle from his lips and looked towards Mei with his pitch black eyes that were unfriendly and cold. I am sure you have been watching me this whole time, so tell me what you really want. Looking at him face to face, I can see that he doesn't trust us as much as we trust him. He sees us as possible enemies. That much is clear by just those cold eyes alone. He is also smart enough to figure out I've been watching him. Naruto-kun, you're dangerous. Mei thought while her eyes narrowed just the slightest and her mood seemed to go from happy to serious. Why did you come here? To water country, to us. Mei laid it all out on the table. So I am guessing Haribel told you about yesterday. Mira and her big mouth. Naruto really wished he could go upside the girl's head right now. No point in hiding it now. Mei giggled. You know, Haribel seems to have taken a liking to you two kids, if only it was the same with Esdeath. Mei heard Naruto scoff. Who cares if that woman likes me, she's arrogant and boastful. The half-naked boy crossed his arms over his small frame. Honey, she said the same thing. Mei sweat-dropped at how similar the two are. But as for why we came here. It is simple. This was the best place for us to go. Naruto answered Mei's earlier question. Oh, and why is that? Mei requested leaning in. Naruto gave a confident smirk. That's because the world is a mess right now and this place is in a war, providing perfect cover. Nobody would think a clan on the run would go into a raging war. Mei let out a shocked gasp. He's right, Stone is recovering from their war, Cloud is not on good terms with the Leaf due to the Hyuga incident, the Leaf is suffering from the attack of the Nine Tails, while also having the death of the fourth Hokage, which leaves us, a country having a civil war. Mei was shocked into silence, Naruto really did come up with this plan, and it was genius. I have to admit, that was a brilliant idea, Naruto-kun, but now that you are here. What's next? Mei asked. Is that really a question? You should be ashamed of yourself. Naruto stood to his feet and grabbed his clothes. Naruto turned and stared Mei directly in the eyes with his mangyeko glowing like the purest gem while the sun set his image ablaze. We win. And in a flicker of fire, he was gone in a body flicker. So he knows the body flicker and possesses a strong fire affinity like most Uchiha. Just add that to the things he seems to be good at. Mei got to her feet with a smile. I also hope they survive this mission, someone like him will prove valuable in the coming battles. Mei left in a cloud of mist. The Uchiha field. Naruto appeared inside the field and dropped to a knee. Dang, that used up too much chakra. Naruto stood up on shaky legs and walked to his camp for a long nap. He shivered due to still being a little wet. So he put his shirt and mantle back on to cover up. Naruto. The mentioned boy turned his head towards the familiar voice. It was Jinkusu looking at him with a confused face. What you got going on? I just came from some training and I'm going for a nap. Naruto answered with a tired smile. What kind of training drained a monster like you? Jinkusu asked with a calm visage and walked over and placed Naruto's arm over his shoulder. I'll take you to your tent, just tell me where it is. Naruto gave a grateful smile. It's up ahead. The two boys then walked off to his tent. And as for my training, I just did 300 squats, sit-ups and all that other good stuff. Along with learning the walking on water technique. He said as if it was no big deal. What? You managed to master that complicated skill already? Jinkusu asked in shock, showing emotion on his normally stoic face. Nah, I am only able to stand on the water before I fall shortly after. Naruto let out a small chuckle. Still, that's impressive. I can't even walk on water yet. Jinkusu revealed getting over his shock and his face became stoic just like Naruto's. I can show you if you want. Naruto offered. I will take your offer, Naruto-sama. Jinkusu gave his answer. The two boys stopped when two people appeared in front of them with body flickers. One was just a regular body flicker while the other had petals fall from their clothes. You like my new killer move. The voice of a little girl made its way to their ears. It sounded rather proud and boastful. Naruto immediately knew who it was from the tone of voice. It's about time, Mira-chan, I've known that jutsu for a solid month now. Well, not everyone is a freaking prodigy like you are, Naruto-kun. What? It took me a whole week to learn that jutsu. Now you two, no fighting. Mira-chan was looking for you. The angelic voice of his mother spoke up. Yay. You said we were going to have a sword duel, but up and left after morning training. Mira got up and poked Naruto in his chest with her finger. That is when she noticed the boy from their race. Hey, you're the kid from the race. I'm him. Jinkusu answered in a bored tone. What's your name and why are you so close with Naruto-kun? Mira questioned. Down girl. Naori placed a hand on Mira's head. He and Naru-chan seemed to be friends. Naori hypothesized. Though she wondered how that happened since she knew Naruto wasn't the most friendly person. It was a miracle he was friends with someone like Mira. Yay, he's just taking me back to the tent so I can get some rest. Naruto told the two. Well, thank you Jinkusu-kun for looking out for my son. Naori took Naruto in her arms. Naruto felt shame at being held in such a girlish position. It was no problem, Naori-sama, I'd do anything for my brother. Jinkusu bowed respectfully. Like I tell Mira-chan, you can just call me Naori. The violet-haired woman said with a gentle smile. But she was curious as to Jinkusu calling Naruto his brother. It was something that they did in the Uchiha clan, they were all related anyways, so they just called each other siblings. Such disrespect on my part could not be allowed. Jinkusu shook his head in the negative, while Mira nodded in agreement. Well, whatever is comfortable for you. Naori turned and started to walk back to her tent. Mira-chan, why don't you practice with Jinkusu-kun? Sure. Come on brother Jin. Let's get to training. Mira dragged the stoic boy off to go train. 4 hours later. Naruto Uchiha. Come out and fight me. Bunten yelled in front of the gate of the Uchiha training ground. Behind her was a group of her friends who all had dangerous looks in their young eyes. Yay. Unless you're a coward. One of the boys yelled. He had short brown hair, with green eyes. Narrow jawline, with thin lips. He was wearing a young version of the Hunter Ninja outfit for the Mist Ninja. His face held a sneer. This was Psycho Bison. He was an underling of Bunten just like the rest of everyone here. Some Uchiha guards appeared in front of them with angry faces. How dare you speak Naruto-sama's name with such hostility? They drew their weapons and released some of their killing intent on the kids. He is going to pay for embarrassing me the other day. Bunten, finding it hard to do something simple like breath. Her underlings were behind her shaking in fear, she really didn't like these losers. And how did he do that? The guard on the left asked with a raised brow. He blew me off and sent that other girl after me, and on top of that, we lost. Bunten shouted back in anger with her two swords drawn. HMPH, upset you lost. The guard mocked with clear amusement. What do you expect from a weakling such as yourself? They both began to laugh at the girl. What was this child thinking of coming to challenge their imposing master? She was begging for death. Bunten couldn't take it anymore and began to crackle with yellow electricity. Her anger had reached its limit and she was getting ready to charge these two head-on, regardless of what happened. looking back at her underlings who began to grab their weapons with shaky grips. The guards seeing this got ready to defend themselves from the kids. That was until the voice of their clan head came to be. "That's enough you two," Naori said, walking up from behind the two guards who dropped to a knee. "Lady Naori." The guard said in a humble tone, causing the violet-haired women to smile. "Now you want to fight my son, yes?" Naori questioned in a soft tone. "Yay. So tell him to bring it." Bunton yelled with a cocky smirk and full confidence in herself. "Well, I'm sorry to say this, he is currently resting right now," Naori told the girl, wanting to save her from the embarrassment of being beaten in front of a whole clan. "I'm right here." Naruto rose from the shadow of Naori. He was using kamui to phase through the ground and simply rise in his mom's shadow. He was wearing black pants and gloves tucked into ninja sandals the same color of night. His sandals were black and had a white stirrups on his sandals. Naruto's top is a high-collared, long-sleeve mantle splitting at his waist. Around his midsection is a white obi tied by a black belt. Naori whipped her head behind her and saw Naruto walk out from her shadow, like he had been there the whole time. Geez, I really can't sense him when he does that. And he is already taking advantage of those facts. This will make the perfect skill for infiltration. Naori analyzed it with glee. Her son would be a really talented ninja in the future. "You want to challenge me? You have clearly lost it, did Mira hit you too hard in the head?" Naruto mocked, trying to get inside the head of Bunton. "Shut up. Once I beat you, she's next." Bunton barked in anger. This Uchiha was getting on her last nerve. "Is that right?" Naruto pulled out the two katanas behind him. They shined like pearly diamonds as the metal was fresh and ready to lay waste to his enemies. "Come." Naruto did a taunting gesture and motioned for Bunton to charge in. The Uchihas around them cheered in excitement at getting the chance to see their hot-blooded young master perform once again. In the crowd was Mira and Jinkusu standing next to each other. "You can do it, Naruto-kun." Mira shouted for Naruto. "Make sure you zap him good, Bunton-chan." Jinkusu sweat dropped at the strange girl. "Why are you cheering for that other girl and Naruto-sama at the same time?" "Because they are both my friends and I don't know who to cheer for, silly." Mira answered his question and went back to cheering. "And she calls me silly." Another sweat drop formed on the boy's head before he focused on the fight to come. He activated his one-tomo sharingan he received from gaining the news his parents had been killed in Itachi's attack. "Whoa, you have the sharingan unlocked." Mira turned her head and noticed the change in Jinkusu's eyes. Jinkusu let a smirk of superiority cross his face. "And you don't, I'm ashamed you managed to beat me in our spar today." Jinkusu shook his head in fake despair. "What you talking about, brother Jin?" Jinkusu's attention was brought to the now red eyes of Mira. The girl was giving him an arrogant smirk of her own. "If you had those, why didn't you use them in our spar?" Jinkusu didn't want to admit, but he was completely outclassed by Mira today. He trained with his parents, but Mira didn't even give him a chance to come back, and things would have been much worse if she used her sharingan on him. Meanwhile, Naruto was dodging in between the blade swings of Bunton's two swords. Naruto brought up his swords and blocked the two blades of Bunton, who was slightly panting. "And not going to fight back?" Bunton mocked with a smirk. Only for Naruto to get a dangerous look in his black eyes. "I am now." With brute force, Naruto pushed Bunton's blade off his and swiftly attacked like a fierce tiger. His two swords came down like two falling comets and connected in a loud clang with Bunton's swords. In a beautiful but deadly movement, Naruto swung his two swords at speeds Bunton could barely keep up with. She suffered small cuts all along her body and clothes. Blood quickly began to spill from her cuts. Butterfly dance. Twirling butterfly. Naruto swung one of his swords in a circular formation in front of him. Naori looked shocked from the sideline as she had only shown Naruto that once. That was when she facepalmed. He had his mangyeko activated. This boy is really using everything he has to get stronger. Naori smiled lovingly at her son. He could be a real headache sometimes, but she wouldn't trade him for the world. Bunton stumbled back several feet as her hair was a mess and a cut spilling blood formed above her brow. "I barely dodged that, I was going to cut my head off." Bunton looked at the figure of Naruto, but she did not see that. Looming over him like a protective angel was an evil dragon showing its sharp teeth and gleaming red eyes. "I can't beat him in swordplay alone, he outclasses Mira in that field by miles. I'll have to try ninjutsu." Bunton moved through hand signs for a lighting jutsu. Lightning style. Lightning bolt. A bolt of yellow lighting shot from the two blades of Bunton as they made their way towards Naruto with great speeds. Lightning Naruto rolled out of the way before he could be shocked to death. His eyes focused on Bunton, who was grinning madly and going through more hand signs. Static strings. Bunton's fingers formed whips of lightning that she swung in a crossing formation. The multiple thin slabs of lighting came into contact with Naruto, who let out a yell of pain from the intense pain going through his body. Everyone in the surroundings gasped in shock at their young master being struck by the dangerous jutsu. Haha. Not so cocky now, are you? Bunten laughed victoriously. That was until Naruto's body fell apart into water. A water clone. Bunten quickly got back on guard and searched for Naruto, who was nowhere to be seen. That was until she felt the release of chakra and saw the biggest fireball she had ever seen rushing towards her like a raging bull. I won't have time to counter it with a jutsu or hope to cut that, all I could do is dodge. Bunten jumped to the side with all her might and evaded the fireball. She wasn't given time to rest as Naruto fell from the tree and brought his swords down with intensity. This caused the ground under them to quake and crack the slightest. Bunten's arms shook from the pressure of Naruto's blades. What will you do now, worm? Naruto asked with a victorious smirk. What are you blabbering about? Bunten retorted in outrage. Bunten jumped back and used the space to go through some hand signs for a new jutsu. Let's add some new jutsu to my arsenal. I needed a lightning jutsu. After this, I'll make her tell me who taught her these jutsu. Naruto thought with a dark smirk on his face. Each fight, he became stronger, and this was no different. His sharingan flared to life as he got ready for the new jutsu. I know you said not to use this on a comrade, sensei, but he isn't a comrade and definitely not my friend. Bunten was gifted with a jutsu from her sensei for all the hard work she had been doing over the past 2 years of training with her. Lightning style. Lightning blast. Bunten yelled and pointed her swords towards Naruto as her blue eyes glowed. A bright yellow beam of lighting shot towards Naruto, aiming to leave him paralyzed and hopefully on the ground knocked out. Naruto released a cold HMPH as his eyes watched the hand signs of Bunten. He analyzed the correct amount of chakra needed for the jutsu. The boy went through the same hand signs as Bunten and he pointed his blades towards the rushing lighting. His sword sparked purple as his own lighting blast shot from his blades towards. But the difference was clear. Naruto's jutsu was more powerful as the ground cratered under him and he was even being pushed back from the force of his attack. What? He copied me? Bunten raged in her mind as she witnessed the two jutsu clash in a bright flash of light. Many had to cover their eyes or go blind from the amount of chakra being poured. How? How is his stronger than mine? Bunten cried out in anger as she witnessed her jutsu be pushed back and overpowered. These kids are crazy. No, they're monsters. That's our young master for you. Many Uchiha and rebel ninjas gaped with shocked expressions. There were even civilians watching on the sideline at the kids' battle. A whole crowd formed around them as many looked on with excitement. The rebels felt a blast of hope. With members from the legendary Uchiha clan, they would be able to help win this war. And if these kids were anything to go by, then the rest of the clan was to be even more of a help. Not everyone was shocked. Esdeath watched on from the trees with an unimpressed look on her face. A simple light show was nothing to get excited about. She could kill Naruto with a simple slap if she so wanted to. His swordplay was also nothing compared to someone who was a true master of the blade or a jounin worth something. He is talented, I can see him going far in this world. Harable complimented. Her arms under her breast. Unlike her friend, the teen was impressed by the swordplay and skill Naruto showed in this fight. And he isn't even trying in this fight but is capable of this much. He did a real number on Chijuro, who is even stronger than Bunten. So what, I'm done here. Esdeath was about to leave until she saw the smirking face of Naori looking directly at her. She sneered and left in ice flakes. Someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Harable gave Naori an awkward eye smile. She was not the best with emotions and did what she could. Oh my god. Mira said dumbly as her mouth was touching the ground. Inkusu hid his surprise much better than Mira as his eyes were slightly wide. Brother Naruto is really something. You can say that again. Mira picked her jaw up from the ground. But she wondered, why was Naruto's lighting purple and Bunten's yellow? Bunten was losing chakra and her strength was about to run out as Naruto's purple beam loomed closer. She looked across and like many others, made the mistake of looking Naruto in the eyes. And the great worm falls. Naruto placed the girl in a sleeping genjutsu that would keep her asleep unless Naruto woke her up by releasing the genjutsu. Bunten fell face first to the ground as her lighting blast faded out of existence. Naruto flicked his swords back into his sheath with a click and just like that, the cheers erupted like an exploding volcano. Naruto smirked as he took in the cheers of his people and even the rebels. Same strategy and same results. He held a satisfied smile as his plan was completed. Once again, Naori face palmed. He did it again. Putting on a show to flex his power and gain respect, moral, and satisfaction all in one go. Naruto-kun, why must you cause such pandemonium everywhere you go? Like in the Uchiha Square, Naruto had managed to get everyone behind him by showing his strength in a fight. Not only would they have more trust in his strength, but are more likely to respect him now that they know he wasn't someone to be taken lightly. Naruto-kun. Mira ran and jumped on his back while nuzzling their faces. That was awesome. Well, what do you expect from someone like me? Naruto asked with a smirk. He would let the girl have her fun right now. Way to be modest. Mira said with quotation marks. This was the same thing Naruto had done to her when she beat Bunton. That was wicked. Jinkusu walked up and gave Naruto a fist bump. HMPH, get used to it. Naruto told him. He then looked towards his mother who was walking up towards them. So you managed to learn another skill from the butterfly dance, congratulations. Naori laid a kiss on Naruto's cheek, making him blush from embarrassment. Mom, not in public. Naruto stammered. Oh hush, I am just giving you congratulations. Naori ruffled her son's hair with a smile. Now go and wake up Mira's friend. Oh right. Bunton-chan. Mira hopped off Naruto's back and rushed to the girl who was being surrounded by her underlings. Back off Uchiha. You've done enough. Psycho yelled and got to his feet. He was scared though, these people were more than they bargained for. He felt great shame for being scared of such people. I am just trying to help my friend. Mira tried to plead and went forward only to be pushed back. She tripped over her feet and was going to trip until she was caught around the waist. Mira looked up to see Naruto sending the boys a death glare. She blushed from the close contact and protective nature he had over her. You dare push around my friend? Are you courting death? Naruto asked in an icy tone. Amplified by his mangyeko sharingan glistening. Behind him was none other than Jinkusu with his own eyes flickering to life. All in all, the two scared the shit out of the boys and made them soil their pants. Jinkusu hadn't known Mira for long, but she was a friend of Naruto's and that's all that mattered. He'd do anything for Naruto. We are sorry. The boys bowed their heads to the ground and continued to shake. Out of my way. Naruto kicked Psycho to the side and the rest of his gang ran away. He released Mira from his arm and walked to Bunton who was now laying on her back. Naruto placed his hands on her head and sent a burst of chakra to release the Jinjutsu. Anyone could have done this, but those boys didn't, which meant they didn't know how. Weaklings. Naruto scoffed. Psycho looked on with anger at Naruto and his clan. You'll regret this, I promise it. He got up and ran off. Followed by the other boys. Bunton awoke with a gasp and looked confused until she saw Mira in her face. Oh Bunton-chan, I am so glad you are okay. She hugged the girl who was still not all the way there. What happened? Bunton asked with a hand on her head. She felt blood and brought her hand down to see the thick liquid on her hands. The information then came rushing into her. She gasped and looked shocked. Don't act so surprised, victory was out of the question for you. Naruto told Bunton with a calm face and tone. You are skilled though, it was a better fight than I expected from a worm like you. Naruto mocked and complimented all at the same time, a true genius and insulting. You bastard, cocky as ever. I really hate you. Bunton glared towards Naruto with clear anger. It matters not, but since I won. I get a prize. Naruto grinned down at the platinum blonde. I am not giving you a kiss, pervert. Bunton made a X shape with her arms. Why would I want to kiss you? I want to know who your teacher is. Naruto corrected the girl, while Mira let out a breath she didn't know was being held captive. Bunton didn't know how to feel. Should she be happy or mad? He didn't want to kiss her, which was good. But why would Naruto not want to kiss her? Until she heard his question. Naruto did beat her fair and square. Bunton planned on asking Naruto the same thing if she won. It would be an honor to learn under someone who was capable of teaching Naruto such skills. Fine, I will take you to her. You deserve that much after all. Bunton crossed her arms. Oh, I want to meet Bunton-chan's new sensei as well. Mira shouted while still holding the blonde girl. Can you let me go now? Bunton shouted. She struggled to get out of the girl's grasp. Naruto flicked Mira in the forehead. Calm down, and you can't come since you don't have a lighting affinity. You don't know that. Mira said in defense. And neither do you. Naruto countered. Go ask my mom for some chakra paper, you as well brother Jinkusu. Alright brother, I'll also tell Lady Naori where you are heading. Jinkusu nodded and walked off followed by Mira. Now let's go. Naruto told Bunton who had snapped her swords on the back of her damaged red clothes. Fine, asshole. Training ground R. We are here. Bunton and Naruto were in a grassy field with a small water pond. They could see bright lights in the distance along with the shouts of a woman. Naruto saw Bunton's face light up with joy and run off. Amaterasu-sensei. Irideed halted her sword training and saw her young pupil. The teen then gave a sharp-toothed smile. What's up Spark? Back for more training today? That would be nice. Bunton started but her face became angry. I brought someone with me. The blonde huffed out. Amairi looked to the direction Bunton was looking and saw Naruto walking over with a calm visage. Hello, I've come to receive training. The hell? Who said I was gonna train you? Amairi asked. I am asking you to train me. Naruto clarified. And why would I train you brat? Amairi asked, getting close to Naruto's face. I beat your prize student. Naruto said sarcastically and got a glare from Bunton for his comment. I also have a strong lightning affinity, stronger than hers. Oh yay, her stuff is yellow, it's so strong. Amayuri hyped up her student. And mine is purple, and it beat her lightning blast. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Amayuri turned to Bunton who held her head down in shame and sadness. Did he really force you to use that move? While also beating you with the same move? Amayuri asked in disbelief. That move could take down a couple of trees and cause significant damage to the target's body. Yes sensei, I'm sorry I let you down. Bunton hung her head down in shame, showing a side of her Naruto hadn't seen since he met her. She seemed rather vulnerable. Only to have it lifted and see the gently smiling face of Amayuri. Hey, don't look so sad. Everyone loses sometimes, didn't I tell you I lost to that Sato bastard? Amayuri brought the girl into a hug. But I don't want to disappoint you, then cause you to see me as a nobody, and someone. Whoa, Bunton's rambling was cut off when she felt her nose being pinched. Didn't I tell you I'm not like that woman you call mother, you'll never disappoint me. Amayuri pulled the teary-eyed Bunton into her chest. Naruto just watched on in silence. It was clear that there was more to this relationship than just a sensei and student, more like sisters or even mother. But he did come for training and not a love novel. So about my training. Amayuri snapped back to attention. She had forgotten Naruto was there. With a little blush on her face for showing such a side of her. Amayuri fixed her loose tan kimono. Alright, I'll train you on one condition. Which is? Naruto asked, not feeling too surprised since he figured something like this would happen. Amayuri was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen after all. It was then an ice mirror appeared and out from it came the beautiful figure of Esdeath. Her clean white clothes and clear blue eyes combined with her bountiful breast serves as nice eye candy. Amayuri then grinned madly. You have to defeat Esdeath. Huh, I didn't come to fight some weakling. Esdeath said referring to Naruto who showed no emotion towards the insult. I was going to tell you that your swords are finished being repaired. She placed a hand on her hip and looked at Amayuri. Oh come on girl, just go one round with him. It's just a test to see if he can be my student. Amayuri informed the ice princess. Esdeath let out a mocking scoff. Such an impossible task, you must not want him as. Appearing in a body flicker, Naruto had his blades ready to slice an axe across Esdeath's body. The blue-haired woman managed to pull out a rapier and block him in time. Naruto vanished from view and appeared once again with a sword movement. The young Uchiha swung his 2 blades in a chaotic formation, allowing multiple blade strikes to come falling down on Esdeath who was blocking each and every one. She laughed. Is that all you got? Naruto appeared in front of Esdeath with his eyes fully evolved and one of his swords was set ablaze with fire. Uchiha-style halo dance. Naruto appeared and disappeared in body flickers and sent crescent blades of fire towards Esdeath. Esdeath was not one of those weaklings Naruto had been fighting, she would not be impressed by simple sword strikes or jutsu. Unlike you would expect from a rapier, Esdeath did a fluid motion and countered all of Naruto's crescent fire slashes with greater force. She's strong, stronger than me and anyone I've faced until now. I can't beat her, this little dance proved much. Naruto regretfully admitted in his mind. But the first step was admitting you are weak and then growing from it. Like a phantom, Esdeath appeared in front of Naruto and sent a haymaker towards the boy's jaw. Naruto barely slipped the punch and went to slice open Esdeath's gut. Due to being faster than Naruto, Esdeath managed to send another punch that landed right in the gut of Naruto who felt immense pain. He was sent flying back into the steel gate where he crashed and spit out some blood. Dang it. I can't keep up with her movements. Naruto took the time he was on the ground to breathe and calm himself. Thinking of ways to win this fight another came to his mind. Naruto wasn't given much time to think about it due to the crescent ice blades coming towards. To mock the Uchiha, Esdeath used a similar move to Naruto's technique earlier. He had to quickly roll out the way or suffer being sliced to bits. See, it's not such a hard move. No need to feel confident in it. Esdeath mocked with a cruel smirk. As expected, she is talented and deserving of being a leader here. Naruto thought with narrowed eyes. That was when the glint of steel caught his eye and he looked to see a broken chain. Esdeath's attack must have broken the chain from the steel gate. It was then that an idea struck. Picking up the chain, he wrapped around the edges of his 2 blades, connecting them both. What is that going to do? You can't defeat me, best save face and go back to your little rundown training field. Esdeath waved her wrist lazily. This was getting boring and entertaining Naruto was quickly becoming a bother. I can't defeat you? We'll see about that. Naruto said with his hair shadowing his eyes. He readied his blades and charged with new determination. I already told you, it's hopeless. Esdeath charged back with greater speeds, she was going to end this now. They were about to clash swords until something abnormal happened and Naruto went through Esdeath as if he never existed. The fuck? Esdeath tried to look back at Naruto, but found herself wrapped up in Naruto's chains. Naruto tried to stay calm, but he couldn't help it. He smirked as a clone formed beside him and rushed with the intent to knock Esdeath out by whacking her on the head with his blade. No way. Amayuri and Bunton yelled from the side as this fight was really something. Bunton was finding it really hard to dislike Naruto at this moment. He seemed to be fighting with such ferocity and intensity. It was almost inspiring. Bunton felt a little grateful that Naruto didn't go all out on her like he is right now. There was no way Bunton could have hoped to defend herself if Naruto fought like this from the beginning. Esdeath witnessed the blade approach her in slow motion. Who would have thought the great Esdeath Yuki being trapped by a brat? She could almost laugh. I have to give it to you, brat, you managed to trick me. However, this does not mean you've won, nor will you see me at my best. Esdeath willed her bloodline to the surface as her whole body was trapped in a block of ice. Quickly, burn her inside. Naruto ran through the hand signs for the basic fireball and shot the raging fireball towards the ice block. He was disappointed when it did nothing. He sent a mental command to his shadow clone and it also went through hand signs for the fireball jutsu. This only seemed to make the ice block melt the slightest. That thing is really durable. Esdeath smirked deadly from inside the ice block and charged up her chakra for a violent output. The ice block exploded in a shower of ice and completely froze the two fireballs over. A simple step and she was behind Naruto in an instant, ready to knock him out. Naruto simply used kamui and allowed Esdeath to phase through him once again. She lost her footing and Naruto went to cut open her back but had to use kamui once again as ice spikes shot from Esdeath's back and would have impaled him. That ability is really annoying. Esdeath growled out. Then do something about it. Naruto taunted with a smirk. That was when his eyes stung and blood ran from his eyes. He had been pushing his limits all day and his body just couldn't keep up with him. Naruto quickly tried to wipe away the blood but the moment he placed his arm up, Esdeath was right behind him and chopped the boy in the back of the neck. And no. IF failed. Naruto dropped to the ground unconscious. Amayuri and Bunton quickly ran over. The place was now a mess and sword marks littered the ground. He's going to be fine, his body just seems to be exhausted. Amayuri said while using the limited medical knowledge to scan Naruto's body. That's good, Mira would be sad if something happened to him. Bunton informed with the slightest bit of relief on her face. Oh, does my little student have a bestie? Amayuri teased. Bunton looked appalled. And no, I just don't want to see the girl sad. Amayuri's grin increased. So you are worried about him? Bunton turned red and stammered out words. HMPH. She turned and gave an angry pout. Amayuri then turned to Esdeath who was looking at Naruto with an impassive look. He definitely passed. Amayuri said. But he didn't beat me. Esdeath replied. Nah shit, I knew he wasn't going to beat you, but he did have the heart to face you and put on a good show. I'd be crazy to not take him on as my student. Amayuri drawled out. Naruto was talented and that was a fact, but she wanted to know if he had the heart to face a challenge greater than him. That boy rushed in at you like a starving lion, he was really putting in work. Amayuri laughed. Yes, but he wasn't at his best. Not like it would have changed anything though. Esdeath said and began to walk away. She sure is stubborn. Amayuri mumbled. So that means Naruto is going to be your student as well? Bunton asked, barely containing excitement that wanted to blow. She would have a rival and maybe even a friend if Naruto wasn't such an asshole. Yup. Amayuri said loudly. Now, I am going to take this brat home, so keep training until I get back. Amayuri put Naruto over her shoulder before she left in a lightning body flicker. The sky was dark. No stars light the abyss of space. The sky was covered by thick clouds which carried a cold breeze. No late night training or any kind of rough housing since this night's rest was very important. Inside the tent of Naruto Uchiha, he was laying inside his sleeping bag. He was asleep and his eyes closed. But under the surface, you could see the erratic movements of his pupils moving as if they were running from something. His skin was paler than it normally was and sweat caked his forehead. His chest teeth up and down while his arms would twitch. Naruto was having a nightmare. Naruto Pav. I felt an overwhelming sense of fear and anxiety as if I was drowning in a pool of my feelings. My heart pumped as if I had just been training intensely. My breath was shallow as I found it hard to do something like breathing. Darkness. Complete and utter darkness. I was hovering in a field of endless black. There was nothing else, no taste, no smell, touch. All I could hear was the sound of my heart beating, letting me know I was still alive. I felt like nothing and everything all in one. A tiny speck in the vast void which was space, or even the multiverse. I tried to feel for my body, but it felt like jello. I tried gripping my hands together, opening my eyes, looking around, and curling my feet. But it was all hopeless, just how I was feeling. As if everything I had done until now was all for nothing and simply a means to pass the time. Saving the clan, learning jutsu, and growing stronger. But not strong enough. I heard a dark voice echo across the field of emptiness. Someone had just said something to me. But what did he say? You are not strong enough, you are weak and pathetic. Who said that? I asked as I strained my body to look around for the voice of darkness seeping into my ears. Fear quickly took hold of my heart as if was gripping it in a death squeeze. However, even the fear soon faded and I was left to feel nothing once more. You're nothing, and nobody with no one to care for you. The voice sounded again, but let the most despicable chuckle I had ever heard escape its lips. What was this voice talking about? I do have people who care for me. My mom, Mira, Jinkusu, the clan, and all my brothers and sisters, aunts and uncles. I racked my brain to imagine a picture of my mother. I thought about her long wavy purple hair that moved as if it had a mind of its own. Her soft features and lips which were always turned upwards into a smile. The one cold black eye that shined brighter than the richest gem. Even the white eye that was hidden behind her long bangs. But nothing showed her happened. It was as if my mind had been derailed. It was there 1 minute and gone the next. Where was she? I couldn't imagine her. Naori, that was her name, but yet, it sounded foreign to me. As if this was the first time I had ever pronounced those words. Mom. But I got the same feeling. What was going on? I had been calling her mom my entire life. You have no mom, you were born from darkness and hate. What is around you is your mother. The voice mocked me as if it found pleasure in my internal thoughts and suffering. That was another thing, how did this thing or whatever it was know what I was thinking? One thing was clear though. Lies. I managed to croak out. My voice sounded raspy and dry as if this was the first time I had used it. My mother was Naori Uchiha, the wife of Naka Uchiha. My father. I tried to think of someone else. A girl. Her pale skin shined in this darkness like polished granite. The smile which plastered on her face always seemed to wash away my worries. But this time it didn't. It felt fake and off. Her short messy hair and playful black eyes with a hint of mischievous. The unshakable will and determination that made up her soul and who she was. Mira, my best friend. Doesn't exist. The voice echoed with disdain as if the mere thought of Mira was poison. The image came crashing down like broken glass. But she does. I know it. It was then the darkness began to fade. From what I thought was the east. The sun could be seen rising. Allowing its rays to fend off the darkness which had been consuming me slowly. The field of rich green grass soon became the grass I stood on. The sky was an endless blue with fluffy white clouds lazing around. In the field were my family and clan. They all had smiles on their bright faces. It even made me smile at seeing them so happy. I began to take steps toward them with a soft smile on my face. After that hellish darkness I was just in, this was a well-earned relief. My heart fluttered in happiness as I couldn't wait to ask about what kind of training I would receive. It was then my steps came to a direct stop. I tried to move forwards, but it was impossible, like moving a mountain with just my foot. I looked towards my family to ask them for help. But their backs were turned towards me and I couldn't see the faces I so wanted to see right now. I jerked my foot forwards and tried once again, but at a faster pace this time. But once again I was made to stop my movements. A laugh escaped my throat. Okay, Mira-chan, you got me, now stop this joke. I tried to joke with my best friend but only got a cold shoulder. It was then they turned their heads towards me. I received the most cold-hearted glare I had ever seen from my mother and friend, even Jinkusu looked at me icily. It made me recoil and almost fall over. But I was caught. I looked back to see hands completely black reaching up and holding me from a pit of black that seemed to go on forever. I've got you. That cold voice rang in my ears once again. But it sounded familiar to me. As if I had been hearing it all my life. The hands of darkness pulled and yanked on my clothes. They began to pull me down into the pit. I reached out to my family pleading for them to help me, but all I received were uncaring eyes. With a last effort to release myself from this darkness, I resisted with all my might and dashed towards my family with my arm extended, hoping that even one of them would grab me. But I got nothing. How could they? After all I had done for them. I saved them from certain death. But no one was willing to save me. This time more arms of black reached up and pulled me down with greater force into the pool of black. When I rose once again, it was to a different scene. It was more like a scene straight out of hell. The once rich green field was now completely red. Blood red. The destroyed field was scattered with the limbs of my clan and family. I stood over everyone with a face empty and void of everything indicating I could feel. My scythe rested in my hand covered with blood, just like my hands. It was me. I had killed my clan and family. The head of my mother rested to the side with a face of shock. But I felt nothing, not even a shred of empathy. Why should I? She wasn't there to save me as she promised. Mira lay on the ground dead along with Yunkusu, Shisui, Seito, and other members of my clan. I stood over everyone, with this massacre proof of my power and how I stood over everyone. Unmatched and unchallenged. This is what you want, right? Power. To stand at the top. The voice asked, lingering over my shoulder. A simple figure of dark shadow. It was correct. This was the kind of power I desired, the power I need. It would help me with my goals. To win this war. Then give in and you can have all the power you want, the voice gestured. Moving its smoky gaze in front of me and extending its hand towards me. I began to raise my hand and readied myself for the power which would be mine. It was then a warm hand gripped my shoulder. I looked up to see my father smiling at me. Didn't I say to be careful? Naka ruffled my hair like he always did to me. It's lonely at the top, you have no one to watch your back. You can't even trust yourself. He then turned me away from the shadowy figure and gave me a strong push to the back. My lip trembled as the words of my father settled in my mind. It was what he told me about. The curse of hatred. He said at the end of the day, the power wasn't worth it and only lasted for a limited time. While love was eternal. Like an eternal light that never burned. Light would always pierce the darkness. And Pav. Naruto then awoke from his sleep with a gasp. He took deep breaths as if this was his first time breathing. Sweat ran down his face like a running river and his heart felt as if it was ready to explode from his chest. He reached up to whip the sweat from his eyes but didn't stop. He soon realized that he was crying silent tears. Naruto tossed his sleeping bag off him because he felt hot and needed to cool off. His movements awoke his mother, who turned and rubbed her eyes sleepy. Naru, wa. Naori was interrupted when Naruto slammed into her and brought his arms around her tightly. I'm sorry. Naruto said into his mom's chest as tears exploded from his eyes. I didn't mean to. It wasn't me. Naruto's muffled voice cracked and sounded with sobs of sorrow. Naori was confused and tired, but her motherly instincts took over and she wrapped Naruto in her arms and held him gently while shushing him quietly. It's okay, baby, everything will be alright. Naori whispered in a soft tone. This whole thing was confusing. Her son suddenly latched onto her as if she'd disappear any second. But this did remind her of something very important, something she had almost forgotten. Naruto Uchiha, the clan heir, the genius, the unrivaled prodigy. Was still a boy. Her child. Her child had lost a lot in his short life. No matter how mature or strong he was for his age, the fact was. He was still a young child. Don't worry, son, you're safe. Naori whispered into his ear softly as Naruto rested on her chest. Don't leave me, mom. Naruto's muffled voice sounded from below her. He couldn't bear the thought of his dream coming true. The image of his mom cut off head flashed in his mind. He wanted to throw up, but he swallowed it. All his clanmates he had killed, Mira, Jinkusu. The image of their dead bodies was not something he ever wanted to come true. Naori gripped her son tighter. She'd never do something like that. Naruto was her only child. Even if Mira was like the daughter she never had, Naruto was her firstborn. She had to let her son know that. I'll never leave you. I promise. Naori told Naruto with nothing but love and confidence in her words. Naruto let a smile cross his teary-eyed face. Those were the exact words he wanted to hear. I love you, mom, no matter what. And I love you more, don't you forget that either. Naori kissed the top of Naruto's head, causing the boy to smile gently. Naruto closed his eyes for a peaceful sleep. He needed a good rest since in only hours, they would finally be heading towards Thriller Grand. Morning. Naruto was outside under the cloudy sky training with Mira and his mother again. He was in his usual black mantle and bottoms along with white stirrups on his feet. Mira was in a long black Uchiha robe with tints of grey. The top went all the way to the top of her shins, covering up the biker shorts of the same color she had on under them. Her ankles were wrapped in white tape that went into open foot sandals that the Uchiha used to wear back during the Great Clan days. They had started with the basic physical training performed with the other kids. Naruto had invited Jinkusu over, but the boy had gone to train with the others in wielding a sword. Naruto didn't push him and simply let him do his thing. So now he was with his mom and dodging the balls benign thrown at him. He had finally managed to dodge 9 in a row, and this was his last one. Though he couldn't see it, the boy could practically feel the gaze of his mother on him. Okay, Naru-chan, this is the last one. It will be faster than anything I've drawn so far. Naori warned with a proud smile. The kids in front of them had come so far in only a short amount of time, but it was well needed if they planned on coming out of this whole mist ordeal alive. I'm ready. Naruto calmly stated. But the simple swift movement of her hand, the ball whipped through the air with speeds the other balls could only dream to reach. Naori watched with her sharingan activated and gazing towards the chakra bubble around Naruto increased in size at a snail's pace. It was almost unnoticeable and would go unnoticed if you did not possess any way to effectively sense or see chakra to such a degree as she could. Naruto stayed steady but ready to move at any moment's notice. His field of chakra was small in comparison to a true sensor. Naruto waited until the ball entered his range. And like a raindrop landing on the water's surface, the ball rippled across his chakra field and Naruto dropped to the ground as quick as his little body allowed him to. That makes 10. Naruto said and stood to his feet and lifted the blindfold with a smirk. Mira snatched off her blindfold and looked on with shock. How did you do it? You must be cheating. Naruto let a superior smirk cross his face. I'm just better than you, when are you going to realize that? Mira glared. Not for long. Mira placed the blindfold back on and got ready again. Come on Lady Naori, hit me. Well congratulations son, Naori clapped. She readied the balls and threw them toward Mira. Mira dodged with new vigor as she jumped and bent at flexible angles. She had managed to dodge 6 this time and with a high backflip she dodged the 7th ball. But like many times before, Mira was struck in the waist with a ball. Mira dropped to her back and let out a heavy sigh. I don't know how you did it Naruto-kun, can you help me? Mira asked taking off her blindfold. Yes, it's quite simple actually, Naruto said and sat down next to Mira. Naori sat down on the other side of Mira and looked at Naruto in deadpan. What is he talking about? That sensing technique is not simple. It must be if someone like you can do it. Mira then laughed out loud in historic laughter. Naruto's brow twitched and he pinched Mira hard on her side, causing the girl to yelp at the sharp pain. She turned to glare at Naruto, but he was giving her a glare of his own. HMPH, I guess you don't want my help after all. Naruto turned around and was about to walk off. Until Mira jumped on his back. I'm sorry, please help me. Mira begged while resting on his back. I can't teach you if you're on my back. Naruto said annoyed. Mira climbed off and got to her feet while looking at Naruto with eagerness. Naruto pushed himself up and got to his feet. Alright, now be sure to pay attention. Mira nodded affirmatively. While Naori just watched on from the back. She wondered if Naruto would be able to teach Mira the sensing ability. Alright, put the blindfold back on. Mira did what Naruto said and placed the blindfold back on and waited for the next set of instructions. Now try to expand your chakra outwards and create a mental picture around you of all the things your chakra can touch. Naruto instructed Mira and looked to see if she was getting what he was saying. Expand my chakra. Mira said out through clenched teeth. She was able to manifest her chakra but was having a hard time pushing it outwards. It stuck to her like glue. Naruto saw Mira was having some trouble and tried to think of different ways to help his friend. It was then an idea struck Naruto like 1,000 punches. Imagine you are about to launch a jutsu and you expel the chakra outwards after you build up all the chakra. Now just launch the chakra outwards but in a more calm manner. That makes much more sense. Mira shouted internally as she now knew what to do. Build the chakra up, expand it across my body. And then push it outwards. Outside of her mind, Mira managed to get a blue glow around her body, which soon turned into a chakra bubble around the girl for 5 meters in all directions. Naruto smiled at what he could see with his sharingan activated. Mira had managed to do it. But now he just had to test her. Naruto picked up some of the spare balls and threw them at Mira. The girl managed to dodge all 3 balls at the same time. Naori took this as her cue to get involved again. The woman threw more balls from behind, but Mira was able to dodge them all as well. Naori threw 2 balls, one high and the other low. Mira jumped and got horizontal to the ground and slid through the balls with ease. Very good Mira-chan, you're doing great. Naori complimented with a joyful smile on her face. The girl had managed to pick that up pretty fast. Mira blushed from the praise and puffed out her chest. It's only natural. I'm going to be the strongest after all. In your dreams. Naruto tried to catch her off guard and threw a ball at her, but Mira was able to dodge it. Trying to take cheap shots. Mira joked and helplessly shook her head. Focus. Naori said and threw 2 balls toward Mira, who had to quickly turn around and dodge all the balls. Naruto then threw the last 3 balls toward Mira at a fast pace. Naruto was not expecting Mira to do an acrobatic flip and evade all of the 3 balls that were thrown at her. Mira had dodged all 10 balls in a row. Well look at that, you dodged all the balls. Naruto said with a proud smile. Naruto was glad Mira had managed to dodge all of the balls. She had grown strong and learned a key skill. He just had to make sure all the other kids learned this as well. I did. Mira cheered with a fist in the air. Thank you Naruto-kun. Mira ran and gave Naruto a big hug. Normally Naruto would just give Mira a light hug or pat on the back since he wasn't the most emotional person. But after that nightmare he had, Naruto just couldn't help himself. He wrapped his arms around Mira and gave her a tight hug. Mira was caught off guard by the action of Naruto and froze, not knowing how to react. But it soon washed away and she returned the hug with a beaming smile. Who knew when Naruto would hug her like this again? Naori however saw the situation totally differently. Her thoughts went back to the night. Naruto was crying his heart out and apologizing as if he had done something wrong. That must have been some nightmare to have him like this. She didn't want to see Naruto like that. It hurt so much. But like she did with his father, Naori would be with Naruto every step of the way and be sure to help him no matter what. Naruto pulled away with a caring smile. He then calmed his features and let his face return to being impassive. Once Naruto was a good distance away, he pulled out two scrolls that had become familiar to his mother. With a small puff of smoke, the scythe and gunbai were in his two hands. Seeing the weapons up close, Mira looked at the sharp edges of the scythe and the flat surface of the white gunbai. "How can you hold these? They look super heavy." Mira questioned Naruto while walking around them to get a better look. Naruto grunted as he picked them both up. It takes a lot of my strength to hold them up and even more to attack." Naruto did a heavy swing with the scythe and placed his gunbai in a defensive position. "That's because they are meant for grown-ups." The voice of Naori came from behind them and she took the scythe from Naruto's hands. Naori then began to swing the scythe all around her body and do fast and fluid attacks until she lost a grip on the weapon and it fell from her hand. "I'm not the best with them." Naori gave an apologetic grin. "That's still better than what I can do," Naruto said and picked the big weapon back up. "You'll get there, just train with it," Naori told Naruto with confidence. She was sure Naruto would be a master with the two weapons in the future. Naruto nodded with vigor. If he wanted to be the strongest he needed to train. But he couldn't go too hard since there was an important mission tonight. "I can help you." Naruto turned at the sound of the voice and let the ends of his lips curve up the slightest. Walking up to them in blue Uchiha robes was Jinkusu. Resting on his shoulder was a tachi that was quite long for his small size. The tachi was sheathed in its scabbard which was navy blue like his clothes. The guard was stainless steel, while the handle was black and covered by navy blue handle wrap. The pommel cap was rich gold. Along the sheath read the word Summer Queen. Naruto guessed that was the name of the blade. "Brother Jin, I wondered when I'd see you again today," Naruto said pleasantly. "I was just training with my weapon. I haven't been using it like I should have and didn't want to let the weapon my father crafted for me to be wasted," Jinkusu answered back walking up to the group. Naruto nodded sadly. He wouldn't allow the gift of his father to be wasted. He was referring to his eyes which had been enhanced due to the passing of his father. But Naruto then wondered what Jinkusu meant by helping him. "How are you going to help me?" Jinkusu let a faint smirk cross his emotionless face. "We spar of course." Naruto's blank face smirked as well. "That would help me indeed." He pulled the scythe in a ready stance while the gunbai rested on the ground next to him. "Lady Naori." Hearing her name called. The violet-haired woman looked down at Mira grabbing her skirt. "Is it okay to allow them to spar with those dangerous weapons?" Mira asked in a worried tone. Naori only patted Mira's head softly and gave a gentle smile. "It will be okay, it's just a spar." But then again, a simple spar with Naruto and his father ended up with him unlocking the sharingan. Maybe there was something to worry about. The two boys then charged toward each other. The sword swings of Jinkusu were new to Naruto, he had never seen something like this. It was totally different from fighting Mira or the other Uchiha kids. The power behind the swings was also something he wasn't expecting. This was something Naruto would have a hard time fighting against with his immature butterfly dance. Still didn't mean he couldn't come out on top. This would only make him stronger in the end. Naruto unleashed a slash with the weapon and Jinkusu sent out two sword slashes to counter the powerful attack. With two powerful attacks clashing, the field was gifted with the sound of metal clashing over and over. The two met countless amount of times and it proved Naruto was winning in the spar, but Jinkusu was only trailing behind by a slight amount. "You're good for a novice in your style," Jinkusu said, struggling against the tall weapon of Naruto. "The same could be said for you." The two broke apart with smirks on their faces and met back in the middle with the intensity of two tigers. Naruto was using the butterfly dance with a scythe which was incorrect. This spar was proving that to him in clear detail, maybe that is why he lost to Esdeath. No, she was just stronger than him. Naruto then came to a decision. He would use the style of Madara Uchiha. Naruto's stance changed and he held the scythe with one hand instead of two like he was just using. He would swap between one hand and two-handed grips like the style said. The name of this style that Madara had created was called Eternal Rest. Because he always delivered eternal rest to his enemies. Naruto then proceeded to engage in combat with Jinkusu, who was finding it hard to combat this new stance. Jinkusu went for a high slash, but Naruto took quick steps backward and flipped the scythe around and swung the long staff around and hit Jinkusu in the waist. Naruto then flipped the weapon back into his hands and held it with both hands. One at the bottom and the other towards the top. Naruto performed an upward slash that even left a sizable trench in the ground. Jinkusu rolled out the way of the attack and twirled his blade before bringing a powerful overhead attack down on Naruto who blocked it. The two boys looked into each other's eyes and grinned. This little spar managed to get their blood going and their instincts took hold of them. Their eyes quickly formed into the sharingan, but Naruto's was fully advanced while Jinkusu's wasn't. The boy only possessed one tamo after all. Jinkusu performed a spinning slash while Naruto countered with a greater force. In a dance of death, the two boys began to send sparks all over, causing a light show for Mira and Naori. They met again and again. He's skilled, perhaps just a little bit under Mira. But that's not enough to beat me. Naruto switched grips and held the blade with one hand and brought down the blade with intensity in his eyes. Jinkusu leaped away last second, but he was given no chance to breathe as Naruto was in front of him with another attack. Jinkusu had to quickly bring up the flat end of his sword and block with all his might. He trembled under the crushing weight of the attack as his knees buckled and he fell to the ground. Naruto stood over him with the end of his scythe at the neck of Jinkusu. That makes the first victory out of many to come. Naruto said with a smirk. Jinkusu laid his head back and looked up towards the cloudy sky. Yay, whatever, 1 point for you and 0 for me. Jinkusu was pulled up by the hand of Naruto who smirked. Don't feel down, you are pretty good. Whatever, that was the first time someone beat my style, summer folly. Jinkusu looked at his long tachi. The blade was taller than he was. Jinkusu then looked at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. What was the name of your style anyways, you changed it mid-fight. Yes, what was it? Because I didn't teach you that and I know your father didn't teach you. Naori came over with hands on her hips and eyes that clearly indicated she wanted an answer. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. It's called Eternal Rest and I learned it from a book I found. And who made this book? Maybe they have other styles I could read. Mira popped from behind Naori with a curious gaze. Do I tell the truth and let them know I've been using the teachings of Madara Uchiha to become stronger? They are my family and it's not like it will endanger me, it might actually help me. With his mind made up, Naruto pulled out a journal from his ninja pouch. He handed it to his mother. Naori reads a name and it answered all the questions she had. Madara Uchiha. Naori flipped through the book and glimpsed at all the writings and styles of their great ancestor. There were multiple jutsu, styles, teachings, and all kinds of things. A goldmine of information. Can I see? Mira asked with eagerness. Naori looked at Naruto for confirmation since it was his book and didn't know if he wanted the other two to see what was inside the book. You all can look, this will only help us in the long run. Naruto answered his mother's question. Without wasting any time, Mira dove nose first into the book and her eyes widened at all the things she was seeing. Jinkusu had to shove the girl out the way so he could see. His eyes widened at the mini library in view. Sister, stop shoving me. Jinkusu said annoyed at Mira. You're taking up all the space, brother Jin. I want to find a dagger style. Mira shouted back. Enough you two, there is no need to fight over this. Naori closed the book and gave it back to Naruto who placed it in his pouch. That was when a loud voice sounded. Hey Brad. We've come to get you for some training. They all turned to see Amayuri with Bunten on her back. They both had matching sharp grins on their faces. Bunten-chan. Mira yelled and ran over to the girl. How you doing? Bunten looked at Mira for a few seconds. Thinking why the girl was so happy to see her. Only her teacher got excited to see her like this. Bunten then grinned, I'm fine, just here to pick up that asshole for training. Bunten sent a glare toward Naruto who was approaching with a calm face, but his eyes showed a hint of amusement at the words of Bunten. Training? What kind of training? Naori asked. She had remembered Jinkusu said Naruto was going to train with the swordsman and was brought back injured from his battle with Esdeath. Amayuri had informed her she would be teaching Naruto along with Bunten on how to use lighting chakra. Mira had been jealous but was calmed down when Naori said she would teach her how to use the fire element. Shisui also promised to teach the girl a new jutsu along with Jinkusu who also possessed a fire element. Just some basics and maybe a little kenjutsu practice. Nothing too hard. Amayuri answered the mother's question. Okay. Naori turned to Naruto and brought him into a hug. Be careful, try not to overdo it like you always do. Her tone was soft and gentle and carried on the wind like feathers in an autumn breeze. I won't. Naruto reassured his mother with a smile. He returned the hug and walked over to Amayuri and Bunten. Iridide grabbed Naruto by the back of the neck and Bunten stayed on her back. He'll be back before you guys leave. Amayuri then left in a lighting body flicker. Training ground R. Amayuri appears in her personal training ground. Welcome to Amayuri Ringo's training ground and the R stands for the ridiculous strength of Ringo. The sharp-toothed teen said with stretched arms. Naruto looked on blankly. He had already been to this training ground before and it was nothing to be really proud of. His old training ground at the Uchiha compound was better than this. On the other hand, Bunten had stars in her eyes and was jotting down notes. Bunten gazed upon Amayuri like she was a god coming down to earth. She felt so unworthy right now. So what are we going to train in first, sensei? Naruto asked, getting them back on track. Bunten stopped her fangirl moment and stood next to Naruto, ready to hear instructions from their sensei. Mayuri looked down at her two students with a grin. Who would have thought she would be a teacher to two students? Not her, that's for sure. Alright, let's get our blood flowing with just a little physical activity. Mayuri told the two kids. How are we going to do that? Bunten asked, but already had an idea from past experience, and she did not like it one bit. Mayuri's grin grew wide as she pulled out the kiba blades, which sparked with electricity. The two swords with sharp blades poked out on different sides of the blade. They looked more like fangs from a beast than blades. We spar. Mayuri answered. Take out your swords and try to hit me, make sure you actually try or this won't end well for you. Her sword jumped with electricity as if giving out a warning. Naruto turned his emotionless face towards Bunten, who pulled out her two swords from her back. Does she always warm up like this? Bunten turned a nervous grin towards Naruto. Yay, I normally suffer by myself, but at least your ass will get a good beating, so it is worth it. Bunten laughed before a kick sent her flying back. Pay attention. Mayuri yelled. Never take your eyes off the enemy. Naruto quickly unsheathed the two swords on his waist horizontally. He placed his blades up and blocked a grinning Mayuri, but was also sent back rolling on the ground. So she is also strong and a master of Kenjutsu and lightning affinity. Not to mention a member of the Seven Swordsmen. No doubt she is stronger than the both of us combined. Naruto got up, followed by Bunten. I have much to learn. Strong as ever, sensei. Bunten said. Let's go. Naruto dashed in to engage in combat with Mayuri. Bunten scowled. Don't order me around. In only a matter of minutes, Naruto and Bunten found themselves on the ground in a world of pain. He had been cut, punched, kicked, and even tossed like a rag doll. Mayuri was brutal and took every chance to land a blow on him. A smile tugged on his face as Naruto remembered he trained with his father just like this. It left him in a world of pain by the end of the day, but it was all worth it. Ugh, I can't feel my arms. Bunten rolled over while moaning in pain. Naruto wobbled to his feet and used his swords to stand. Are you going to lay down all day? Naruto shot an insult to Bunten, who only glared at his remark. Shut the hell up. Bunten rose and stood on shaky legs. Well, now that our blood is pumping, let's get to training. Mayuri declared to her students. Finally. Naruto said under his breath. What training are we going to do today, sensei? Bunten asked with eagerness. Mayuri pulled out two light bulbs and handed them to the kids. You have to turn these on using just your lightning chakra. Naruto held the object and got what he was supposed to do pretty quickly. It sounded easy enough. Sparks of purple came to life and crawled up the light bulb like a bug crawling on a wall. Mayuri watched as Naruto went first and sent his lightning into the bulb. Seeing his purple chakra up close was really a sight to see. It was quite beautiful but deadly. A light shinned in Naruto's hand and he held a smirk. Too easy. Naruto said egotistically. Mayuri looked surprised for a moment. Naruto had managed to understand what needed to be done in only seconds and even turned on the light bulb. But the light in Naruto's hand flickered a shade of purple before going completely dark. He looked confused and pondered why it turned off. You lost concentration, along with not keeping enough chakra in the bulb. Mayuri lectured both the kids. She then took it from Naruto's hand and sent her own lightning chakra into the bulb. The light shinned in Mayuri's hand as she had done it in an instant. Bo-sensei, you're a master at this. Bunten said in admiration. Mayuri looked proud and puffed her chest out, giving a view of her slightly exposed cleavage in her red kimono top shirt. Why, of course I have it mastered, I am the best lightning user in this camp. Bunten held her light bulb by the fingers and sent her yellow lightning into the bulb. It turned on, causing Bunten to smile. But the tip of the bulb started to release smoke and got extremely hot. I did it. Take that, Uchiha. Bunten shot a finger towards Naruto with a grin on her slightly pale-skinned face. Naruto only smirked and stepped back, followed by Mayuri. Stop sending chakra into it. Mayuri shouted. Bunten only tilted her head confused. Why, sensei? Isn't this what I'm supposed to do? Yay, but not. The sound of glass breaking was heard and the two looked to see Bunten holding a broken light bulb. That much. Mayuri finished her last statement before she went over and bonked Bunten on the head. Damn girl, we don't have an unlimited amount of light bulbs, so don't go busting them like that. Bunten held the lump on her head and looked down. Sorry. Geez. Mayuri pulled out the other light bulb and handed it to the girl. Try to keep a safe amount in the bulb, not too much and not too little. A balance of both. Naruto nodded at the advice. He figured that was the case once he saw Bunten explode hers by sending so much chakra into it. Naruto then concentrated on his light and sent chakra into it. It turned on, but the task wasn't done there. He took some chakra away from the bulb, causing it to dim and flicker, but Naruto quickly sent chakra into the bulb. The light turned on and shined like a ray of hope. Well done, Naruto. I didn't think you'd be able to get it down this quick. Thank you, it was somewhat challenging. Naruto answered respectfully. But you're not done yet. Amayuri grinned at Naruto. What? I have to do it. Bunten shouted, not wanting to be left behind by Naruto. She sent her chakra into the bulb and watched as it turned off but quickly faded out. Damn. Amayuri placed a hand on Bunten's head. Relax, there is no need to lose your cool over this. You will get it in time. Amayuri comforted Bunten. No need for the girl to get upset and lose hope of ever completing the exercise. Okay sensei, I'll try my best. Bunten nodded and got back to it. Now for you brat. Amayuri turned a sadistic grin towards Naruto. Her sharp teeth looked like little daggers that would tear the boy apart. You have to dodge while keeping that light on. If it breaks, you do 100 downward, upwards, and horizontal swings with both of your swords. Bring it. Naruto replied calmly and with confidence in himself. Amayuri went through hand signs and released a stream of lightning toward Naruto. It was a jutsu called Lightning Stream that rushed towards Naruto, who wasn't able to dodge in time and had to suffer being shocked. The light bulb was about to roll off his hand before he grabbed it. Looks like you're not that good at dodging. Amayuri teased. While Bunten paled on the side, she was now glad that it was taking her longer to finish this exercise. Time went by, and the clearing was filled with flashing lights, sadistic laughs, and yells of pain from Naruto and Bunten, who managed to complete the exercise. Naruto had ended up dropping the light bulb and had to do the punishment, which caused Bunten to laugh at him before she dropped her bulb and had to join him. Clang. Bunten slid back on the ground several feet as she had just blocked an attack from Naruto's sword. The two were now having a little spar. Is that the best you can do? Bunten shot a smirk towards Naruto, who only flipped his swords in his hand. Keep talking and I'm going to cut your tongue off. Naruto settled into a ready stance. His coal black eyes focused on the blue eyes of Bunten, which looked back with intensity. Before they both moved off and met in the middle with a fierce blade lock. The two broke apart and connected blades once again. Naruto slid one of his blades down the back of Bunten's and performed a stabbing motion with one of his swords. Bunten managed to parry the quick stab and send Naruto's arm flying in the other direction. She was then about to capitalize on Naruto's open right side but had to quickly block the blade in Naruto's left hand. Clang. A loud ring echoed through the clearing as their blades met once more. Naruto brought his right sword down from a diagonal angle. The blonde girl barely had time to dodge as she stepped into her next attack, which was a powerful cross slash. Naruto met the attack with no fear and calm eyes as his own two swords vibrated in power and clashed with the two swords of Bunten. Under their feet, the ground crumbled and cracked, not being able to withstand the intense sword duel. Bunten's swords were flung out of her hand and the girl fell back first with a grunt. She looked at the gray clouds with irritation. Her vision was blocked by a blade aimed at her throat. I win again. Naruto said composedly, but had the slightest hints of a sardonic look in his eyes. Having known Naruto was mocking her, Bunten scowled and got up on her own. Giving her back to Naruto. Punk bastard. Naruto only shook his head. Such a dirty mouth, where are your manners? His tone was now clearly mocking and scolding. Bunten's face reddened as she turned a heated glare on Naruto. Fuck you. The girl was hit upside the head a second later. Watch your fucking mouth. Amayuri shouted over the blonde. Naruto only sweat dropped as his question was answered. He then coughed into his hand. So what's next? Naruto asked, wanting to get back to training. Amayuri compassed herself and put a hand to her chin and thought. I was going to teach Bunten a new jutsu sometime this week, but a couple of days ago, I didn't think I'd be having a new student. She mumbled to herself, but loud enough for her two students to hear. Really sensei, is it a super destructive jutsu that will let me kill someone with one hit? Bunten asked with childish glee, as the idea of killing multiple people with a simple jutsu was enough to make her drool. Amayuri's grin did nothing to dash the girl's flames of excitement. Naruto was starting to see why this place was called Bloody Mist. These people were completely different from the easy and sometimes lazy Leaf Ninja he was used to. Naruto was not going to ignore that the Leaf was the strongest hidden village and possessed outstanding ninjas, but the Mindset compared to the Mist Ninja he had met was completely different. Where the Leaf preached about peace and wanted to solve problems by talking first. The Mist village killed and then talked, they were in a civil war for crying out loud. Naruto kind of liked it that way if he was being honest, they were a clan of elite soldiers and a peace-loving village was not for them. His father had always told him that they did not belong in the Leaf, as if they were being held back. They felt like caged birds. But now they had freedom and would fight to keep it. And Naruto would kill whoever got in his way. You bet it, girl. This is the final version of Lightning Blast and probably the best single target jutsu, well besides the one that copy guy uses. Amayuri grinned at Bunten with excitement. The thought of teaching Bunten a jutsu that would kill those loyalists was almost enough to make her cry. Naruto also felt excited about learning a new jutsu. Lightning would be his best friend while in the mist. Most mist ninjas use water and he had a strong lightning affinity. His fire could be more of a backup, while his lighting affinity would be his primary focus. Plus, it was something he could learn at any time due to his clan being known for using fire the most. Once he got a hand on it, he'd be unstoppable on the battlefield. His heart pumped while his blood flowed at the thought of intense battles to come. Naruto quickly calmed himself and paid attention. Alright you two, pay attention since I will only show it to you once. Amayuri got a couple of feet away and went through hand signs at a moderate speed so they could follow. Naruto watched intensely as his sharingan was activated and picked up every detail. Lightning style. Lightning beam jutsu. With a final shout and hand sign, Amayuri extended one of her swords and like being launched out of a cannonball, lighting raced of her blade in a straight line and pierced into several trees and forest area. The trees which were spared from being hit had to suffer the effects of chain lightning being stuck to them. Whoa. Naruto and Bunten said at the same time. The damage that jutsu caused was crazy. Sensei, that was totally badass. Bunten declared. Bunten took a couple of steps away from Naruto and went through her own hand signs for the jutsu. Lightning style. Lightning beam. The blue-eyed girl extended a sword and hoped for the same destruction but only got a few sparks. Naruto fumbled and made a sound like he laughed. While Amayuri laughed in hysteric mockery. Bunten turned red from embarrassment and turned a heated glare toward Naruto. Let's see you try it, asshole. Naruto only smirked as his three tomo spun with confidence. Try not to feel disheartened. He said calmly and proceeded to follow in the same hand signs that matched Amayuri to a point. Without a shout or yell, Naruto aimed his two swords and watched with satisfaction as a purple beam of lighting flew off his sword. Naruto had used the lightning style. Lightning beam. Bunten blinked with a stupefied face, while her sensei was no better. That's not fair. You just copied the jutsu. Bunten spluttered in anger. The good shinobi uses everything to his advantage. Naruto told his sibling student. Bunten didn't like that answer and got in his face while shouting insults and anything, hoping to make herself feel better at being shown up like this. While she did that, Amayuri pondered on what just happened. Although Naruto was able to learn the jutsu, he did not perfect it to the manner she could. Amayuri was able to use that jutsu without handsings. Since that is what it meant to truly master a jutsu. He's going to have to work on that since many enemies on the other side won't be put down by such weak piercing power. There are some real monsters on the other side. Good job, brat, and work on the jutsu harder, other brat. Amayuri told the two kids arguing, while one was arguing while the other seemed to be ignoring the other. We will train for a little bit more today and call it wraps. Yes, sensei. The two kids synchronized. Making Amayuri smile. Hours later. Naruto appeared in the Uchiha training ground with a body flicker. He let out a sigh at finally getting out of the hellish training with Amayuri. It had been torture. He has been zapped with lightning too many times to count, cut, kicked, and punched. Naruto was glad he wasn't the only one going through such pain. Bunten was put through the same amount of pain. But he didn't regret any of it. In fact, Naruto was thankful for the training. It would help him grow stronger and stronger. He'd be right back at it the next day. Naruto-sama. A cheery voice said from behind him. The dark-haired boy turned around and saw Izumi coming towards him with her long brown hair moving with a mind of its own behind her. Elder sister Izumi. Naruto said pleasantly. The young teen stopped in front of him and held a hand to her face. Don't call me elder, it makes me feel old. Her tone was bashful and she looked embarrassed. Okay, sister Izumi. Izumi smiled. Much better. She then looked at his appearance and gasped. What happened to you? Her hands got a green glow to them and she began to heal his injuries. I was training. Naruto said simply. You should be more careful, you already have 2 scars on your body. Who knows what your mother would do if you got any more. Izumi retracted her hands. Naruto grimaced at the thought of his mother being angry with him. He remembered the lashing his father received when he unlocked his sharingan that one day. Yay, I'll try to be careful. Naruto then noticed he couldn't see any of the kids and wondered where everyone was. Where is everyone? Naruto asked. Your mother and Shisui-kun took them to a lake so they could practice walking on water. Izumi answered his question. You should go before it's too late, walking on water will be key here. Izumi said seriously. I was already practicing, I can stand on water and that's it. Naruto said to the amazement of Izumi. Who would have guessed Naruto would be so ahead of everyone? I will practice another time, I need to train in something else today. Oh okay. Well I'll leave you to it. Izumi said and walked off with a final goodbye. Naruto watched the girl walk away with a searching look. She was the girlfriend of Itachi and he wondered how she felt about his actions. From what little Shisui told him, they were friends since kids and had a close bond. But Itachi might have killed her that night. Izumi was a nice and gentle girl. He had nothing but good things to say about Izumi. Naruto saved those thoughts for later and walked to a wide space where he could train. Pulling out his scythe and gunbai, Naruto got to training. Night time. Mei followed by the head generals walked through the camp and made her way to the Uchiha's camp. Mei's blue short kimono robe waved in the night winds. Behind her was Esdeath in her white general's appearance. Straight face as ever. Next to her was Harable whose face was covered by the white collar. Behind her was the tall and wild form of Kenpachi who looked ready to fight at any moment. Walking beside Kenpachi was Ao with his well-kept hunter ninja outfit. It was time for the Uchiha to depart to see if they could be trusted or not. Whether they succeed or fail, it all came down to tonight. They approached the steel grey gates which looked as if they would fall apart from a simple touch. The field was littered with tents and small fires to provide light. The place was quiet. Why is it so quiet here? They were noisy for the past 2 days. Ao asked the question. Veins pulsed behind his eye patch and hummed. They seemed to be in a meeting of some sort, a gathering. Perhaps they are already planning for the mission about to take place. Mei said. Let's not keep them waiting. They all then made their way inside the camp and to where the Uchihas were meeting. Mei saw all the Uchiha standing around a large fire while Naori stood above them all and was giving out orders. Mei witnessed Naori command the troops with efficiency not seen by many. The aura around the woman was completely different from when she had spoken with them other days ago. That was when Naori noticed them or just chose now to speak up about them. Ah, here they are now. Naori waved her long sleeves in the direction of Mei and the generals. Have you come to see us off? Yes, also some more information on the place you're going. Mei answered with a smile. We are all ears. Naori replied. First thing, the place you are going is an abandoned amusement park which has been turned into a fortress. There are other buildings, armories, and what we really need, supply rooms. Mei paused in her briefing to let her words sink in or see if any of them would falter. They possessed a good 70 or higher amount of ninja there. It'd probably best to go in undetected to make it much easier, but I won't tell you how to do things. Mei finally saw some kind of emotion cross their faces. Some grinned in anticipation of the battle ready to come. While others seemed to think over battle plans. She looked for the boy Wonder and saw Naruto next to Mira and some other boy. Naruto looked to be in deep thought along with the boy next to him. While Mira looked nervous and apprehensive. Thank you for this, it will make things much easier for us. Naori bowed gratefully towards the rebel leader. Don't thank me yet, you guys have to survive after all. Mei sent a sexy wink. Alright. Naori spoke up. The ones I said who would be going are to follow me, while the others stay here. The Uchiha got to their feet and bid farewell to the ones staying behind. 40 active Uchiha members would be leaving, while the other 10 active ninjas would stay back just in case the worst turned out. Out of those 40 ninjas, mixed in between were Jounin, Chuin, Genin, and kids strong enough to go. Naruto stood to his feet with a steely gaze, it was sharp enough to cut through solid metal. He was ready to do this. They had to come out on top. For the future of their clan. Naruto noticed Mira look nervous and afraid. He couldn't have that, not now. Naruto walked over and placed both hands on her cheeks. This gained the girl's attention in an instant. He brought their faces close together. Listen, Mira, now is not the time to be feeling scared. You are not alone in this battle, I and everyone else are here with you. I will keep you safe. Naruto finished with their foreheads touching and faces inches apart. We will get over this, because we are soldiers. Oh okay, I will do my best. Mira said with confidence coming to her after hearing Naruto's reassuring words. That's all I can ask for. Naruto said with a smile and released the girl. Yay, so cheer up. Sister Mira. Jinkusu said with a small smile of his own and patted the girl on the back. Yup, we'll come out of this, no matter what. Shusui said and a hand on her head and gave his little sister a bright smile. Let's go everyone. Naori said and dashed off to the exit of the camp, followed by the other members. In the night the gang of Uchihas moved like thieves in the night. Through the trees, they all dashed with the grace of a jaguar. Not a sound. We are here. Naori halted and put up her hand. Everyone stopped and landed on branches around the current clan head. They observed the place where they had landed. It was like they saw in the pictures and drawings. An amusement park that had all kinds of destroyed rides or buildings. On the top of the very large Ferris wheel could be seen a male Mist Ninja in the typical outfit of Mist Shinobi. He was looking around and most likely sensing for anything that made its way into his range. I spot 3 others on top of tall buildings. Sato said with his red eyes narrowed into the distance. That makes 4 lookouts. Naori said and scanned the place with her own sharingan activated. Not to mention to the horde of ninjas walking around. Naori said. On the ground were multiple ninjas either walking around or carrying boxes of the supplies they need. It would be no easy task to sneak through the area. But they had to. What's it going to be? Are we just going to rush head on and take them all out in a bloody battle? Or sneaking in? Shisui asked with a straight face. Missions like this occurred all the time in Anbu. Naori looked behind her to see all of the people she had with her. There was a good number of adults and teens, but too many child soldiers for her liking. Including her only son. Naori looked towards Naruto who had an emotionless expression. A face that had no right being on someone so young. Not to mention he was looking right back at her. He looked so much like his father. Naori turned around and got her thoughts back on track. No, although we are stronger than them 100%, rushing into this area head-on would only cause a drop in our numbers. Naori answered the question. Maybe if there were no kids, they could just rush in there and wipe them all out. But there was too much to lose. I can take a few and move around the back. While others do the same. Shisui suggested. Naori pondered that. The numerous outcomes ran through her head. But who would he take? The kids? Hell no. They would go to the place with the least amount of conflict. Okay, take 2 squads worth and sneak into their main defenses. Disable any traps while taking out the guards. Naori ordered Shisui. Roger. Shisui signaled a group of Uchiha and left into the trees, but not without sending a smile to his nervous sister. Naori pulled out a map May had given her. It had key points and weak spots located. There was a hostage bay which was circled in red and had the words heavily guarded in bold. But why? This was just a control point. Nothing but guards and limited supplies. On the map was a different section of the park altogether. It was covered with thick trees and only possessed one building, a giant cave that stood off the ground several meters. It was a roller coaster called Ocean Runner that was inside the rock and out. There was a green circle around it that read safe and a small note next to it. The place was only a place to store destroyed weapons. It was also on the perimeter and next to the control room. Which is where she and her group would be going. Sato, take a group of 12 jounin and head to the medic bay. Naori ordered the man who nodded and grab a group and left. 4 others go and take out the watchers. Alright. 4 Chunin Uchihas stood before jumping off to handle their task. 4 will come with me to the control room. Naori got up and placed a hand on her 2-blade sheaths. Naruto. The mentioned boy straightened his back at his mother's stern voice. Yes. Take the kids towards Ocean Runners over there. Take out any guards along your way there. Once you have made it, take any of the noteworthy equipment. Naori told her beloved son. She was worried. Lightning struck and thunder sounded. Like a dam being broken, rain pelted them from the sky up above. It will be done. Naruto rose to his feet and looked at the kids behind him. It was kids no older than 8. But they were not simply kids. They were soldiers who had faced many difficulties getting here. This would not stop them. Nothing would. Let's move. Naruto clutched at his 2 swords before heading off, leaping from tree to tree in the pouring rain. The rest stay here and function as our backup if things get out of hand. Naori told the remaining group of Uchiha. While her eye that was glowing in the stormy night gazed upon the fading visage of Naruto. Naruto and his group landed in the trees which surrounded the cave ride. He could see piles of weapons littered all around. The place was a gold mine for scrapped weapons and parts. Not too many guards and out of the way. What do we do now? Mira asked, gripping onto her weapon tightly. Take these guards out and follow through with the mission. Naruto answered simply. The 2 guards were carrying a trash bag which rattled with each step. Leading them to believe that there were small weapons in the bag. Man, can you believe how much supplies we are going to be transporting to the base in the south? It is enough to arm a whole army. The guard said loudly over the rain and thunder. That's exactly what we're doing, Dumbus, and stop yelling. Who knows who might be listening? The other guard said, taking a suspicious look around. Looks like 2 grunts. Easy prey. Naruto turned toward Mira. We ambush them on 3. Make sure to aim for the throat. Naruto said with his sharingan activated. Lightning flashed and illuminated his visage, giving him the eyes of the devil. Oh okay, on 3. Mira clutched a kunai in a reversed grip like Naruto. They waited until the guards were directly under them and then. 3. The 2 Uchiha fell from the tree and jammed their kunai into their throats. The guards dropped the bags, allowing a clank to sound by, only to be blocked out by the rain slamming against the ground. Hurry, let's pull their bodies to the side before someone sees us. Naruto hurried and grabbed the body by the arms and dragged the dead man into the bushes. Once that was done, Naruto signaled for the others to come. They all dropped down silently. Let's look inside the cave. Naruto and his group made their way into the cave where all kinds of weapons littered the ground. Whoa, this place is huge. One of the kids behind them said. Stay diligent, there might be traps in here. Naruto informed. Now was not the time to drop their guard. Right. The kid said and started looking around for any kind of traps. What's this? Jinkusu asked, which gained Mira's attention. I don't know, it just looks like paper. Mira gave her own opinion. Jinkusu extended his hand onto the paper and just felt around. It was then something weird that happened. He felt his chakra leave him. It's taking my chakra. Jinkusu said as he started to panic since he couldn't remove his hand. What? Naruto turned and looked at the paper through the night. He saw black lines appear on the paper which looked familiar. It was then it hit him like a sack of bricks. It's a seal. Naruto shouted and yanked Jinkusu's hand off the paper. But it was too late. Lights flashed which revealed the words on the paper. It read fire alarm. Lights flickered on and sirens echoed in the stormy night. Jinkusu looked around in horror. What had he done? He just gave away their position. They would now have to fight waves of enemies now. Quickly. Run to the exit. Naruto shouted for everyone to run. All the kids turned and hightailed it out of there. Using the training from the past days to increase their speed. Useless. Their efforts proved to be futile as someone appeared in front of them. It revealed a man who stood tall, about the same height as Sato, though more muscular, and he held himself like a soldier as he stared back with ruthless teal eyes. His skin was a fair complexion making his long black spiky hair stand out. It ran down his back untamed. His clothes were that of a mist hunter nin outfit. He only had the right side on while the left simply fell off his body. The kimono top was tied by 2 orange ropes. He wore green striped pants which were tucked into black high calf sandals. Gripped in his strong right hand was a guardless katana that looked more like a stick. The man disappeared from his position faster than anyone could see. Plop. The sound of something hitting the ground was heard. He had cut off the head of an 8-year-old kid who was closest to the entrance. Under the lifeless head, a pool of blood began to form and blood shot out like a fountain from the headless corpse that dropped to the ground like a puppet that just got its strings cut. Jinkusu stood with his legs shaking and eyes trembling in fear. It was not just fear he was feeling though, guilt, sadness, and most of all, regret. How could he ever live on now? He would have to live with the weight of everyone's death. That was if they lived through this. Jinkusu felt regret at what he had just done. They were all going to die and it was his fault. Not to mention one of his clanmates was horrifically killed in front of him. The headless corpse still lay on the ground releasing a steady red liquid. The small cave began to be covered by a killing intent. This intense murderous aura was not coming from the mist ninja who continued to bring his sword down on the Uchiha kids. Jinkusu turned his frightful eyes to see Naruto simmering in rage. Although his face was calm, a storm of madness raged on in Naruto's mangyeko sharingan. Naruto was angry, that much was clear. Watching his family be injured in front of him was unacceptable. In Naruto's right hand, he held the shiny scythe that had already been stained with blood in its short term of use. While in the boy's right hand was the big gunbai ready to do battle. Naruto dashed forward with a fury that shined like a polished gem in his eyes. He brought the scythe down to cut the man clean in half. That was when the man turned around last second and held Naruto back with his own blade. The man's ruthless teal eyes stared back into the angry eyes of Naruto. But the man noticed something about Naruto. It wasn't the fact a 6-year-old kid was wielding a weapon much bigger than him. Not to mention, Naruto was surprisingly strong for his age and size. And Naruto's face, it looked so familiar. Not to mention the strange eyes which reminded him of someone from the past. But that man was dead, right? It was at that time, Naruto was replaced by the image of his father. For the first time, Naruto witnessed the man's eyes show emotion. They went from sadness to a quick seething rage that could match his own rage. You. The man said in a blank tone but possessed an underlying rage. Have that man's eyes. With his last statement, he quickly punched Naruto with enough force to send him crashing into the stone wall. Naruto coughed out blood as he was not prepared for that mighty blow. He stood to his feet and spit out the last drop of blood. Readying his weapons as this man had to pay. Naruto rushed back in as he clashed weapons with a man who seemed pissed off. Sparks illuminated the cave which was flashing red. The sounds of their blades clashing was almost deafening. Combined with the killing intent rolling off the 2 warriors made their battle almost unapproachable for the faint of heart. Clang. Following the loud clang was the cry of pain escaping Naruto's mouth as he received a kick to the gut. You look like him, along with your chakra feeling similar. What are you talking about? Naruto rose to his feet and stood on his gunbai. The man aimed his sword directly at Naruto. Are you, the son of Uchiha? Normally Naruto would be surprised at the random question. But at this moment Naruto felt proud. Proud of being the son of such a great man. His face portrayed how he felt as a confident smirk rested on Naruto's face. You better believe it. Naruto focused again and calmed himself. If he fought with rage he'd make mistakes and not be at his best. Naruto stayed calm like his father had always instructed. Across from Naruto, the black-haired man narrowed his eyes and his killing intent soared. Naruto faltered and took an unconscious step back from the killing intent which connected with him in full force. The force was enough to cause the other kids to recoil, and some were even knocked out. "I am going to kill you, your death will lay my sister's soul to rest," the man said and lunged toward Naruto with the aim to stab him right through the heart. So he could stare Naruto down as he ended his life. Naruto witnessed the man approaching as his eyes were able to predict the path. He evaded to the side as Naruto dodged the approaching death blow by the skin of his teeth. Naruto brought the white gunbai up and quickly blocked a blow from the man who brought his blade down with crushing force. It felt like an elephant had just dropped down on him. But now Naruto understood why this man looked at him with such anger. His now deceased father had killed his sister. It was an understandable feeling as Naruto wanted Itachi dead for betraying the clan. Rage was something the two ninjas shared at the moment. Both fighting for revenge. Naruto became intangible as the man fell forward. But with a quick pivot, the man turned around with his blade poised to take Naruto's head off. But once again, he found himself not connecting with the Uchiha. Using a quick step, Naruto dashed forward as he sliced the man's shoulder open. Blood quickly began to roll down the injured arm as the mist shinobi looked surprised. Naruto had used the man's surprise and off balance to his advantage and capitalized on it, just like Madara had instructed to do in battle. Capitalize on your enemy's weaknesses, that was one of the key skills to victory, and Naruto had no problem taking advantage of those weaknesses. The man scowled at being injured by the spawn of Naka. "Don't get confident, your death is all but certain." It was then the man let an evil smirk tug on his lips. "Since your dad won't be here to save you," he said in a mocking manner. Naruto so badly wanted to lash out with his anger, but used all his might to recall the anger which wanted to burst. But Naruto knew this man was only trying to taunt him. His father had made sure to lecture Naruto on not rising to taunts. Madara said the same thing in his notes. But Naruto was quick-witted and let his own evil smirk cross his face. "Just like no sister will come to save you." Naruto responded in the same mocking manner as his enemy. The man's smirk vanished in an instant as he scowled before schooling his features. "You are also quick-witted just like him, you are too much like Naka. Another monster like him does not need to be born." Naruto released a cold HMPH as he got ready for battle once again. There was a big chance he could die along with everyone else, but that could not happen. The man appeared behind Naruto and kicked him across the cave. Naruto crashed into a thick set of train tracks and he left a body-sized dent in the metal. Naruto quickly rolled out the way of a blade which had destroyed the tracks completely. He stood up and blocked another blow from the man above, but found it increasingly difficult. The green-clothed man pushed their blades apart as he punched Naruto in the face and delivered a vertical slash that cut through Naruto's clothes and then his skin. Without giving Naruto time to rest, he pressed on the attack as Naruto was injured and basically easy picking. Maneuvering around Naruto's swings, he grabbed him by the throat and picked him up with one hand. "Your death is here," he said, looking Naruto directly in the eyes. Naruto said nothing as he phased through the man's hand and then the ground. At the area Naruto was just standing, multiple fireballs connected with the area. The man jumped away in the air to evade them, but saw Naruto in the air waiting for him. With a great heave, Naruto brought his scythe down with the force of a falling mountain. The man blocked the attack but was still sent to the ground. Naruto landed in front of the kids who had just helped him. Mira and Jinkusu stood beside him ready for battle, just like everyone else. "Did we get him?" Mira asked with trepidation. "No, he's too strong to go down so easy," Naruto answered without taking his eyes off the place of impact. "Can we beat him?" Jinkusu asked with a hint of hope. "No," Naruto replied grimly. He did not want to bring their hopes down, but the truth was, this man was stronger than all of them. With his last statement, the smoke cleared and out walked the killer. "Nice trick, too bad it won't work." He disappeared from his position and came back into view above Naruto. His feet slammed into the boy and buried him in the ground. He sent 2 quick punches to Naruto's face before anyone could react to his presence. Mira was the first to react as she tried to cut the man's side open but was sent into the rails of the roller coaster by a punch. Jinkusu followed as he also tried to slice the man but was delivered the same fate. The man rose and kicked the bloody Naruto in the gut once more. He smirked at the damage being done to this boy. It was then his eyes caught the hateful glares of the other Uchiha kids. "Gonna protect your friend or what?" He jested with another stomp to Naruto's chest. The Uchihas raged and rushed forward. The man moved and began to cut through them like a knife does wet paper. They were being utterly destroyed as the man was pulling no punches or slashes. When he finished, the kids rested on the floor half dead. He walked back over to Naruto who had stood on his feet once more. "Bastard." Naruto wheezed out. The man saw Naruto turn to look at the girl embedded into the side railings. Flashing in front of Mira, the man picked the girl up. "Is this someone close to you?" Put her down. Naruto yelled and moved forward, only to be batted away. Mira struggled in the grip as she tried to escape. It was for naught as the man squeezed tighter. Gee, get away, Naruto-kun. Mira got out as she pleaded for Naruto to leave. Naruto narrowed his eyes in rage. There was no way he was going to leave Mira behind. Naruto-kun. How affectionate. The man quipped as he aimed to the sword in his hand toward Mira's chest. Let me show you what your father did to me all those years ago. The man began to move the sword further and Naruto rushed forward with all his speed. That was when a blur appeared and quickly disappeared with Mira. Naruto let out a sigh as he kept his eyes focused on the confused Miss Ninja. That is when Naruto heard the voice of someone close to him. Don't worry, I got things from here. Shisui proclaimed as he set Mira down. The boy patted her on the head and gave a reassuring smile. Shisui then looked toward the person who had injured so many people from his clan. Shisui narrowed his eyes as he wondered what this person was doing here. May had said this was a low-ranking base with nothing but supplies. So it was. Arlen Grail, why are you here? Shisui the teleporter, what a surprise. Arlen rolled his neck and looked toward the older Uchiha. What are you doing here? The Uchiha are supposed to be in the Leaf Village. Don't worry about it. Shisui waved his hand and pulled out a tento while getting on guard. Shisui knew of Arlen since he was a high-rank ninja in the bingo book. Known for his massacre of a Leaf platoon after witnessing the death of his sister. But was allowed to live after Naka spared him on a whim. Without wasting any more time, the two vanished from view and the only thing which could be seen were the sparks coming from their weapons. Crescent blades of flame shot from Shisui's tento and Arlen barely managed to dodge them. Shisui slipped through the guard of Arlen and cut the man open before sending him rocketing to the ground with a heavy punch. Damn Uchiha. Arlen rose on shaky legs. There was no hope of him beating Shisui. The boy was young, but already an S-rank ninja. It was then his eyes spotted someone from the cave entrance. The woman had long flowing purple hair and soft beautiful features. And one eye. Arlen's eyes blazed with anger before he shot off and completely ignored Shisui. Naori didn't even look surprised as she blocked an attack from Arlen. Long time no see, Arlen Grail. Naori spoke in a tone unlike her. Naori was emotionless as she parried attack after attack from the angry man in front of her. You dare show your face. Arlen seethed with rage as he pushed the women outside from the fierceness of his attacks. The two were outside battling in the pouring rain. The Uchiha clan had found her and was surrounded on all sides by countless Miss Ninjas and the like. Her fellow comrades landed around her ready for battle. Many of them had grins since they loved to battle and this was a battle of the like they hadn't experienced in years. All of you are going to die. Arlen basically growled out. He relaxed his features and gave the order to kill them. Your son won't last much longer. Naori glared at the person across from her. Within seconds, Naori was in front of Arlen and sent him flying through countless destroyed amusement rides. You leave my son out of this. Naori sent a chilling death glare toward the man. As her chakra radiated off her. Arlen moved with his full speed toward Naori. He brought his sword down with all his force onto Naori, who countered the attack with a greater force. Arlen found himself being blown back several feet. It said she was retired. How is she still this strong? Arlen cursed in his mind as the official ninja records announced that Naori is retired. The woman started a family and had to take care of her new son. Thinking of Naruto caused a sour taste to form in Arlen's mouth as that brat was just like his father in the war. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Naori rushed forward and attempted a horizontal slash, but the attack was blocked by Arlen. From the side, 3 kunai launched toward the Uchiha. Naori predicted the movement and easily sent the kunai flying back towards the Miss Ninja and watched as they found a spot in their head. Ripping through the skull and tissue like a knife through water. Using the opening, Arlen went for a lunge to impel Naori, but doing a quick jutsu, Naori created a shield made from earth to block the sword with a sharp clang. After this, the battle for Thriller Grand commenced as Uchihas joined the battle against the Miss Ninjas in front of them. I'll avenge my sister. Arlen said while sending a death glare that showed all the fury he felt. It was war, people die. It's something we all have to accept. Naori announced firmly before she uttered the last part much softer. Then when I kill Naruto, it will just be war. Arlen voiced as he rushed back to meet Naori, who was sending him a glare with her own red eye. Leave him alone, he has nothing to do with this. Naori's blade glowed with chakra before she swiped it down and sent out a gleaming blade of chakra out. It was in the shape of a crescent moon and whistled through the air like 10 alarms. Arlen was able to block the first one but found 2 more connecting with his sword. His legs began to tremble and his arms felt like melting jelly while sweat poured off his head in waves. Boom. Boom. A volley of the chakra blades connected with Arlen's location and a cloud of dust began to rise. Naori stared intensely as she made sure all of those attacks were connected. Butterfly volley was an attack from her sword style, meant to apply pressure and keep your enemy suppressed. Arlen appeared from the smoke of bloody mess as his clothes were now destroyed and only his pants remained. Cuts littered his body from battles of the past and even now. Strong as ever. He spat out a mouthful of blood before quickly going through hand signs Naori knew. Hidden mist jutsu. Arlen jumped into the mist like a ghost and disappeared like one. Naori turned on her feet and watched as all the other Uchiha members were engulfed in the mist as well. She gritted her teeth, living in the mist was such a pain. Just like we practiced everyone. She dropped into a stance and pulled the other sword from her back while keeping her head on a swivel. Naori sidestepped and shot one of her swords out and felt it connect. The sound of a painful moan gave her the answer as she retracted the sword. On the end of her blade was a mist ninja with her sword in his chest, right where the heart was located. Unlike other members of the clan, Naori didn't enjoy battle or killing people. That was something she and Naka didn't share. That man lived for a good battle and was even worse during the war as he thought Minato Namixi was below him. Didn't turn out too well for Naka as he was in the hospital later that day. But when Naka was clouded by darkness and believed only power mattered, he killed all his enemies, child, man or woman, it did not matter to Naka. Now was not the time to think about that as her thoughts went back to the battle taking place. Naori sensed around in the thick mist to try and get a feel for her surroundings. Good, the others were still alive and fending off attacks. The violet-haired woman tilted her head as a sharp blade of water in the form of a kunai rushed past her hair with a whoosh. Naori began to duck, evade, and leaps with graceful steps. Much like a butterfly's flight pattern. Are we going to hide all night? It's storming out here if you didn't notice. Naori poked for a reaction but got nothing as Arlen was keeping quiet. Naori widened her eyes as she felt something enter her sensor range. Lighting lit the park up and in the mist, Naori saw a water dragon rushing towards her. Naori quickly flew through hand signs and slammed her hands onto the wet ground. A wall made from the earth rose to protect her from the dragon which crashed into the wall like a horde of bulls. From behind Naori she could sense another attack coming and she saw the water dragon through the mist. Naori abandoned the wall and jumped into the air. Arlen smirked as she fell right into his trap. Without wasting any time, Arlen thrust his blade and smirked as it ripped through Naori. Thinking he had the battle won, Arlen smirked. That was when Naori puffed away in smoke and Arlen dropped to the ground with a scowl. He was being outclassed in this fight, Naori was still stronger. Fire style. Fire dragon bullet. From the ground, Naori releases a stream of fire from her mouth that ripped through the mist unbothered. On a path to engulf Arlen who remained calm despite the situation. Going through his own hand signs Arlen prepared to counter. Water style. Water shock wave. The whole section where Naori and Arlen were fighting began to flood and destroy even more of the amusement rides. They had moved a reasonable distance away from everyone else. Naori quickly jumped away as her jutsu was washed away and did not want to be crushed by the raging waves. Naori found herself dodging multiple water jutsu as now Arlen had an even bigger supply of water for his jutsu. Let's put this to rest. Naori turned around and began to channel fire chakra into her palm. A sphere of fire formed and began to glow brighter and brighter, unaffected by the rain hitting it, as if trying to douse her flame. I couldn't agree more, Arlen said from atop a building. He went through hand signs. Water style. Water dragon blast. An even bigger dragon formed from the water and towered over even 3-story tall buildings, the thing was a massive beast. Naori looked at the giant dragon jutsu impressed. It had been a long time since she was pushed this far. The ball of fire in her hand had been condensed to a finite point and shine like a mini star. It was powerful and dense, only becoming a ball of pure energy. Fire style. Shatterforce. Naori slammed her hand on the ground. The burst of heat followed by power made itself present as large pillars of flame shoot from the ground like erupting volcanoes. The whole section was reduced to ash and Arlen found himself engulfed in the pillar of flames. The ground shook for several seconds and the sky became covered with ash clouds. Naori stood on one of the crumbling buildings and smirked proudly. I still got it. Her eyes then narrowed as she could see a pile of rubble moving. Naori wasted no time and sent a fireball towards the pile. The pile was engulfed in a fiery explosion a second later. Making her way towards the pile with her sword ready, Naori used her sword to move the giant boulders out of the way. It revealed a melting piece of metal that was in the position Arlen was in. She guessed the moving around was him using the substitution jutsu to escape. Naori let out an annoyed sigh. He's definitely going to be a problem in this war. This also meant she had to be careful with Naruto. His life would already be in danger due to being a ninja, but this was different. Someone was directly after him. Naori could not lose her son. A world where Naruto did not exist was a place she did not want to be. Back in the cave, all the kids were being treated by Shisui and any others who knew the basics of medical treatment. They were getting ready to leave and continue the fight. "Are you okay, brother Jin?" Mira questioned the boy who looked downcast. His shoulders slumped and a depressed aura radiating off him. Inkusu stayed silent for several seconds and Mira stayed quiet for once. "No, it's all my fault." Jinkusu held his face in his hands. "No, it's not. Nobody knew what would happen by pressing that." Mira tried to convince Jinkusu but found it incredibly difficult. That was when the bottom of a sharp scythe was slammed on the ground in front of him. The loud clang which echoed across the cave caused everyone to look toward Naruto. "You're right, it is your fault," Naruto said harshly as he looked down towards his brother. The boy looked terrible as his face was struck with dry tear stains. The truth was if Jinkusu never touched the paper, none of this would have happened. The first step is admitting you are in the wrong, now. What's next? Naruto queried. Naruto's gaze then washed against everyone else in the cave like a wave crashing on the shoreline. "That goes for all of you. I know it's hard and things may look grim, but things will get better, I promise it." His words lit a fire under the Uchihas. They all gripped their weapons and began to wobble to their feet. The kids who once looked as if it was all over now had a blazing inferno in their eyes. Naruto then looked down towards Jinkusu who was still looking away. A pale hand then blocked the vision of the headless body Jinkusu had been looking at. Jinkusu followed the hand upwards to see Naruto's hand extended. "Your grief, I will shoulder it all. Because I said I was going to walk in front of you and take all your pain." Jinkusu found it hard to look Naruto in the eyes, but he felt locked in place by his stubborn gaze alone. He remembered the conversation he had with Naruto at the pier a couple of days ago. Naruto had vowed to carry all his pain and the clan's. But the least he could do was carry his own burdens. Jinkusu tightly gripped Naruto's hand and pulled himself up. "Yeah, I'm sorry. You can apologize to me by slaying our enemies." Naruto then turned and got ready once again for battle. Shisui watched Naruto with a smile. But the smile faltered into a grimace. "He's putting on a front, being true to the situation and not to yourself. A leader must always show up even when they don't want to." Shisui could see the slight shakes of Naruto's hand, along with the fluctuation of his chakra. That is what it meant to be a leader. You had to show up no matter what. Like a wall standing through everything, suffering the fierce winds that come with change and the ravishing strings of time. But yet, that wall would never fall. Even though Naruto was in constant pain and also suffering from the backlash of everything that happened, he was still standing ready to go. "Okay, let's get back out there, we can mourn later," Shisui commanded as he strapped his tanto onto his back. There was a battle to win. Exiting the cave they all witnessed the sounds of battles and shouts from shinobi releasing their jutsu. The ground which was wet and possessed multiple puddles was now completely red. Damaged clothing and dead bodies rested all over the place. Thankful, none were Uchiha and all enemies, so Naruto didn't care. Now was no time to show remorse to enemies. This did not mean that the Uchiha were untouched since many were injured. It was then the massive sight of flames erupted from the ground. The pillars of flames threatened to destroy the whole park if this kept up. They all braced for the shockwaves which knocked some of them off their feet. Naruto slammed his gunbai into the ground and shielded Mira who was clinging to him, and those behind Naruto also got some cover from the shockwaves but not much. He was sending chakra into his feet so as to not be blown off his feet. It seems some of the other kids were able to quickly do the same things and remain standing if only barely. Shisui blew hair from his face. That was something. A laugh escaped his lips. "Mom is this strong?" Naruto internally gaped at the strength of his mother. "Is everyone okay?" Naruto asked as he looked over those who had to climb back to their feet. "And no, I hit my head." Jinkusu massaged a point of impact as he felt an aching pain. "So you're fine, let's get moving as I am sure many ninjas will try to converge on my mom." A cold light flickered in Naruto's eyes as the thought of enemy ninjas trying to take away his mother caused his blood to boil, while his three Tomo spun in excitement as if in agreement with his thought process. They all began to move to the location of the destruction with their heads on a swivel while the rain still stormed on. As they got closer, the buildings began to appear burned and crumbling from just the slightest movement. The water evaporated and more rain dropped but only turned into a steaming mist. Naruto witnessed the destroyed area with amazement and growing respect for his mother's strength. His thoughts were halted however as water jutsu and other ninja tools rained down upon them. Naruto swung his gunbai and a fierce wind shot out like a launched cannonball. The ninja tools were blasted away as if they weighed nothing. While Shisui crafted a green ethereal arm that swatted away all the jutsu as if he was smacking a housefly. It was then a thick mist took place over all their eyes like a canvas blocking their view. Naruto frowned at the annoying mist, it was something he was still getting used to. Without wasting much time, he extended his sensory bubble and managed to dodge a kunai aimed for his head. "Everyone. Expand your chakra and shape it into a bubble around you." Shisui yelled into the mist, but even his voice sounded distant like he was shouting from another room. Naruto focused intensely as he moved through the fog. He felt around with his chakra but was picking nothing up. Strange. Did he get separated from his clan? If so, he had to get back soon as possible, since nothing good ever came from being alone in a cold cloud of mist. Naruto sent chakra to his feet and leaped out of the mist in one jump. Once the mist clouded away, Naruto found himself on the lower part of a roller coaster that went high and low, with many flips along with twists. The thing was defiantly a gut-wrencher. Naruto looked to see he had moved in the opposite direction of where his mother was. We fell into the trap, the jutsu and ninja tools were a distraction. Are you lost, Uchiha? Naruto turned his crimson eyes to the sound of the voice. The voice came from a boy who was around the same height as Naruto, but only a few centimeters taller. The boy possessed a fair complexion with short messy grayish blonde hair that falls over the right side of his face in the form of spikes. Cold pupilless pink eyes that could match Naruto in how uncaring they seemed. The marking the same color as his eyes rested under his eyelids with 2 points on each side. Naruto observed the gear which he wore. In his hand rested a guardless katana which was a blaring weakness to Naruto. The boy's pants were black and matched the ninja sandals. Covering his body was a mesh armor undershirt covered by a sickly green striped kimono top with black gloves and mist headband. Who are you? Naruto asked before dropping into a red stance with his gun by his side. The boy's hard stare did not leave Naruto's eyes. Either he was naive or confident. Looking an Uchiha in the eyes directly was an easy way to die. The boy then spoke in an emotionless tone. My name is Kagura Karatachi. If Naruto was surprised, he didn't show it. Karatachi. That was the last name of the fourth Mizukage. That also meant this was the son of Yagura. This also meant he was strong, and a strong opponent meant a bloody battle. But a question rang in Naruto's mind. Why was the son of the cage in this low-level base? What were they hiding here? Was keeping this a low-level base a way to conceal what was truly being kept here? Questions for a later time, now he had to kill this person and get back to the others. The kid soldiers stared each other down unflinching to the rain poking at their skin. Lighting raced in the dark clouds above lighting up everything below in a blue glow. The winds howled ferociously due to being so high up. On an unspoken signal, the two rushed forward and clashed their weapons together. The two bounced off each other and separated, within a breath they were back at it. Using both the scythe and gunbai in combat at the same time was at first challenging, but as he went through battles and multiple sparring sessions, Naruto became better and better. His growth was frightening and abnormal. His current adversary Kagura was proving worthy as their movements matched each other step for step, as if they were dance partners in a dance of death on the stage which was war. Dancing over the fallen comrades and enemies with little regard. All that mattered was this fight and coming out on top. Kagura's blade whisked through the air like a soaring arrow. The deluxe katana connected with the heavy body of Naruto's gunbai. The white shield was quickly moved out the way and the sharp edge of Naruto's scythe swung across his vision. Kagura managed to lean back just in time and only got his hair blown in his face. A small cut on his nose opened and blood slowly ran down from his nose to the bottom of his chin. It hung on his chin before slowly dropping to the ground with a soft plop on the water puddle. Kagura reached up and wiped the blood from his chin. You managed to take first blood, impressive. Kagura complimented Naruto in his cold tone of speaking. But due to his voice lacking any emotion that went with complimenting someone vacant, the compliment was more insulting. I'll be taking your life next. Naruto responded just as coldly. Kagura let a dark smirk cross his lips as his pink eyes focused on Naruto's weapons. Though they were bigger than him, Naruto used them as well as he could. I'll take his weapons away from him, this will leave him defenseless and at my mercy. With his plan ready, Kagura went through hand signs. Chains made from water shot out towards the gunbai in Naruto's left hand. This was one of the purposes of the water chain jutsu. The chains made from water wrapped around the gunbai and with a hard yank, Kagura pulled the gunbai. He was expecting the weapon to be launched from Naruto's hand, but he underestimated the strength of the Uchiha. It didn't matter, Kagura moved in with a lunge meant to stab Naruto in the chest. Kagura managed to cause Naruto to lose his footing and be an easy target. The tip of Kagura's blade became cloaked in potent chakra and cut through the air with ease. Naruto witnessed Kagura rushing towards him with his blade. He was off balance, yes, but defenseless. No. His eyes caught sight of Kagura's eyes, and he placed the boy in a genjutsu which caused him to shoot right past him and stab into one of the metal poles holding up the roller coaster. Naruto quickly turned around with every intention of taking advantage of this. He brought his scythe down along the boy's back and dug into his skin with a clean cut. This also served as waking the boy from the genjutsu he was in. Kagura widened his eyes in pain at the feeling of having his back sliced by cold metal. The pain was immense and almost enough to make him black out. He turned and did a slash towards Naruto that only clipped the edge of his clothes. Kagura grits his teeth at the pain and stands to his feet. He had to kill Naruto, that was his mission. If he returned home in a worse state than his enemy, his father would not be pleased and training would be even harsher than normal. Thought I was defenseless. How absurd. Naruto mocked. He had led the poor fool into a trap. His attack was meant to cut, but Kagura's armor wrapped around him reduced some of the damage from the attack. Kagura wanted to lash out, but rising to the taunts of your enemy was bound to end in your death. It was a ninja rule to never let your enemy see your emotions. His father beat that into him for sure. But this fight had gone on long enough, it was time to see an end to this. Kagura rose to his feet shakily. In order for this move to work, he had to get rid of Naruto's gunbai. Water release. Water bullets. Kagura spit out big globs of water towards Naruto, who only moved the gunbai up and swatted them away. Water chains then shot from Kagura's arm and quickly moved before Naruto could see them. The chains wrapped around Naruto's gunbai tightly. With a mighty yank, Kagura pulled the gunbai from Naruto's hand and watched as it fell off the ride. Now. Kagura mentally shouted and quickly dropped into stance. 7 Sword Demons. First act. Kagura yelled as chakra channeled along his blade and the railing under them began to creak. Act. Sword. I don't know what this is, but it can't be good by how much chakra is going into his blade. Naruto analyzed with a growing suspicion this wasn't going to end well. Naruto also got into a stance with his side and got ready for his next attack. Eternal Rest. Chakra gathered at the end of Naruto's side and he moved to attack. Naruto performed the first attack in Madara's style. Grave Marker. A hurricane of blade strikes released from Naruto's side that appeared at hard angles and would be nigh impossible to defend against. Misty Coverage. With his final shout, sharp chakra blades cut through the air like a hot knife through butter. The chakra blades were sharp and defined to perfection. The angles it released were even more absurd than that of Naruto's. It left cuts along the metal railings as it moved with an unstoppable force towards the oncoming blades of Naruto. As Naruto witnessed Kagura perform the attack, his eyes spun hypnotically. Respect was then formed for his enemy, Kagura. Naruto's eyes widened as he predicted where the attack would land. It was unavoidable. He truly felt amazed by the beauty of this act. Likewise, Kagura felt himself impressed by Naruto's attack. He now respected the Uchiha in front of him. It was a shame this attack would kill him. If things were different, maybe they could have been friends. But two powerful attacks clashing at such a high altitude, the sounding clash of metal and chakra blades traveled distances. The roller coaster they had been going up and down on began to shake before the platform they were standing on crumbled under their feet and sailed to the ground. With Naruto and Kagura falling to the ground. They landed with a crash and groaned from the pain. Naruto had seen better days. The boy's right sleeve was gone and a deep wound ran across his chest and several other parts of his body. Blood dripped from him like a broken faucet as his legs wobbled due to feeling completely numb. Naruto was still ready to fight if needed. But his body could not keep up with him. His sharingan flickered before going off and turning his eyes black. Naruto had still not managed to master stage 3 of his sharingan. This couldn't be an issue if he wanted to grow stronger. Kagura pushed a metal pipe off him as he got to his feet, ready to fight once again. His top was gone and only revealing the heavily damaged mesh armor plating underneath, and even that looked as if it was going to fall off at any moment. Blood rolled down his face and blocked out one of his eyes. The two panted heavily as they looked at each other with tired grins. Each clutching their own wounds. Their chakra was low and their bodies out of energy. The two young shinobi stood up only on willpower alone. YUG got lucky, Uchiha. Kagura panted out and gripped his blade with shaky hands. Say what you will, Karatachi. Naruto held the scythe in his hand with a somewhat firm grip. In the distance, Kagura could see blurry figures jumping in this direction. He also knew that it was time to go. After collapsing part of such a large structure, people would no doubt close in on it. To run away from his enemy. How Kagura hated this feeling. But to survive and fight another day would be better than dying a fool's death. Gaining his breath back, Kagura spoke. Well, finish this next time, don't die until I kill you first. Kagura then took to the trees and began to retreat. Naruto smirked. That was a battle he would be looking for. This was a tie and it didn't sit right with his pride. He had won no fights this night, facing defeat in every battle. With his body finally having enough, Naruto fell back expecting to fall on the hard ground. Instead, it was in the arms of his mother who rested his head on her lap. This allowed Naruto to see her worried face which was wet from blood and rain. A worried expression played apparent on her face as her lone eye roamed over his body. Naru-chan, what happened? Her voice cracked under the situation of everything. Naruto was severely injured and the surroundings were proof of his battle. Shisui looked at Naruto with worry as well. But he noticed something. The boy was smiling. He also noticed the rapid shaking of Naruto's hand, which was still holding the bloody scythe. So that's it. Shisui thought amused despite the situation. He's just got done from a battle. The messy-haired teen received a sharp glare, while also mixed with an annoyed glare from Naori, which made him recoil. "I can see that," Naori said in deadpan. "Not just any battle, he seems to have met his bloody rival," Shisui pointed out, which caused Naori to look at her son again. "I think he may be right for once." Naruto grinned, which caused a vein to pulse on Shisui's head. Before Naruto coughed blood onto his mother. "It was a draw, but I did a number on the other guy." "Don't speak, we'll get you help." Naori's eyes glistened with unshed tears as the state of her child felt more painful than any attack she suffered. "Naruto-kun." Mira appeared as she held his hand and looked ready to break down. The girl was covered in wet dirt and bloody from having to fight her way over here with the rest. Naruto turned and for once, smiled at the girl. "Glad you're okay, Mira-chan." His eyes then closed and sweet unconsciousness took hold of him. "Is he going to be okay?" Mira asked in worry. Naori looked at Naruto one more time. "It's going to take some time, but yay." It was then one of the male Uchiha spoke up. "We killed all of the mist ninjas, we are now searching the area for any survivors or anything that might come in handy." Naori nodded in response. "Great, let's all regroup at the medical bay. It will let us all heal in a more desired location." Naori stood to her feet while giving a side glance at the forest. It was the direction Kagura had leaped off to. Naori had managed to see the final clash between the two kids. And if she saw correctly, this war would prove increasingly difficult. However, the mother was filled with pride. Although the battle may have been a draw, Naruto was still able to defend against the attack and counter with his own attack. As time passed and the storm eased up, the clan had moved to the medic bay and were being healed. While they began to rest, Naori had sent those able to move out to contact the camp and let Mei know they succeed. "Lady Naori." One of the Uchiha entered the door as he bowed before the women attending to the injured. "What is it, Kelvin?" Naori asked the brown-haired man who was rather short. "While we were exploring the place, we managed to find a group of hostages." Kelvin gave the good news. "Great." The woman smiled at the good news. "Anything else?" Kelvin nodded. "We also found a bloodline holder." Everyone who wasn't paying attention turned and eyed Kelvin. This was indeed great news. This would also serve the added benefit of increasing their standings in the rebel camp. "Do you know what bloodline they hold?" "The boy is from the Yuki clan." Naori widened her eyes. "That was the same clan as Esdeath. Where is the boy?" After hearing Naori's question, Kelvin signaled for those outside to bring him in. They came in and laid the passed out boy on the table. Naori walked over to gain a look at him. He seemed to be 8 years old and tall for his age. The boy's hair was neck length and a dirty white. It was most likely from the dirt and rubble covering his sharp and hard face. Above the boy's right wide eyebrow was a scar that reached to the side of his hairline. Covering his skinny body were rags stained with blood and other things which left a bad smell in the room. "How did you guys know he was a Yuki?" Naori asked Kelvin. "On his cage read, Yuki scum." Kelvin answered as he remembered the people trapped like animals. He then looked at the other people being treated. They ranged from men, women, and children. Some of them were shinobi, while a vast majority of them were just regular people caught in the crossfire. Naori frowned in sadness. A look of pity crossed her face as she saw all the people being treated. War was never a good thing and always led to mass suffering. "Naori-sama. Naruto-sama is awake," another Uchiha said coming from the back of the place. Naori quickly moved and her maroon long skirt flowed with every step she took. Naori basically busted the door down with how fast it opened. There Naruto was sitting up in the bed. In the bed next to him was Jinkusu, while Mira sat in a chair in the middle of the two. "Naru." Naori rushed over and enveloped Naruto in a tight hug, the corner of her eyes stung with happy tears, but she blinked them away. Naruto returned the hug with a soft smile on his face. "How are you feeling? Does it still hurt? Do you need me to get you something?" "Mom." Naruto grabbed his mother's wrist and stared into her eyes calmly. "I'm fine." Naori sighed before hugging Naruto once more. "I was just worried." "I'm fine too," Jinkusu said sarcastically in his bed. They had been healing in this private room. Izumi had come to heal them to the best of her abilities. Naori giggled into her hand softly. "I am glad you are okay too, Jin-chan." Also hugging the long-haired boy. "Hey. Where's my hug?" Mira said and jumped on Naori's back, getting a surprised yelp from the woman. "Mira-chan. What are you doing?" Naori looked behind her to see the messy-haired girl holding onto her back. "I'm getting a hug, of course." Mira said like it was obvious as to what she was doing. Naruto chuckled at the action until he winced and grabbed the aching pain in his chest and abdomen. Under his black mantle, his body was wrapped in bandages that scratched at his skin. Feeling across his midsection, Naruto was sure another scar had formed from Kagura's last attack. Naruto's actions did not go unnoticed as the others looked at him with worry. He only waved them off. "It's okay, just a slight pain." At his words, Jinkusu looked down in guilt. The guilt of everything was eating him up. Everything went into shambles and it was all his fault. One of his brothers died. It was then a pillow connected with his face. Stop moping around, it won't change anything. Naruto told Jinkusu sternly. Yay, didn't we all talk about this? Mira also lectured to Jinkusu. While Naruto was sleeping it had just been the two of them talking. You're right, sorry. Jinkusu offered a weak smile in return. Well you're here mom, I've got some important news. Naruto grabbed his mother's attention as he was serious once again. What is it? Before we entered the cave, we overheard one of the ninjas talking about a supply line moving in the south. Naruto gave the important news with a straight face. This was a big deal for the rebels and would only help them. The more supplies the better, not to mention the additional ninja they had picked up tonight and their clan of course. Naori hummed while Mira climbed off her back and sat in her chair. The mother then spoke up. That will definitely be something to tell Mai-sama. She then smiled at Naruto. Good job son. Naruto only nodded at the praise. Now get some rest you two. Naori said and got up. Come on Mira-chan, your brother wants you. Good night brothers. Mira waved one last time before she exited. Next day. Mai and company landed in front of the crumbling gates. The morning sun shined upon the place. Behind her were Ao, Esdeath, Tyr, and Kenpachi, along with a good number of rebels. They had been informed by the Uchiha that they had succeeded. Without wasting much time they had set out when the moon was just starting to set. Way to keep the place clean. Kenpachi said blankly. After his statement, the big sign overhead fell to the ground in pieces. Right. Mai smiled faintly before walking into the park under the orange sky. As they advanced through the camp, they could see the fallen buildings and bloodstains on the ground. All kinds of weapons lay scattered along the ground next to broken buildings and in some cases, dead bodies which still carried the thick smell of blood lingered in the air. They could also see the burnt ground and scorched buildings. It was then that they saw the fallen pieces of the roller coaster that lay on the ground. Countless sword marks littered the metal and railings up above. Is that? Ao gasped in surprise. It looks like a sword act. Tyr remarked gravely as she ran a hand on the sound carvings in the metal. To the side, Mai jumped up on the track and looked at the sword marks. It was indeed a sword act. 7 sword demons. There is something else. Kenpachi announced from the other side. Mai leaped across the gaping hole and landed next to Kenpachi softly. It seems whoever was fighting countered with their own sword act, but I've never seen these kinds of sword traces. Kenpachi was an experienced swordsman and participated in many battles and wars. The second ninja war as a child, the third ninja war as a man, and now the Mist Civil War. Interesting. Mai hummed in thought. Whoever these two warriors are. They were very skilled. Let's go meet up with the Uchiha, they might be able to inform us. The two jumped back to the ground and got back on track to the location of Uchihas. In the back, Esdeath and Hannibal were talking to each other. I bet you it was Naruto who performed those attacks. HMPH, that weakling is probably dead. Let alone counter the sword act. We'll see. Hannibal chuckled after her words. Esdeath just didn't see it, Naruto was special. The group was at the medical bay where other Uchiha had instructed them. Mai saw Naori sitting down in a chair with her 2 swords leaning next to her. Naori gestured for them to sit at the long table across from them. Naori handed a small list of papers to Mai who took them with a nod. This is just a small report of what happened, I can answer any questions you may have. Mai nodded and handed the papers to Ao, who started to read through them with a keen eye. What happened? I thought you said it would be a stealth operation. This place is a war zone. Naori let a somber look cross her face. One of the kids triggered an alarm which alerted the whole park to intruders. And as you can see. Naori forced a smile. A big fight broke out. Sorry things didn't go your way. Mai offered an apologetic smile. This clan had really been through so much. The promised land they thought would be is only hell. The real heaven is still out of reach. Did you find the supplies here? Mai continued the questions. Yes, a lot of weapons even though most of them are damaged. We located food that was stored in the cafeteria. Naori smiled, happy to announce the good news. Is the little clan heir still alive? Mai teased. Though she was teasing, a part of Mai wanted Naruto alive. He may be young, but his potential was limitless. Amaeri had told them as much. Training Naruto was really a privilege. Those words came from the mouth of a grinning Amaeri Ringo, a member of the 7 swordsmen. So the privilege should have been Naruto's. Naori giggled softly into her hand. Yes, my son is heavily injured though. Her laugh stopped and a sad look was replaced once again. Mai really felt pity for the woman in front of her. Not only did a large part of her clan die to one of their own, but they also had to flee their own village. Now the woman's only child was in a war he might not survive. What happened? It was Hannibal who spoke up. It was a surprise to the mother. He got into a fight with Arlen Grail and some other person. Naori stated coldly. Defraud Arlen. Ao reacted with shock. Why was someone like Arlen even here is the real question. Esdeath pondered as she folded her arms under her bountiful chest. I'm just guessing, but it may have been to defend one of your clanmates. Naori pointed a finger at Esdeath who widened her eyes. This was big. If they had finally found him. She would accept the Uchiha into their forces. Esdeath had been searching for the boy since the war started 2 years ago. Once they had been attacked by Yagura himself and his large army. A huge chunk of them had been killed or scattered across the globe. She had known of this boy since she had been training him for a short time. His parents had given her a large sum of money to do so. Since after all, Esdeath was the clan head of the Yuki members. You found Sanagi. Where is he? Esdeath asked standing to her feet. He's in room 3 in the back. Naori gestured with her head to the back. Esdeath nodded, which was a silent thank you, along with a sincere look in her eyes that were normally cold as icebergs. One last question. May said. Naori gave the leader her attention. Who was fighting on that roller coaster? It was me. A solid but young voice echoed from the long cold hallway. They heard the sound of footsteps which led to Naruto Uchiha making his entrance. His spiky dark violet bangs hung above his brows, pale skin highlighted by the endless abyss of darkness that was his eyes. A fresh set of black clothes. He wore the typical Uchiha clothing, which was a black mantle with pants just as black. Around his waist was a dark obi clipped together by a white belt. You? May inquired doubtfully. It'd be in your best opinion to not underestimate me, let alone an Uchiha. Expressed with a voice tinged in nothing but pride and self-assurance. Though he was still in aching pain, Naruto still managed to walk as if he was the most powerful person. Haha. You're something else. Kenpachi laughed, but he couldn't help but respect the kid. Arable nodded to herself and seemed to be pleased. While Lao scowled in the back. Back in my day, brats like you. Ao was cut off from talking when May started to smile sweetly at him. Shut up or I'll kill you. Yes ma'am. Ao nodded and looked down and began to shake in terror. I was fighting Kagura Karatachi. Naruto spoke unbothered as he placed himself next to his mother. That's the son of Yagura. May voiced, shock all over her face. It felt as if someone had just dumped a bucket of cold water on her face while she slept. Did you kill him? May threw out her other question in a shaky tone. Naruto scowled. No, I'll be sure to next time. No, it was a good thing you didn't. If you killed Yagura's son, he would search Water Country himself until he found us. The end result would end in a battle we are not ready for. That would make sense, but we managed to rescue a good amount of shinobi being kept here. Naori put forth her 2 cents. It would be best if went on a spree to rescue a bunch of trapped prisoners and hostages. It would also be in our best interest to take over more of these supply points. Naruto spoke in a calculative tone as his mind raced through potential ideas to help the rebels out. May looked at Naruto with hidden amazement. The young Uchiha was already going through ideas to help them out in the future. He was very calculative and possessed a mind that was sharp as Nara's. May was glad to have Naruto on their side. But I do have some good news to give you. Naruto knocked May out of her thoughts as he looked her in the eyes. Oh, what's that Naruto-kun? Before everything broke out, I managed to hear news about a supply line moving in the south. May became serious in a heartbeat. Are you sure? Positive. May placed a hand on her chin and thought. Everything they had learned today would help them. These Uchiha were a blessing. Her mind made up, May smiled. You guys completed the mission and it is with great joy that I welcome you to our rebellion. Jumping through trees was a group of 8 ninjas. They all wore the headband for the Hidden Mist village. The group of ninjas was all dressed in the typical mist outfit consisting of a grey vest along with striped pants and boots. They traveled in a tight formation that kept the person in the middle protected at all times since he was the most important person at the moment. This male wore a grey gown and flap jacket over a striped blue long-sleeve shirt. His pants were black and matched the color of his sandals and gloves. Orange eyes looked at the swampy lands around them from underneath platinum blonde bangs. They were in Swamp Valley, which was a rather large section of dirty swamps filled with snakes, Nile crocodiles, hippos, and other creatures. Swamp Valley was filled with big trees that looked like they'd fall over at the slightest touch. Hanging from their branches were moss and dead leaves, looking for an escape from this hell. The water was dirty and possessed floating patches of grass or animals. As a mist covered the place, blocking out the sun from shining on the area. Lieutenant Ameshi. At hearing his name being called, the man with orange eyes turned to face his masked subordinate. Just a couple more hours and we will reach Shigakure Island. It was about 10:43, so the time they were making was great. Ameshi nodded in confirmation. We are making great time, though I thought those rebels would try something. Oh, how he couldn't wait to get his hands on one of the rebels. Over the past 2 years, they had been taking the country back little by little. They started to win more, their strategies were flawless, and their numbers began to jump. The only explanation could be that someone had started to help them. But who? None of the great nations wanted any part of what was going on. Everyone was still trying to get back on their feet from the last war. And at the end of the battles they would have with the rebels, it always ended in massive fires, all loyalists were dead, while the rebels barely suffered any losses. It was infuriating since basically overnight they began to demolish their forces. Ameshi felt anger just thinking about it. You would think having as many frontline battles as they did, the rebels would lose. But, it was the other way around. Yea, some of the rebels died, but compared to the losses they suffered, it was practically nothing. They would use the land to their advantage, trick them, and make it seem like they were far when in fact, they were right behind them. They had to kill the mastermind behind it all. He was Ameshi after all. A promising jounin with a nice track record. The man flew through the ranks as he became the underling to the general of Shigakure Island. Shigakure Island was where the first battle took place and also sparked the Mist Civil War. The place had the highest death count from any other battle, 2,000 ninjas dead on both sides. The place now formed as the main stronghold and like a last shield to the hidden village. The rebels had been slowly taking over control points close to it over the 2 years. They had realized it too late. The rebels had now taken over every base connected or leading to Shigakure Island. Now they could only prepare for defense and prepare for the battle to come. That is why he was going there along with these other ninjas. Not only were they protecting him, but also protecting the important materials. It was extra scales from Samahata. They planned to make a new one since Kisame had taken the other one with him. The group jumped across a rather large lake filled with Nile crocodiles. Ameshi looked at the lake as he jumped over, but paid it no mind. It was just a stupid reptile ignorant of the world around it. As the mist ninjas jumped by, the water rippled from underneath the water rose a human head and eyes. Not much could be seen since a green fishnet, moss, and water covered the person's face. But red eyes did shine from behind the fishnet. That was when other heads started to poke from the water, also possessing glowing red eyes. Time to move. A voice sharp as a blade ordered them all. Everyone then exited the water without even a splash or sound. Once they left the water, crocodiles began to float to the surface. They were dead. Ameshi jumped on a tree branch as the mist in the swamp began to get thicker and thicker until he couldn't even see his hands in front of his face. Why is the mist growing thicker all of a sudden? Ameshi looked around him as he tried to feel out for his comrades. It was useless as the mist seemed to be jamming his senses. Hey. Guys. What's happening? Ameshi called out in a last effort to reach his comrades. He landed on the surface of dirty water and pulled out a katana. Ameshi kept his head on a move and looked around frantically. Isn't it obvious? A voice rang out. It whispered in his ear with the cold breath tickling his earlobe like wagging a feather on your ear. Ameshi swung behind him in an attempt to cut whoever was playing these tricks on him. Only to slice the air. A jarring laughter echoed through the mist. This time it sounds like a woman, no. A girl, a little girl at that. The laughter mocked him and he could practically feel the smirk this person held. Ah. The sound of someone dying reaches his ears as the smell of blood made its way to his nose, but even the scent seemed off. This mist was able to even affect his sense. Truly terrifying. Ah. There it was again. They were now starting to be killed. It was the rebels. Ameshi was sure of it now. You're one of those rebels, aren't you? Ameshi went through hand signs. I'll show you why I became so feared. Water style. Humpback. A wail made from the dirty water around them. As it pierced through the mist and flopped down in front of him, destroying where he thought the person was. That was when the glint of something sparkling catches his vision through the mist. That is when Ameshi noticed too late as a hole in the shape of a star was blasted through his shoulder. He winced at the pain and gripped the wound. Come out and fight me like a man. Ameshi shouted through the mist hopelessly. This was his last resort and he hoped a person would come and engage him in combat. That is when the mist parted and he saw a figure step out. Their face was covered by a green fishnet and moss hung all off their clothing, which was a skin-tight black bodysuit. The person had the body of a grown man who stood tall with wide shoulders and a strong frame. He was dragging something. Ameshi saw a body being dragged in the person's hand. A closer look allowed him to realize it was one of the members of his squad. Ameshi felt anger as he roared and charged the person head-on. Ameshi drove the blade through the person's gut and made him stick to a tree. A bloody smirk played on his face. Not so tough now, are you? Why are you smiling? Does what you see make you smile? The man asked, unaffected by the sword in his chest. Of course it does. I've killed you, asshole. Ameshi screamed and laughed. The man chuckled humorously. Foolish. The man disappeared and it was replaced by one of his comrades. It was a Jinjutsu. A lieutenant. The man managed to get out before his mask fell off and revealed lifeless eyes. No. Ameshi said before he grunted and fought to look down and saw a blade through his chest. He managed to look back and saw red eyes looking at him without mercy. Naruto managed to place a meshi in a genjutsu when he looked down at the pond. The person was a boy possessing pale skin. Framing the boy's face was dark purple hair and bangs covering a small part of his forehead. Their features were brisk and held a baby's face. But this was no child. Those eyes held no remorse and only showed how ruthless he was. He was in a black bodysuit that still dripped with fresh blood. So much for showing me your strength. He ripped the blade upwards and cut the person vertically as blood and organs began to flow from the corpse. Naruto looked down with no emotion as his feet began to get covered in blood and pieces of flesh. Naruto kneeled down and he searched the dead body for what they came here for. "Did you find it yet?" A girl said behind him and he heard the sound of a dead body drop. "I'm looking now." "Can you hurry up, this place sucks." "Well, what did you think it was gonna be? The place is called Swamp Valley." "You shut up. You let that damn crocodile almost eat me." "No, I was waiting for your Prince Charming to show." The sound of a punch echoed and another body hit the ground. "Found it," Naruto said as he got up and placed his sword back. The boy turned around and saw Mira with crossed arms while Jinkusu looked emotionless as ever while a dead body lay next to him. The female body had a bruise on the cheek which meant Mira had hit the woman in place of Jinkusu. Jinkusu looked older as his hair grew past his shoulder just a bit while the braid on the left side of his face grew longer. He was also wearing the same outfit as him, much like the other Uchihas who landed around them. Mira had also grown, in more ways than one. She had become more adept in the lifestyle of a ninja. It was Mira who had laughed in the mist. The girl could still hold her hyperactive side to her but knew when to play around and when not to. She killed with no mercy just like the rest of them. "Naruto-sama, are we able to return now?" a male Uchiha asked. "Yes, let us return at once." Naruto's eyes changed and space twisted in front of him. Naruto tossed the scroll and watched as it was sucked in and closed in a matter of seconds. "Hey, Naruto-kun." Mira walked to him. "You know your mom said you shouldn't be using your eyes so often." Mira told him as she was worried for Naruto's health. He had unlocked this ability in one of the many battles they faced. Naruto had managed to kill someone who was about to kill Mira from behind. But from a distance, Naruto killed him by warping his body apart. As Naruto returned later that day, he trained with it and managed to unlock another part of kamui. He could now phase his body through things, store things, eject things, and use kamui from a distance. But this came with the cost of his vision and darkness growing stronger in his heart. "I'll be fine, something simple like this won't harm me." Naruto dismissed the worries of Mira and moved ahead. "Whatever you say, brother." Jinkusu waved it off. Naruto was stubborn. A threat of only going blind won't stop him. "Let's go." Naruto said and took to the trees quickly followed by the other members who disappeared in the mist. The dead bodies were quickly dragged into the waters by hungry animals who were looking for lunch. Naruto and his squad walked through the guarded entrance as the familiar side of the base entered his view. Over the 2 years, after returning from missions bloody, bruised, and broken, this place had become home. It wasn't much or ideal, but this was all they had at the moment. Many squads left while others didn't return, risking their lives for the dream of taking back the capital. The main goal was now within reach, it was only a matter of reaching for it at this point. "Look who made it back." A hand ran over his head. "Brother Shisui, seems you were also successful." Naruto spoke to the older teen who was in a navy blue high-collared shirt and black pants. He had blood on his clothes though. Also coming in was a large company of rebels who looked worse for wear. "It's all thanks to that battle plan you gave us, it was flawless." Shisui gave the purple-haired boy a strong pat on the shoulder. Naruto planned to take a smaller force to counter the larger army. They would lead them on a chase to split the enemy up and pick off the separate squads. It worked without trouble. Once the larger force was separated, they became easy picking for Shisui's squad, which was filled with mist rebels. Once they were killed off one group, it was on to the others who were scared once seeing they had been led into a trap. The battle raged on and they came out as the victor. "That's because Naru is really smart," Mira said as she slung an arm around Naruto's neck, making the mentioned boy cast her an annoyed look. "Come on, I have to report our mission was a success," Naruto said and got free before his body flickered away. Once Naruto appeared, he was in the underground quarters of the makeshift meeting room. Sitting behind a long table going through mission files were Mei and Naori. "Ah, Naruto-kun, glad you made it back safe." Mei sent him a smile from behind her papers. "Hello son," Naori said with the same smile. His mother hadn't changed a bit. Still wearing her normal top and maroon skirt with 2 swords laying above her waist sideways. Naruto rose to his feet and stood straight. "I've come to report the success of my mission." "Make it quick, you stink," Mei joked as she covered her nose. Mei's outfit stayed the same as her blue robe exposed her bigger breast. She did have on fishnet leggings though, which seemed to make her even more attractive for some reason. Unbothered by the older woman's attempt to get under his skin, Naruto went on to give his report to the two head generals. Having a large experience in leading battles beforehand while also being stronger, Mei decided it would be best if Naori began to lead the rebels. Even though Naori wasn't from water country, Mei still thought it was best to make her leader. This caused a little commotion between the camp, but it was quickly put to rest once they saw the increase in the success rate of missions. Naruto ignored Mei's taunt and continued on with the report in a tone lacking emotion. We left early to Swamp Valley and waited in the water for the team to pass. You waited in the water. Did you guys run into any of the animals? Naori asked worriedly. She really worried about the wildlife taking him out when even the ninja couldn't beat him. Naruto thought about a crocodile sneaking up on Mira, which he had to punch to death. Along with the other animals in the pound since they couldn't risk their cover being blown. No, it was okay. Mei looked at Naruto with a knowing look. I bet he ended up killing the animals to protect his little girlfriend. Mei thought with amusement. Naruto had become much colder as the war waged on. He was brushing off people left and right, only focusing on power. Mei witnessed as it saddened his mother over time. We waited for an hour underwater using the breathing underwater technique to wait for them to pass. Once they came, we set up an ambush using the hidden mist jutsu. We took out Ameshi's subordinates with ease until I set him in a jinjutsu which made him kill his last comrade. Then I killed him. Naruto finished with a dark undertone in his voice. Mei and Naori looked at the boy in front of them. He may have only been 8, but a river of blood trailed behind him. Gripping at his feet were the enemies he had walked over or crushed at the bottom of his feet. A job as always, Naruto-kun. Your strategic mind is sharper than the Nara's, and flawless battle plans are really something to be envious of. Mei gave a proud smile to Naruto. What a blessing it was to have this boy on their side. Maybe you should be leading the rebellion. Mei winked. Naruto only nodded, though the sides of his lips turned upwards just the slightest. It was still enough for the two women to see. You two are doing a wonderful job, victory is within our grasp. And it's all thanks to you. Naruto answers smoothly and wholeheartedly. Making the two powerful women smile in front of him. That silver tongue of yours is gonna get you in trouble, Naru-kun. I might fall in love with you. Mei's sultry voice chimed in Naruto's ears like a warm summer breeze along the beach. Naori stammered to the side, red-faced at what the older woman was implying. Naori knew Naruto would start to date, but now was too soon, and Mei was too old. What if Naruto started to attract the hearts of many girls? What if he dated them all? Maybe after all of this, she'd figure out a way to help Naruto. What if Naruto got a girl pregnant? She was too young to be a grandma. No thank you, you're too old. Naruto turned Mei down calmly. He had to stay focused. Love would only distract him from the true goal in all of this. Power. The auburn-haired woman's eyebrow twitched violently. On second thought, she might kill him. Naori placed a hand over her mouth and snorted out a laugh. That is when a shock went through the room and something soft pushed against Naruto's head. Behind him stood Amayuri Ringo, grinning a savage grin. His teacher looked the same, and the only thing that changed was her outfit. She wore a striped brown robe that stopped above her knees. It was missing the right side, so only the left side was being worn correctly. Under the robe was a black top that fits like a second skin, keeping the robe together was a black hobi. Amayuri wore big baggy black pants and light blue striped ninja sandals. And get enough of your sensei, Brad. You put yourself there, so I should be asking you that. You little. The Redeed tried to grab him, but Naruto only disappeared from view. Let's not do that. Naruto said from his position on the ceiling. Anyways, I have that mission for you, Amayuri. Naori said with her voice becoming serious. Roger. Amayuri nodded as she too became serious. Grabbing the scroll that was tossed to her, Amayuri's eyes scanned over the details of the mission. Just rescuing a bunch of rebels from a prison shouldn't be too hard. I'll take a team and leave as soon as possible. Amayuri looked towards Naruto who had landed without a sound. Make sure you train with Bunton, I left her with instructions on what to do just in case I got the mission today. She ordered Naruto who nodded. And Naruto-kun, did you get the treasure? Mei asked. Space warped and they all knew what that meant. A scroll dropped into Naruto's hand as he shook it. Yes, but I have a request. Which is? Naori asked. I wish to use them to make myself a new weapon since my scythe was broken in my last fight with Kagura. Naruto politely asked. He had encountered Kagura many times and even Arlin on a rare occasion. He had to be saved when Arlin would make moves to kill him. It was embarrassing. To be taken from the battlefield because someone was stronger than him. It hurt his Uchiha pride. It won't happen again though. Next time Arlin comes for him, he'll die. Naruto knew all his moves now. He had the advantage in chakra affinity, he was smarter, and he would not lose again. Especially after the new sword act he recently learned from Amayuri. The three women looked at Naruto in surprise. They knew Naruto was learning how to forge from the blacksmith, but was he that good in only 2 years? Plus, if Naruto used the scales of Samahata, that would kind of be a new weapon for the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist. Mei and Naori looked at each other. Naori looked at Naruto hard. He was confident and serious about this. That boy was so stubborn. Mei however thought more on the matter. This was something only for people of the mist. But since the Uchihas were going through all this trouble to help them, the least she could do is give them something like this. The Uchiha were joining up with them anyway, so it didn't matter. Fine. But it better be perfect. Mei smiled. It will be better than that. Naruto replied and gave a grateful smile. But I will also be moving out for a mission. Now that you've killed the lieutenant, we can go after the head honcho of Shigakure Island. Mei said in her leader's voice. When do you plan to leave? Naori questioned just as seriously. Tomorrow, I'll gather a large squad since this won't be easy. Mei answered grimly. Everyone might not make it back on this mission, she might not even make it back. Do you know who will be coming with you? Amaeri asked. Sort of, I will definitely be taking Kenpachi. I'd like to take Esdeath and Harable, but they are out on missions right now. Mei put a hand to her chin and thought about her options. I'll be going now. Naruto said and turned to leave. Go take a bath. You stink. Mei yelled to the boy's retreating figure. Naruto found himself walking toward training ground R. He had taken a bath which was just getting in the lake and wiping soap along his body. Now he was wearing his wide undershirt which fit like a second skin. His young bare arms were defined and quite muscular for his age. For bottoms, he wore what was typical of him. Black pants tucked into ninja sandals with white stirrups on them. Walking into the clearing, he could see Bunten practicing her chakra control. She was sitting upside down in one of the trees while 3 leaves stuck to her forehead. Naruto wasn't going to lie, he was actually impressed. Bunten had a lot of chakra, nowhere close to his own, but still a large amount. For her to be doing this good was amazing. He could almost congratulate her. Almost. The girl would have to do something even better if she wanted that from him. Walking to the tree, Naruto looked up. Bunbun, I know you sense me. Naruto could see the girl's eye twitch, it was rather amusing messing with her. The leaves began to move and shake and Bunten was losing concentration. Amaeri-sensei told us to train by ourselves since she is heading out on a mission. I know, she left me instructions. Which say, Bunbun. Don't call me that. Bunten said calmly. She was trying to stay calm as her sensei had instructed. Amaeri-sensei said we should practice the 3rd act of her sword act. Naruto sighed. I already have the 3rd act perfected. Bunten smirked, but her eyes were still closed. She knew you'd say something like that. She said to practice it again and again until you carve a trench in the ground. Okay, but before that, I am going to the workshop. I managed to get my hands on some good materials and will begin crafting a new weapon for myself. Naruto told Bunten with hidden glee. This would be one of his greatest creations yet. Why are you telling me that? Not like I care. Bunten responded hotly. Naruto rolled his eyes. This girl really got on his nerves sometimes. I was going to make you something, but I guess you don't want it. Naruto began to walk away. Hold on purple. Bunten's eyes cracked open, allowing Naruto to see the dark turquoise of her eyes. Is it gonna be made from the same thing you made mirrors out of? Bunten had seen the tanto Naruto made for Mira and it was magnificent, to say the least. Not the dagger Mira always said she wanted, but a good weapon to start out with. Especially since it was the first weapon Naruto made. Naruto said he would work his way up and then make Mira the best weapon. Fine. Naruto drew the sword from its sheath on his waist and cut the tree down with one movement. Hey. Bunten jumped out of the tree before it fell over. She appeared with an angry expression. You fucking asshole. What if I died? Naruto was unaffected by the girl's antics. I don't know what you are talking about, Bunbun. He had to duck a punch to the face and block the follow-up knee strike. Naruto dropped and kicked the girl's legs from under her. You know I'm undefeated in Taijutsu. He said coolly but cockily before turning and walking off. Bitch. Bunten muttered under her breath. She got up and patted the dirt from her clothes which were the same as Naruto, just wearing a red shirt with no stirrups. Hurry up. How you gonna ask me to come, then rush me? Despite getting to know Naruto a lot better, he still managed to push her buttons. They had become close, but neither would ever say that. The two walked through the bustling camp called Quarry. The place had shot up in numbers thanks to their efforts over the large span of missions. Mei had been running them ragged. It was no problem however since the Uchiha were the strongest force they had and to hold them back would be wasteful. Just like Naruto had predicted, the clan as a whole had grown or evolved into something greater. The mist was no longer a problem since they could not pierce the thick mist like it wasn't there. Even if the mist was infused with chakra, their sharingan eyes could pick the mist apart little by little and find who they were looking for. Well, look who it is, Ice Boy and Shy Boy. Bunten taunted the two boys walking their way with a grin. Naruto looked at the approaching boys. Chijuro was looking timid as ever and Tsunagi looking at them with those icy eyes of his. Chijuro pushed up his glasses and shifted uncomfortably under Bunten and Naruto's gaze. He was wearing a blue long-sleeve shirt with stripes and blue camo pants with black ninja sandals. Tsunagi was now wearing a white double-breasted trench coat with black lining that is fastened by 4 black buttons on either side. He had a black belt keeping up his slightly baggy white pants and white boots with furry black liners. Esdeath had made sure he was dressed to perfection. Which in her case was what she was wearing. Hello B Bunten-san and N Naruto-san. Chijuro gave a timid wave. Greetings. Tsunagi greeted stoically. Bunten grinned, showing her sharp teeth. What are you two doing hanging together? We just got done training, now we are going to get some food. Tsunagi responded calmly. I am feeling like eating some fish, or maybe sushi. Nah, chicken sounds good. But then. I thought we were getting chicken soup. Chijuro stammered out as he remembered how much Tsunagi wanted to eat some hot soup after training so hard. Tsunagi snapped his fingers toward the glasses-wearing kid. Bingo. Songai turned his crystal blue eyes towards Naruto and Bunten. Wanna join in? Maybe later, Uchiha is dragging me to the forge. Bunten jabbed Naruto in the side who only gave the girl a hard stare. Which she brushed off like it was just dust on her shoulder. Bunten had grown used to the boy's different types of annoyed glances. Are you sure that is safe? I think you should just leave it to the adults. Chijuro said, worried for his friend's safety. Or at least Bunten's safety since they were friends. But Naruto. What you say? Naruto asked coldly as the cold chill of death gripped Chijuro's heart. Behind Naruto, he could see the Grim Reaper ready to take him away to the Pure Lands. Scary. Chijuro hid behind Tsunagi as Naruto somehow did the same thing May could. Maybe they had spent too much time together. Sorry, continue on. Can you cut it out, why have you got to scare him shitless like that? Bunten elbowed Naruto again, knocking off whatever jutsu he used to scare the shit out of Chijuro. Although it was funny as hell seeing the boy almost piss himself when Naruto simply asked him a basic question. I honestly don't know what you are talking about. And why are you worried about him? Got a crush on him or something? Naruto asked with a sly smirk before walking off to his destination. Bunten's face gained a healthy shade of pink and she stammered out a response. What the fuck? No. Why would you even say that you goddamn? Ugh. Bunten ran after Naruto too embarrassed to face the two boys. What's wrong with you asshole? Bunten asked once she got to Naruto's side. What are you talking about? Naruto merely shrugged as he walked up to a stone structure. Outside on the wooden porch was a middle-aged man with a bald head and brown eyes. He was rather large though and possessed muscles comparable to the rakiage. The man brought down a hammer on a steel blade which was burning at the tip. He noticed the two kids and spoke in a loud voice. Ah, Naruto and Bunten. Come to get some work done. Naruto nodded toward the man with dark skin in front of him. Amayuri had brought him over here to show him where their weapons came from. Yes Mr. Grid. Well your station is over there in the back, just be a little hospital to the others working. The man laughed before getting back to work. I always am. Naruto walked in followed by Bunten. The two immediately felt the heat drag across their skin. The whole place was made from stone. Along the wall were tools used to make weapons and other pieces of equipment. Many other people were in the place and using the tools. Big windows framed the walls, but only a handful. The place was loud and filled with the sound of people working. Over in the back was a small furnace filled with coal, around it was sharp tools, equipment, and a giant anvil. The wall was filled with shelves that had small weapons on them and polished tools. Naruto pulled out the scroll containing the navy blue shards of Samahata. It was a good-sized amount and more than enough to make a weapon and maybe even a little something extra. He laid them on a beat-up metal workbench. This bench had been a victim of many work hours from Naruto. Whoa, is that? Bunten poked the shards laid out on the bench. They looked so familiar, but she couldn't get the word off the tip of her tongue. Scales of Samahata. Correct. Naruto answered the girl's question with a smirk. He pulled out a paper and began to draw. Wah. May-sama let you use something so valuable, Bunten asked in pure shock. This was truly something special. And for May to entrust it to Naruto was a huge sign of trust. She did, and I will make sure to pay her back tenfold for it. Naruto commented with a look of focused confidence. Once he finished drawing on the paper, he held it up and let a smile cross his face. It was a highly detailed scythe. This was what he wanted to make. The long pole was as tall as a grown man, the sharp end being finely crafted material and possessing small wave-like designs on the blade part. That actually looks pretty good. Bunten complimented with an impressed look. Thank you, I just made it up. Naruto put the paper down and put on a dirty apron and gloves. As time went by, Bunten watches as Naruto moved about his station like a veteran. He knew what he needed and where everything was. The boy was completely focused and didn't really speak up unless it was a small grunt of frustration or aggravation. For only doing this for 2 years, Naruto was actually really good. Right now he was standing in front of the furnace, sending a steady stream of flames to the burning scales which looked like black metal in the furnace. "Bunton, push up and down on those 2 poles over there." Naruto finally spoke after the long silence. It was more refreshing than hearing the sounds of metal clanking over and over. Sure." Bunton walked over to the pole that had a small piece of metal that led into the furnace. She began to push them into the ground and was surprised when she actually had to apply a decent amount of force to them. Hot steam began to come from the top as Bunton continued to pump. "Perfect." Naruto told the girl as he rotated the metal with a long pole. "How long do I have to do this?" Bunton asked as her arms began to get tired from her task. If Naruto kept doing this, it was no wonder he had those muscular arms. "Until I say stop. Asshole." A few minutes passed and Bunton began to lose feeling in her arms while sweat caked her forehead. "Alright, stop." Naruto ordered and Bunton all too happily let it go. Naruto reached in with giant tweezers and pulled out the metal from the flame which had hints of flickering purple. The black metal was now in the shape of a thick brick. "Whoa, this is surprisingly light." Naruto placed the burning orange metal on and took off his glove and grabbed a hammer. "Bunton, come here and hit this metal with me." Naruto orders the platinum blonde again. "Ugh, I better get the best damn sword after doing all this." The girl got up and grabbed a spare hammer. "Stop complaining, you've only done one thing," Naruto carelessly said before bringing the hammer down on the metal. Sending sparks off to the distance that quickly fizzled out. "Don't be shy, hit it." Bunton hit the metal just like Naruto did. "Is that good enough for you?" "No, but it will do." Naruto hit the metal with the hammer again while Bunton followed up on it. Once they had hit the metal for a good amount of time, Naruto placed the metal back in the furnace while Bunton got back on the pole to do her job. But in this part, Naruto did something different. He took the metal out and sent some of his own chakra into it while also letting small drops of his blood rest on the metal, which seemed to get absorbed. They repeated the previous action of smacking the shit out of the metal until Naruto felt it was good enough. Now Naruto had the pole of the weapon done. It was a shiny black metal that sparkled in the light. What was odd to Bunton was that Naruto was smiling. This itself was a very rare action. She always saw Naruto with that cocky smirker smiling when he got over on someone in battle. For a little bit, Bunton thought Naruto had no emotions. It made it hard to train with a dark violet-haired boy. But she quickly got used to it and crossed the distance from which Naruto would keep people away. Naruto wore a rather warm smile as he gazed at his work. The blade then began to glow as Naruto sent some chakra into it. "Amazing, it doesn't strain or show signs of wearing away under the weight of my chakra." "That's a good thing, isn't it?" Bunton asked unsure as she looked at the rather plain piece of metal in front of her. "Yes, it is a good thing. It's the main reason I allowed my chakra and blood to seep into the metal." "Oh, so it can be used to your chakra from the early stages of its young life." Bunton blurted with a smile. "So it seems you do have a brain in that big head of yours." Naruto teased the girl. It could go unnoticed by someone who didn't know Naruto. But spending so much time by Naruto, Bunton could read that blank tone of his, even now. "Hey, Amayuri-sensei says I am a smart young girl." Bunton exploded with fury at Naruto. "Amayuri-sensei also says she saw a flying squid in the ocean." Naruto responded blankly. Before he turned around and turned off the furnace and began to clean up. "What are you doing? You never finished the weapon or made mine," Bunton said. Naruto turned to look at the girl. "I'm not going to finish something like this in one day, we spent 7 hours here, it will take time to finish the weapon I want." Naruto waved towards the window. As Naruto said, the sun indeed was sinking while the moon began to rise. "But what about my sword?" Bunton placed her hands on her hips and tapped her foot. "I had a shadow clone make it while I focus on my work." Naruto casually told the girl as a clone came and placed the katana on the bench. Bunton all but shoved him out of the way as she basically drooled over the weapon. Bunton picked up the katana which had a red hilt and decorative wrap, a black pommel, and a silver square guard. Bunton turned the blade over in her hand while gazing at it even more. The point was sharp as hell and could draw blood just by touching it. It had a small edge pattern which was small wavy lines disappearing the further it went up to the tip. It was beautiful. That wasn't the only thing though, as next to the weapon was a red tie-dye scabbard. Along the bottom was the same wrapping her sword had. Because Naruto wasn't looking, he didn't see the tears slip from Bunton's eyes and drop softly on the desk. Bunton quickly wiped her eyes and sniffled before Naruto noticed her. The embarrassment would never end and her tough exterior would be ruined. "Try not to break it will you, that thing took weeks to ma." Naruto was cut off as Bunton hugged him tightly and Naruto could swear he heard Bunton sniffle or sob. "Thank you." Bunten lamented as her voice cracked just the slightest, but Naruto didn't notice since her action caught him off guard. You're welcome. Naruto patted the girl on the back as he felt uncomfortable with the current situation. If only Naruto knew how much this gift meant to Bunten. She hadn't received much in her short life. Her dad was never around, and her mom seemed to hate her. This filled her little heart with joy, even if it was from the bane of her existence, Naruto. Bunten pulled back and had the nerve to look embarrassed. Thanks for making this for me, I'll put it to good use. Don't mention it. Naruto broke away and raised an eyebrow at the normally loud and confident girl. Naruto didn't know giving her a sword meant so much to her. He knew Bunten very well and basically everything about that girl, since she was easy to read when he actually paid attention. Bunten grabbed her new weapon and clutched it to her chest before running out of the building, leaving Naruto alone to finish cleaning up. We still have to train, I hope she remembers that. Leaping into the air, a volley of chakra blades covered Naruto like a protective dome. Double Blade Second Act. Naruto shouted the second sword act of Double Blade, which was Amayuri's own sword act. Each member of the 7 swordsmen had their own special sword act. To perform this sword act, you needed to be good with 2 swords and have a strong hand grip. Stop blocking. Double Blade First Act. Bunten shouted. A whirlwind of blades connected with the dome that was keeping Naruto safe from Bunten's attack. You didn't put enough piercing power in that one, and it will cost you. Naruto quickly moved as he intended to end this spar. They had been training for a good couple of hours now, and it was getting late. Whatever, I'll defeat you with his move. Bunten retorted as she also moved. Double Blade Third Act. Bunten roared out the third sword act with great intensity. Her 2 swords held tightly in sword movements. Double Blade Third Act. Naruto weaved his 2 swords through the air like leaves falling off a tree. The 2 powerful sword acts connected with a loud boom, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. When the dust cleared, it revealed both Naruto and Bunten in finishing stances, while deep cuts lay on the ground next to the 2. Bunten fell to the ground seconds later and spit out some blood. God damn it, why can't I ever beat you? Bunten pointed an angry finger at Naruto, who patted his chest, which had slash marks and cuts along it. It's simple, really, I'm just better than you, worm. Bunten's face reddened as she began to shake with anger. There you go again. Always these stupid lines, why can't you ever just answer my questions? Naruto tilted his head up. Whatever do you mean? Bunten picked her stuff and stormed off. Good night, Bunbun. Die in a hole, you purple-haired eggplant. So angry, I don't see what for. Naruto said before leaving in a body flicker. He knew full well why she was angry. Bunten entered the run-down house of hers, which looked more like a small shelter about to fall over. I'm home. Bunten yelled as her voice echoed throughout the house. She got no response to her proclaiming her entry. Bunten walked along the creaking wood floor, still holding the sword Naruto made to her chest. Passed out on the dusty couch was her mother. She had long platinum blonde hair that was a mess. Her features looked old and degrading with long tear troughs. She was resting under a blanket and most likely naked. Exiting a room was 2 shirtless men. Man, Lena was really desperate this time, wanting sex for even more drugs. I'm not complaining. The other guy said before laughing. Bunten looked away and made herself as invisible as possible by hiding on the ceiling. The men left the house still laughing at their recent activities. Bunten dropped back on the ground and began to walk to her room silently. Hey brat. Where are you going? A stern voice made its way to her ears, making Bunten freeze in her tracks. Unlike how Amayuri called her brat with affection, this voice lacked that affection and sounded aggravated. Bunten turned around shakily to see her mother sitting up and rubbing her eyes. Why yes. Where have you been? I told you to be back home before dark. The mother of Bunten, named Lena, voiced anger. No, you didn't say that to me. Bunten responded with a shake of her head. She also put the weapon behind her. Lena growled and got up, not caring she was naked in front of her daughter. You calling me a liar? Lena asked, getting a little too close to Bunten. Then no, I. Smack. Lena slapped Bunten, leaving a handprint on her face. Did I raise a liar? Lena yelled in the face of Bunten, whose eyes began to well up with tears. And then no, why you didn't. Bunten choked out a response as the back of her throat began to burn and she tried her best to hold back tears. Lena then noticed something behind her daughter's back. It was long and red. What is this? Lena reached for the object but was surprised when Bunten jerked the object away. No. Don't touch it. Bunten yelled and turned to not let her mother see it. Lena became even angrier as she looked at her disrespectful daughter. You little brat. Hiding stuff just like you worthless father. Lena forcefully pushed her daughter against the wall and wrestled for the object Bunten was trying so hard to keep safe. No. Get away. Bunten used her greater strength to push her mother away hard, sending her mother crashing back into the couch, which broke under the force. Bunten looked on in horror at what she did. She then quickly rushed over worried her mother was hurt. Mom, I am sorry. Bunton apologized softly. That is when Lena grabbed Bunton by the hair and yanked her down hard. You little bitch. Lena held Bunton to the ground and began to hit her repeatedly. This is how you treat me after carrying your worthless ass for 9 months. Lena struck Bunton in the face one more time and busted Bunton's lip. Bunton covered up using her small arms as her mother tried to punch her sloppily. Lena then noticed the red object was left over to the side. She grabbed it and now realized it was good-looking sword. Nice, this will buy me a lot of drugs. Bunton's eyes widened at her mother getting her hands on that. No. It was a gift. Bunton reached for it, but Lena moved the sword. A gift? Who'd give your ass a gift? You don't deserve it. Lena practically spat out with disgust. At hearing the degrading words, Bunton looked down in sadness as the burning in her throat began to become more intense. It was from my friend. As if I'd believe that. Bunton began to get angry as yellow lightning began to spark from her hair. It doesn't matter if you do or not. He made it for me. Bunton then lunged for the weapon and snatched it from her mother's hands. Bunton then ran to the door and escaped with the weapon. Getting to her feet, Lena ran to the door and saw Bunton running away. Don't you ever come back here you little brat. You are disowned. You are a mistake that should have never been born. Lena yelled with all the fury she could. As Bunton retreated into the trees, she could feel hot tears rolling down her cheeks as choked sobs began to escape her throat in rapid succession. The girl missed a step and fell to the ground. She didn't fight it however and simply lay on the ground to cry. XXX. Naruto walked through the training ground for the Uchihas which had grown bigger. 2 buildings made from brick covered the field. One was a medic facility and the other was a small farm with growing plants. Surrounding the encampment was torches holding flames. Naruto made his way to where he could hear the sounds of laughter and fighting going on. From the chakra he could sense it was Jinkusu, Mira, Shisui, and someone else. Hahaha. Keep at it brother Jin. Why are you always trying to fight me? Because it's fun. Hahaha. Naruto observed as Jinkusu was back in Uchiha clothing and fighting off a crazy lunatic with his bare fists. It was a girl around their age and the same height as Jinkusu. Right now, her eyes were blazing red showing she possessed a sharingan with 1 tome in her left eye and 1 in the right eye. This was a contrast to Jinkusu who had 2 tomes in each eye of his sharingan, just like Mira did. Basically all of the Uchiha kids had sharingan since the constant battle and death of loved ones. The girl was wearing a dark blue high-collared Uchiha top with dark grey pants tucked into the sandals worn in the War and State period. Around her calves was white tape. Her hair was a wild untamed mop of navy blue hair that reached her shoulder blades. Her skin was pale like most members of the clan and although she looked rough right now, you could still see the beautiful young girl blossoming like a spring flower. Her sharp features would make her look noble, but those fierce eyes would always make them think twice. Fire style. Inferno shells. The girl brought her hand down which was covered in fire and left a trail in the air. Bullets of fire began to shoot out from the line of fire. Why is she trying so hard? I was doing some light training and she come and challenges me again. Jinkusu thought before leaping into the air as he went through hand signs. Fire style. Whirlpool flames. Flames shot from Jinkusu's mouth that circled the ground in a whirlpool of flames. He managed to use my jutsu, not bad. Naruto complimented. The girl grinned widely. This fight was really amazing and worthwhile. She also went through hand signs. Fire style. Dragon flame jutsu. A dragon's head made from the fire rose from the fire of Jinkusu's previous jutsu. Are you serious right now? Is she trying to burn down our living quarters? Jinkusu quickly evaded and rushed the girl on the ground. The fire began to cloak his hands as he used his next jutsu. The girl rushed back towards Jinkusu with mad laughter. I can use that jutsu as well. Her hands began to get covered in fire much like Jinkusu. This jutsu was called River of Fire. A jutsu made for taijutsu. They would cover their hands in fire chakra and exchange flowing punches, much like a river flows across rocks. This is where the name comes from. They meet in the middle and exchange a rapid succession of punches. They landed of course, and neither shied away from the blows they suffered. Jinkusu and the Uchiha girl drew back their punches one more time before both landing a finishing blow on the other's face. They were both blown back from the force. Jinkusu groaned before he stood up and dusted off his smoking top. Damn, Sister Hikawa got strong. He looked to see the girl laid out on the ground with a grin in place. But still can't beat me. But I can. Naruto said cracking his knuckles. Let us go around. Nah, I was finna head to bed. Good night brother. Jinkusu quickly left in a body flicker. Naruto shook his head. This guy. Naruto looked to where Hikawa was being picked up and led to the medical facility. Naruto-sama. The boy turned and saw Izumi looking down at him with crossed arms. Oh hey Sister Izumi. Naruto waved without a care in the world. Where were you? You missed our lesson in medical chakra today. Izumi yelled at the end and poked his chest. Sorry, I was at the forge in training. Still on for tomorrow though, right? Naruto apologized before he asked a question. Yes, and I better see you there. Izumi poked Naruto again and gave him an evil eye. Before walking away while gesturing, she had her eyes on him. Naruto walked around, looking for Mira and her brother. He still had some energy left for training. The speedster and his twin would help him. Ha! Too slow. Nuh-uh. I hit you. Grabbing my shirt doesn't count. Naruto saw Mira arguing with her brother. He could guess Shisui was increasing Mira's speed by trying to catch him, using raw speed, body flickering, or enhancing her speed with chakra. Mira, you know you can't play fair when trying to get him. Naruto said, standing next to Mira, who jumped on his back in excitement. Naruto-kun. So glad you came to help me. Get off me, I am not going to carry you the whole time. Mira only pouted. Fine. She then got serious and looked at Shisui with determination. We're going to get you now. Oh, little Naru thinks he can help. Shisui teased. Well, hit me with your best shot. Shisui grinned at the kids. HMPH. Naruto simply scoffed before his body blurred and 9 copies of him came into existence. Naruto and the copies then began to circle Shisui before one of them lunged at him. Shisui caught the fist and tossed Naruto back. After image clones from using the body flicker technique. Impressive. They keep his strength. All the clones began to launch at Shisui, who was finding it hard to dodge the fast and faster boy. That was when Shisui kicked it up a notch and began to flash all over the area with a body flicker jutsu, living up to his name. The 2 Uchihas began to flash all over the place in untraceable movements for normal eyes. Only someone who had trained for years could possibly see them. Whoa, so fast, Naruto-kun is even faster than me now. Mira gaped at the show of speed. Clangs began to ring out as the 2 began to use weapons now. She'd help. Mira did not want to be a burden to Naruto or anyone. Here I come brother, prepare to lose. Mira then joined using her own body flicker. In the cloudy village of Hidden Mist Village. A blue tower with the symbol of the Mist Village rested front and center. Inside the office of the Mizukage office stood a small figure. But the body of a child, he did not make for an intimidating visage, but his power more than made up for it. Yagura Karatachi stood getting ready. He had short messy gray hair, which fell over the right side of his face and spiked up on the left. He also had pupilless pink eyes and what seemed to be a stitch-like scar running from under his left eye, all the way down his cheek. Yagura wore a sleeveless shirt with a mist forehead protector on his waist. The shirt was gray and a fishnet armored undershirt peeked from underneath his collar. He wore a green poncho. He also wore a turquoise sash around his waist, paired with a matching green apron over his pants and a pair of brown boots tucked into his long pants. Alright everyone, let us move out. Kagura ordered in a commanding voice to the forces in his office. He placed a giant club on his back with uneven-sized hooks on either end. While also having a green flower on the other end. Let's go kill that bloodline leader. The forces cheered in approval. Thanks to their little spy, this would be easy picking and a great way to put an end to this little fighting spirit the rebels were gaining. Boom. The massive explosion that could be seen from miles away just went off. The shockwaves were massive as it knocked some ninjas off their feet while the ground shook from the battle raging on. Under the sun, bloodshed never stopped. Water style. Water wall. Many ninjas yelled fiercely as they walked up and shot water from their mouths, which soon turned into a wall of water reaching more than 15 meters in the sky. The oncoming attack, which was a tailed beast bomb, was halted in its tracks as it rammed into the wall. But only seconds later, the wall simply fell apart and the massive ball of chakra exploded and killed a huge chunk of Mei's army for this mission. Mei recovered and got back to her feet. What was 600 shinobi was now barely 200. Why did Yagura show up? How did he know they were coming? Rushing towards them like a pack of hungry wolves were the oncoming forces of Yagura's supporters. Mei cursed as she got back to her feet. Do not waver. They will not stop us from our goal. We will win no matter the cost. Mei yelled with a blazing and undying passion to her fellow men and women fighting alongside her. Hearing the words of their leader, a rush of determination flowed through them like a shock to their system. They would win this for their family at home, so their kids can live a carefree life, for all those who couldn't stand up and fight. They were the shield to defend their home and the sword to slay their enemies. So with an unbreakable resolve, they launched jutsu after jutsu toward the army of over 700. What a pitiful attempt of bravery. Yorisen, the general of Shiagakure Island. A man with a heavily built frame and tan skin. His hair was cleanly shaved and made him look older than he really was, being 35. His features were stern and black eyes that were scrutinizing. He wore the regular Miss Ninja attire and a headband tied around his bicep. They had intercepted the rebels right before they could make it to the main island and capture it. If the rebels took hold of that base, they would have the mainland completely surrendered and launch an attack from any angle. It didn't take a genius to know that was their plan. If they surrounded the mainland and attacked, Yagura would have no choice but to split up his forces in an effort to try and fight back against the rebels. It's all useless. The demonic voice of Yagura voiced his opinion as he was transformed into the giant turtle. The giant grey turtle's limbs retracted inside its body before it began to spin forwards at unbelievable speeds. "Mei-sama, you have to get out of here. Take some people and leave." Kenpachi urgently shoved Mei to the side. "Hey, escort Mei-sama back to camp." "Kenpachi. What are you doing?" Mei asked as the stronger man moved her aside. "Saving our leader." Kenpachi grinned at the women. "No. I can also fight with you. We need you to win this." Mei retorted. Ninjas soon began to surround Mei as they were ready to leave back to camp. "The rebels need you more. Now go." Kenpachi finally said as his chakra flared to full force, taking on a dirty yellow aura around his body. Mei was then enclosed into a cloud of mist as she was ushered away by her shinobi. All she could do was watch as Yagura trample over the ninjas she had brought here. "Come on people. Let's show these bastards what we can do." Kenpachi yelled without fear as he and the last 100 ninjas he commanded charged the oncoming army. "Arlen Pav. Arlen, let's go play." The voice called to me. I looked to see who it was. My twin sister Amina Grail. She was giving me a cheery smile as her brown eyes twinkled with childlike innocence. She wore a plain white dress and cute shoes. I just wore a plain black shirt and pants since I didn't like white, it got dirty too fast. I wanted to protect that at all costs. Amina was everything to me. She is the only family I have left. So with me having to protect her all the time, it meant that I couldn't always play with her. "Not now, I have to train." I replied with a lack of care and got back to training. Amina pouted. "Come on, we are always training. Let's have fun." She came and started pulling me away. "No. I have to get strong enough to protect you." I snapped and yanked my arm away. I immediately felt guilty about my actions once I saw Amina frown in sadness. I hated seeing her sad. Why was I always messing things up? I can't do anything right, can I? But Amina soon smiled warmly at me. "Arlen, I can protect myself. And I also have to protect you as well. Since I am older than you." A smile slightly tugged on my lips. "No, as a man, it is my duty to protect you." I said with a fist to my chest and gave my sister an unwavering gaze. She smiled. Then embraced me in a loving hug. Normally, I'd resist, but I just let my sister have a hug from me, just this once. All of a sudden, my memories shift and my sister's peaceful, smiling face was replaced with a painful, sorrowful gaze. There she was, Amina Grail being held captive in the hand of Uchiha. This bastard, I fucking hate him. "Go, Arlen-kun, why you have to escape from here?" Amina spoke through choked sobs while also trying to fight off the pain. Arlen had a tight grip around her throat. Looking at Naka, I grit my teeth as the man stared coldly at me as if I was nothing to him. Just a lowly worm. My squad was dead while I was the only one remaining. It was me versus 10 jounin. All they sent was one squadron after us. It was more, but we managed to chop the numbers down just a little. Until he and that bitch showed up. Naka and Naruto. Two strong ninjas in their own right, I had to give them that. But why? Why were they doing this? We are only kids from water country. I and my sister were only 15 going into this war. It was over, we lost this battle. Can't they see I was on my knees? I just want my sister to live. So I bowed my head. "Please. Let my sister go. I surrender, you win." I begged with all my heart as tears slipped from my eyes. As if feeling something, Naka turned his head upwards at me. "And I should care why. You're my enemy. I have no mercy for my enemies, no matter who they are." As the man spoke, I could see his grip get tighter on my sister's neck. Blood was already dripping from the cuts and bruises on her face, this just made it worse. "Please. I'm begging you, just let us go." I tried once again, but due to the burning in my throat and hot tears rolling down my cheeks, I can tell I looked pretty pathetic right now. "Naka-kun, let's just leave." The purple-haired woman next to the man spoke up for the first time and pulled on Naka's arm. "There is no need to continue this useless fighting. We've already completed our mission of stopping the backup from arriving." I could tell the woman only spoke out of pity. But at this point, I would take anything. I felt hope rise in my stomach, maybe her words would reach through to the man. And Amina and I could just leave. My hopes, however, came crashing down as Naka merely shoved the woman away and cast a deathly look her way. "No, it's still not done yet." Naka then held up his sword and aimed it at Amina's chest. "Time to end this once and for all." Amina looked towards me and gave the best smile she could. Even though her face was bloody and tears slipped from her eyes. Amina still smiled at me, as if everything would be alright. Be safe Arlen-kun, I love you, live on. Amina gave me her last words that will forever rest in the back of my mind. I got up and rushed forward, faster than I ever had in my life. I opened my mouth to call for my sister in hopes my voice would bring her to me. It did nothing as I could only watch in horror as Naka pierced my sister's heart with his katana all the way to the hilt. Like she was nothing more than a worm, Naka tossed my dear sister off his blade. I caught my sister's smiling corpse as it grew cold in my arms. Amina, get up. I shook my sister as the tears in my eyes spilled like a tsunami making contact with the miserable land. Naori gave me a pitiful look and then slightly glared at Naka with her two black eyes. That was uncalled for. Over my sobs, I could still hear Naka's reply. I could care less, we just needed to complete our mission, and that's what I did. If you cared that much about them, you could have stopped me. That was true, they could have stopped him. The leaf ninja behind Naka could have saved my sister, but they didn't. Which makes them my enemies. I let out a primal wail to the sky as my emotions and chakra poured off my body, as if I just broke a door keeping my power closed. I'll kill you all. I picked up my sword and rushed forward only to be met by a jounin who dared to block me. All it took was a quick slash, and his head was rolling. But this rage-filled power I had, no way in hell these bastards were getting away alive. Seeing an opening, I moved towards Naka with chakra swirling off my body. Naka only smirked and the next thing I knew I was implanted into the ground with Naka's hand gripped tightly on my face. You are too weak, I'll send you to your sister. Naka raised his sword and brought it down on my neck. Until Naori grabbed his arm and made him stab the ground next to me. We need to go, I can sense other ninjas coming. Naori seriously told Naka who stood over me. And? We will just kill them too. Naka tried to move his arm, but Naori had a solid grip on his arm. No, it's more than we can handle right now. We are leaving. You don't order me, woman. I watched as the two Uchihas stared each other down. Naka looked away first as he stared into the distance. Before gazing back at me. Consider yourself lucky boy, I normally kill weaklings like you. Naka placed his sword back and turned his back towards everyone. He then left in a swirl of fire. I quickly got up and rushed Naori before she could to leave, only to be frozen by just a glance of her Sharingan Jinjutsu. Just leave. Naori sadly said to me and also left. Thankful the Jinjutsu wasn't that strong, and I quickly broke free and launched myself at the other leaf ninjas lurking around. A slaughter broke out as I soon murdered all of them before going back to my now dead sister. Then Pav. Snapping his eyes back open, Arlen looked around at the destroyed training ground he was in. He only wore a black shirt and red pants with normal ninja sandals. Memories of the past only strengthened my resolve. Arlen clenched his fist and stood to his feet as he only took a quick nap. This reminded him he had to kill Naruto. He couldn't let him live. Not after what his father had done and what Naruto could possibly do. Arlen sent slashes toward the training post in front of him that was diced into pieces. He was doing the world a favor by getting rid of Naruto. The apple didn't fall from the tree and it was clear to see that Naruto was just like his father, at least in Arlen's eyes. Moving his black hair, Arlen grabbed his water leaning against the tree. Taking a sip, Arlen could see a woman sitting in the tree looking at him with an eye smile. The fuck do you want? Arlen asked rudely. Distant and an asshole, I can see you are still the same. The mature woman who had an edge to her voice said as she dropped down from the tree. The woman had clean brown hair that reached her lower back. The woman had slightly tanned skin that made her honey-colored eyes pop. Covering her modesty and well-developed body was just the regular jounin attire for the Mist Shinobi. There is a mission for us, it's to take back one of the strongholds the rebels took from us. Tsubi Kiramari said. She was a jounin rank ninja fighting on the side of Yagura. She didn't mind killing off all the bloodline users since they were always so arrogant and believed to be better than those who did not have a bloodline. When? Arlen asked. Now, so let's go. Maeri landed in the Uchiha's special zone with a frown on her face. It was time to leave for her mission, but the woman was looking for one of her students. She had visited Bunton's house only to find a drunken mother who was talking about bullshit. Maeri just had to put up with it and ask her about the little platinum blonde child. Only to be yelled at, saying Bunton was kicked out of the house and told never to return. This made Maeri furious and she slapped the shit out of the women. Bunton had looked for a good amount of time for Bunton, only to find nothing. The fight the two had must have been really bad if Bunton was acting like that. But now, Maeri was coming to wish Naruto farewell and also grab the teleporter himself. And there he was. Training with his little sister and her student. Mira is clad in Uchiha garb modified to fit her more. It was a high-collared black one-piece that stopped mid-thigh. Instead of sandals, Mira now wore knee-high boots. Around her waist was a black obi and white belt like the one Naruto wore. Speaking of the fierce young man, he was now looked into a heated bout of taijutsu with Shisui. Naruto's attire stayed the same as he was in his normal black Uchiha attire. Naruto and Shisui had their 3 Tomo Sharingan activated as they entertained the art of taijutsu. Naruto ducked a kick from Shisui and used his lower frame to quickly perform a spin kick upon the older Uchiha. This knocked Shisui off his feet and caused the man to fall on his back from the great power of Naruto's leg sweep. He's adapting to my style as the battle grows longer, not to mention it's hard to beat whatever style he was using now. Shisui's thoughts were put to a hold as he rolled away from a thin black pole, striking the ground where he just was. Naruto twirled the unfinished weapon in his hand. It was just a pole as Naruto had not yet created the sharp blade part of the scythe. Using the weapon felt natural as it resonated with his chakra. Like the weapon was just another part of him, it almost felt alive in some way. But Naruto was surely only imagining things at this point. What's that pole going to do? Shisui mocked Naruto with a playful smirk. You'll see. Naruto responded condescendingly. That is when Mira rushed past him at great speeds as her tanto was covered in flames. Uchiha style. Halo dance. Mira swiped her blade through the air as arcs of flame extended from her tanto. Reacting quickly, Shisui used the body flicker to appear and disappear while leaving afterimages in his place. Using his famous jutsu again, Shisui and clones of himself appeared and surrounded Mira. I can do that too. Mira exclaimed pridefully and a deadly glint in her eyes. 5 copies of the girl phased into existence as they quickly launched themselves toward the other 5 copies of Shisui. I'll add a little more numbers to the party. Naruto cockily voiced as he also created copies of himself from the body flicker jutsu. Let's advance on the main body, he will lose focus and cause the other ones to slow down and give us a chance to take them out. Mira nodded at Naruto's strategy and rushed in with him to defeat their elder. As Mira's tanto connected with her brothers, Naruto also came from behind and tried to clock the boy in the back of the head with his now black staff. You two are really trying hard this time, aren't you? Shisui asked while smirking proudly at the 2 Uchiha. Too bad, maybe if he was some weak ninja this would end up being his downfall. But he was no weak jounin and was currently the 2nd strongest Uchiha of the clan. With Naori being the first of course. Time to show you what real speed looks like. Shisui blurred out a vision as the small area was surrounded by various copies of Shisui. Amazing. Mira breathed out in amazement at her brother's strength. She one day hoped to be as strong as he was. Naruto only narrowed his eyes as he looked around for the real Shisui among the fakes. That is when he hailed a rain of shuriken toward the copies. The shuriken quickly caught flame as Naruto performed the Phoenix Flower Jutsu. The flaming weapons connected with the copies of Shisui were destroyed. Mira easily jumped and used her flexibility to evade attacks as her 2 Tomo Sharingan predicted the paths of the oncoming attacks. Fire style. Surging flame waves. Like waves crashing on the beach's shore, the fire rushed forward and destroyed a good amount of clones. Nice jutsu, you'll have to teach me it. Naruto complimented his best friend on a job well done. This left merely 5 clones of Shisui left. Mira smirked hotly at the comment. I'll think about it, but you're gonna have to give me a jutsu. She replied smirking towards Naruto as her scarlet eyes twinkled in delight. Consider it a trade, in fact. I'll show you one of the jutsu I've also created. Naruto stepped forward with confidence that soared high into the clouds as purple lightning began to spark from his body. I'll tone it down for you, elder brother. Naruto mocked with a deathly smirk on his face. This was one of his more powerful jutsu after all, being an A rank jutsu and all. Over to the side, Amaeri watched unimpressed. That little lad has become strong if I must say. And not just Naruto, Mira was also really powerful in her own right. Being able to think on her feet and come up with quick counter strategies in an instant. She'd seen it firsthand on the battlefield. It was the perfect match for Naruto's advanced planning and plans miles ahead of his enemy. They both were very smart in terms of battle IQ. But what is this new jutsu he speaks of? He seems to be very proud of it. Amaeri mused to herself. Before a greedy look crossed her face and she rubbed her hands together. If it's good, I'll just insert a little sensei tax and use the jutsu for myself. She cackled to herself on the sidelines. Lightning style. Imperial thunder. Naruto released a large amount of lightning-based chakra into the air that sparked and covered the area in a purple light. It then rushed down like a lightning strike from heaven at speeds faster than the body flicker could evade. Shisui widened his eyes as he witnessed the jutsu speed towards him faster than he could evade. Or at least would have for someone only on the normal level of the body flicker. He moved from his previous location as the attack crashed down with a great explosion. I actually had to put some speed into that dodge. Shisui said and wiped away the sweat from his forehead. Things were getting a little out of hand and there was no need to cause a scene. Plus, if they used large-scale jutsu like that, it might alert the loyalists to their location. Mira blinked at the spot Shisui was just in. She then turned to Naruto, who was sweating more than usual after a jutsu. That actually seemed to cost a lot of chakra. She quickly moved to Naruto's side. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? That seemed to cost a lot of chakra. Mira asked with care in her tone for her longtime friend. I'll be fine, just focus on. Naruto was stopped from talking as he felt cold steel rest on his neck. Focus on me, right? Mira quickly turned and went to punch Shisui in the face, but he tilted his head and struck out with a punch towards her stomach. Oof. Mira grunted as she was on the ground holding her stomach. You win again, brother Shisui. Naruto regretfully admitted defeat. You should be used to that by now. The teen cheekily responded and bonked Naruto on the head. Don't use such high-ranking jutsu inside the camp again, you know what might happen. Shisui then scolded the kid. We'll get you next time. Mira said, standing from the ground. Although she was injured, Shisui could see the stone-cold resolve in the girl's eyes. His sister, Mira, had grown so much. He only wished it wasn't because of this war-torn country and the pain of war causing her to grow. As the girl's older brother, Shisui felt it was his job to keep his sister safe and away from the evil of the world. He didn't want her to grow naive, but also not engrossed in the lifestyle of murder. Shisui did not want his sister to end up like his ex-best friend Itachi, who let the way of the shinobi overcome him. It was for this reason, Shisui felt he had failed his sister in some regard. It only made him go harder in the war to get it over faster, so not only Mira, but all the other kids could live happy lives. That's enough for right now, take a small break while I see what this viewer wants. Shisui let an easy smile cross his face, while the two kids got up and looked toward the grinning Ritid coming towards them. Nice job, my student, but I'm gonna need that jutsu off you. Amayuri said while grinning, showing her pearly white teeth shaped like small daggers. She wrapped an arm around Naruto's neck and pulled him closer to her chest. You know, just a little sensei tax. Naruto, being close to the woman's chest, clearly understood what his wild but gorgeous sensei was trying to do. The art of seduction was something his mother informed him about. The kunoichi of the world would always use their body to their advantage, no matter the situation. It mainly only worked on perverts, weak-willed men, or those who did not have strong minds. Naruto was not in any of these categories of being weak. His mind was strong, it had to be. In order for him to fully utilize the yin release element. Yin release focused mainly on the spiritual arts of chakra and mainly prioritized in Jinjutsu, while also being the main element and heavily used aspect of the Nara clan. Ever since discovering this element from Madara's journal, Naruto had started to practice meditation or anything to further increase the power of his mind. But his practice in yin release was still nothing. His goal was to infuse his Jinjutsu with yin release to perform the ultimate Jinjutsu. Who knows, he also might be able to control shadows like the Naras. If Hiruzen Sarutobi could do it, so could he. Sometime down the line, he'd ask his mother for help since she seemed to have all the answers. Anyways, Naruto simply closed his eyes and spoke in a composed manner. If that is the case, sensei. Naruto removed himself from Amayuri, who pouted. I will be expecting to learn a new sword act from you. Amayuri pinned Naruto with her brown eyes that sparked with electricity instantly. Oh, you think you are ready to learn Axe 5 and up? I was ready 8 months ago. Naruto replied with a mental eye roll. Why did all the women he know have to be so troublesome? Okay, when I get back from my mission, I want to test your abilities, and if I think you are ready, then we can move on. You got that? Amayuri poked Naruto in the center of his forehead, sending a jolt through his body. Thank you, sensei. Naruto cupped his fist and bowed gratefully. Amayuri gave a warm smile, which was strange for someone like her. Normally described as wild and savage. Not someone giving a smile to their student. Shisui, seeing the teenage girl's beautiful smile, his cheeks turned the slightest hints of pink. He quickly squashed that down, however, as there was no time for romance. However, it was too late. Mira saw her brother's reaction and let a foxy grin spread across her face. What's this? His brother attracted to Amayuri. The small child let a menacing chuckle escape her lips. Oh, she was gonna milk this for all it was worth. All of a sudden, Amayuri frowned. Naruto saw the frown and questioned it. What's wrong, sensei? It's the little blonde brat. I can't seem to find her. Amayuri frowned deeper at remembering what happened. She got into a fight with her mother again, but this time it was bad. What? Is she okay? The one to ask the question was Mira, who was concerned for her friend. I don't know, she is in hiding right now. We'll be sure to look for her whenever we get the chance. A toothy grin appeared on Amayuri's lips again. Thanks, Kido. She moved past Naruto while ruffling his hair. That is when the grin increased and she pointed a finger towards Shisui, who raised an eyebrow. And you pretty boy. Are coming with mama. Perplexed at the situation he found himself in, Shisui raised an eyebrow at the action and nickname he was given. What? You are going to be helping me with this mission. I need a strong, capable man to help me with my problem, and you have the tools to help me." Mayuri trailed off in a seductive voice as she pushed her developing body up against Shisui, whose face turned a shade of red from the clear attempt to seduce him. "Oh, okay," was all Shisui could manage to stutter out, as this was a new sensation to him. Working in Anbu, he never really dealt with things like this since it was mostly secretive work. "Great, let's go." Mayuri pulled Shisui along before turning. "See a lot of kids." They both disappeared in a lighting body flicker. But Shisui wasn't able to leave without meeting the deadpan face of Naruto and his cheekily grinning sister. "Brother, I can't believe what I just saw. Wait till I tell the clan about this." Naruto and Mira thought different things as they watched Shisui and Mayuri leave to rescue a bunch of imprisoned allies. Both now seeing their elder brother in a different aspect. When Mira turned her head towards Naruto, she saw him doing physical workouts. Naruto was holding a steel pole with heavy boulders tied to the end of it. The weight equals to 225 pounds. An impressive feat. Naruto was curling the bar with perfect form, showing he has experience with heavyweight. "Is that not heavy, Naruto-kun?" Mira questioned the boy who was always training. "Not really, no." Naruto responded as he dropped it on the ground. "I need something heavier. You know it might damage your body if you continue." "Not more than it is already." Naruto simply responded. As time went by, Naruto continued to train his body and also build up the physical aspect of his body. This was really important to Naruto since this was one of the reasons Hashirama could heal so well. The time for him to inject the cells of the first Hokage into him was slowly approaching. Mira also joined him in physical training since in his opinion, Mira was a little small. She needed to get her weight up. Mira tried to lift the weight but it only moved a little. She only settled for 100 pounds. Now, Naruto was attempting a jutsu, his mother. Often used for a very destructive power. He had witnessed it years ago when they went after that thriller Grand Fire style. Shatterforce. Naruto had been trying to learn the jutsu for the past 2 weeks now and he wasn't improving at a rate he would like. All Naruto could manage was fire chakra encompassing his hand like a glove. This did have the benefit of leading to Naruto creating his own jutsu. With his hand covered in fire, Naruto could send a giant hand made of flames to burn or squish his opponent. He called it fiery handprint. The after effects of his jutsu would leave a massive crater spanning from 10 meters wide and 3 meters deep. Much like his sensei, Naori claimed she must also possess the jutsu because of some mom tax. For the life of him, Naruto knew they just wanted his jutsu. "Naruto-kun, are you still trying to use Naori-sama's jutsu?" Naruto didn't respond to Mira as he focused only on his palm. "I'll try something different this time. Instead of turning my chakra into the fire while it's still inside of me, I'll focus the chakra into my palm and once it's become visible, I'll add fire nature chakra to it." With his new plan in mind, Naruto got focusing his chakra. Mira watched as Naruto attempted this jutsu. She'd take this chance to get a small break and see if the genius of the Uchiha clan could do it this time. A glittering, powerful and dense chakra began to form in Naruto's palm as it spun in erratic movements. It appeared Naruto did not have a hold on his own powerful chakra. Mira saw Naruto's impassive face twist into signs of irritation as he too knew the chakra in his hand was erratic. Better get that under control or it'll blow. Mira decided to poke at Naruto. She was sure if he wasn't focusing so much he'd send her a nasty glare. Naruto concentrated and willed his chakra to focus. The chakra began to settle down and formed a sphere in his hand. A swirling and dense ball of chakra formed in Naruto's hand. It was bright, like he was holding a star in the palm of his hand. "Whoa." Mira breathed and came closer. "What is that?" Mira was fascinated. She had never seen anything like this before. Could it be the jutsu Naori was using? 41. A victorious smile crossed Naruto's lips. There was nothing more satisfying than tackling an impossible task. But he wasn't done yet. The jutsu was still not complete. "Not yet, I still have to change the chakra to fire." "Well, I believe in you. You got this in the bag." Mira gave her support with a cheery thumbs up. "Much appreciated." Naruto simply said and got back to what he was doing. He truly did cherish the bond he held with Mira. The thought of them not being together left a nasty taste in his mouth and a small ache in his chest. But he figured the ache was just from using so much chakra. These feelings were meaningless to him. Back to the spinning chakra in Naruto's hand, he attempted to add fire chakra to the orb. The orange fire flickered alongside the edges of the flame and Naruto was able to feel the heat surfacing from it. It was happening, Naruto was doing it. That was until the jutsu fell apart and the chakra became erratic. "Mira, get back." Naruto shouted before turning away from Mira and slamming his hand on the ground. Everything stopped and just when Naruto thought it was over, the ground under Naruto's hand glowed and cracked, showing the glowing chakra beneath. Boom. A small explosion happened. It wasn't as big as the jutsu Naruto performed earlier, nor was it loud. If you weren't in the training ground you wouldn't hear or see the jutsu. Naruto winced as burn marks covered his hand and arm, while the ground in front of him was torn apart. "Naruto-kun, are you okay?" Mira asked as she ran to his side and looked over him. "I'm fine, are you okay?" Naruto responded with his own question. Mira smiled. "Yes, you turned away from me and let the jutsu explode on you." That is when she noticed the burns on Naruto's hand. "You're burnt." Naruto then used his other hand, which was covered with healing chakra that he used to heal himself. After many trips to Izumi, Naruto decided he would learn under the women and become a capable medical ninja. Naruto's goal was to become diverse in all kinds of ninja arts so he could have an answer for any situation. That is new. Naruto flexed a once damaged hand that was now regained its perfectly healthy pale. "I leave you unsupervised for a couple of hours and this is what happens." Forming seemingly out of thin air, a horde of blue butterflies cultured together and formed Naori. "Honestly, you and your father always know how to cause a mess." "Mother." "Naori-sama." Mira jumped on the woman, embracing her in a hug. "Hello, little troublemaker." Naori said while Mira nuzzled their cheeks. "Me? I would never." Mira gave a cheeky smile. It was all Naru. She then shifted the blame towards Naruto, who looked on impassive. "Didn't I say not to practice that jutsu without me?" Naori asked, but both the kids knew it was more of a statement. "Yes, but I made astonishing progress just now," Naruto said and couldn't hide the eagerness in his voice. Naori knew what Naruto had done since she was watching in the trees as Naruto practiced the jutsu. She was going to come and continue training with him and Mira. Some more Kenjutsu practice and maybe fire jutsu practice since his lightning style teacher was gone. But when Naori arrived, it was to see Naruto attempting the jutsu. And what she saw had her at a loss for words. It was the Rasengan. It was the personal jutsu of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. And for Naruto to learn it on accident was truly something. The mother was filled with pride at the achievements of her son. "Naruto-chan, do you know what you just did? Pele creating a jutsu. In a way, but you also achieved something." "He achieved a burn, haha." Mira started laughing, getting a glare from Naruto. "Do it again." Naori said, smiling softly. Naruto, who nodded and did as he was told. Right when Naruto was about to add fire chakra into the spiraling orb of chakra, Naori told him to stop. "Now, just hold that." Naori then formed a hand sign for the shadow clone. A perfect copy of Naori formed and stood in front of Naruto. "Now, just jam that right into the clone's stomach," Naori said to Naruto, who raised an eyebrow but only followed through with the order. Naruto shoved the chakra ball into the gut of his mother's shadow clone. Instead of the attack just blowing up in Naruto's hand like he thought was going to happen, it began to dig into the skin of the clone while also spinning Naori in a circular motion. What in the world? Naruto thought as the phenomena he just witnessed was weird. That Naru was the Rasengan, an attack created by the fourth Hokage. Naori said to the stunned kids as they both gaped. "I guess you trying to perform Shadowverse led you to make the Rasengan on accident. It's not perfect, nor to the level of the fourth Hokage, but with practice it can be improved." Minato Namikaze, "Wow, Naruto-kun, you are really something." Mira said, still in shock at her best friend using such a famed jutsu on accident. Yes, the fourth Hokage could increase the size of the Rasengan to giant heights and used it to trample his foes. Naori lectured the two kids on a brief history of the jutsu and what it was capable of. A dangerous grin on Naruto's face seemed to let Naori know that he was interested. "It's definitely something to work on, but let's start training again," Naruto said, making his mother remember why she came over here. "Right." Naori nodded and smiled. The three went on to train in Kenjutsu, jutsu, and other activities to boast physical capabilities. The kids would need a nice break afterward. Inkusu stood shirtless over a small pond as sweat trailed down his body. He was practicing movements of his sword style, Summer Folly with Summer Queen, his blue tachi. While doing this, he was also practicing his chakra control like Naruto had instructed him to do. Right now, he was feeling very comfortable and at peace. Although there was a war raging on outside the walls of this camp, Jinkusu still found peace within himself. There were no loud explosions, no jutsu being shot over his head, no comrade dying in his arms, and no noisy girl trying to fight him. Seriously, was all the girl do is fight? Her excuse was, it's fun. She was a real pain in his ass. Sometimes, Jinkusu thought about maybe accidentally breaking an arm or leg so Hikawa couldn't fight him. Boy. Brother Jin. Jinkusu's eye twitched. Speak of the devil and she shall appear. Jinkusu turned around to see the girl with wild hair the same color as his. But standing behind the girl were two adults. One was a grinning woman. Hair the same as what he could presume was her daughter's, since they looked just alike with the same narrow jawline to the dangerous eyes that glinted at the killer lurking below the surface. This woman wore her hair in a ponytail that still allowed strands of navy blue hair to poke from the back, while two long bangs fell on the side of her face. For a strange reason, Jinkusu's eyes drifted towards the woman's chest, which could still be seen budding proudly under the loose Uchiha top that was the color of night. She wore black bottoms that flowed over black ninja sandals. The man looked masculine at its peak. His skin is the same color as Jinkusu, while his hair is a deep brown that hung over a headband with the Uchiha crest front and center. Under his black eyes that were black and carried a gruff feature to them. Under his right eye were two tear marks painted red standing out on his pale skin. He wore a black Uchiha outfit that left his muscular arms bare. "So, this is the boy you've been telling us so much about, honey?" The woman asked her daughter in a questionable tone. "Doesn't he look familiar? I've seen that bland face somewhere before," the man said while rubbing his chin. "Yay, now that you say it." The woman squinted. "Say, I think he looks like your Ami. You know Corrigan dear, you might be onto something. When am I not? Come on Hygen, after over 13 years of marriage, you'd think you'd be aware." Corrigan, the mother who now had a name. Voiced with a fanged smirk. Corrigan grinned back. "Just when you said Naka could take out that flashy yellow dickhead." "Flashy yellow dickhead? Is he talking about the fourth Hokage, the yellow flash? I thought he was a pretty nice guy." Jinkusu mused to himself. "Damn it. I said not to bring that up again." Corrigan yelled and turned towards her husband with eyes now burning crimson and a great heat flaring to life off her body. "Haha. Seems you still are a little twisted about that gamble." Hygen yelled back with his own chakra coming to life in reaction to his wife. "Mom. Dad. I didn't bring you two here so I could watch you fight. I want you to meet my destined one." Hikawa yelled. Her statement seemed to snap the parents to attention as they snapped their heads toward their daughter. "What?" Both adults yelled in surprise. "Destined one." Hikawa nodded with a smile. "Yup, I have decided, the red thread of fate connects us." Jinkusu all but blurted and quickly made steps toward Hikawa. "What are you saying, crazy girl?" The two parents observed the kids. They looked at each other and had a mental conversation. "It's official, Hikawa has inherited her nature from you." Hygen sent to his wife. "Why of course our wonderful daughter takes after her glamorous mother. But since this looks to be the kid of Urami and Koinoha, let's take care of him." Corrigan thought back. "I was thinking the same thing, let's see where this goes." Hygen shared a nod with his wife before grabbing Jinkusu by the back of his neck and lifting him up. "Listen up kiddo, we knew your parents pretty well and in honor of the friendship we had, we are gonna take care of you." "Hey, I am pretty sure this is kidnapping. And what makes you think I want to be trained by some adults just as crazy as this sister of mine?" Jinkusu crossed his arms and looked back unimpressed. "We're all family here and if you know what's good for you, you'll agree." Corrigan glared into the eyes of Jinkusu with her sharingan and dared the boy to argue back. "Now, let's get to training." Hygen dropped Jinkusu on his feet and pulled out a well-crafted katana. "Now, show me your motivation." It was now 2 hours past noon. Naruto, Mira and Naori were taking a break from training and using this time to recover. Munching on chicken tenders, Mira licked her fingers clean. "You know we just got done training, I'm not sure that is the right food to be eating. Let me worry about my own body will ya? I want chicken tenders and that's what I'm gonna eat." Naruto only rolled his eyes as talking to Mira about eating a different food was like convincing a fish to swim on land. Naruto bit into the ham and cheese sandwich. "Let her be Naruto-chan, I remember you only wanted to eat watermelon not too long ago." Naori plopped down next to Naruto and pulled him close while giggling. Naruto only shook his head. There was no shame in having that exposed about him. He only rested in his mother's embrace and finished his food. "Naori-sama." A frantic ninja appeared with a scroll in his hand. Seeing the ninja so worried, they all got on guard and sat up from their positions. "It's an emergency backup request." "Let me see." Naori ordered as she took the scroll from the ninja. As her one eye scanned over the report, it began to enlarge as panic could be seen spreading on her face like a sickness. She then used fire chakra to burn the scroll. "When do we leave?" Naruto asked, now equipped and fully recovered, white gunbai sitting on his back and two swords on either side of his hip. Naori went over a plan in her head quickly. Esdeath had just returned late last night in good health. She could send her since Esdeath was good at crowd control, with her ability to change the landscape to her advantage. Looking towards her son who was ready to go while Mira stood next to him. Naruto was a good choice since he was good at everything. He could defend, attack, think of a plan, and command forces. Mira however was more of a speedster and all-out striker. Not a defender, but Naori guessed that wouldn't matter since this would most likely turn into a battle of ninjutsu and mass destruction. Which, Mira was not good at. But Jinkusu was. That was the team. Esdeath as the leader, Naruto after her with Sanagi and Jinkusu. Plus a good amount of ninjas to back them up. At Esdeath, tell her to meet at the main exit in 2 minutes. Naruto, go get Jinkusu and leave with Esdeath and the squad of ninjas I will send over there. Naori commanded. Naruto wasted no time and left in a body flicker. Not needing to waste any more time, he made his way toward Jinkusu's location. Wait. What about me? I can also fight with. Mira made her disagreement known. Naori only shook her head. No, Mira-chan, your skill set will only hold them back. You need to stay back and train. At hearing the words of the strong Uchiha woman in front of her, Mira held her head down. Sadness enveloped the girl's heart as she felt utterly useless and powerless. She didn't like this feeling. It was horrible. She wanted to be strong. Like Naruto, like Naori. But what she was hearing now. So you're saying I'm too weak? The girl asked, but both knew it was a statement. Despite the frown on her face and the feeling of sadness in Naori's heart, Mira still needed to hear this. Yes. Mira's heart pounded as she wanted to refuse Naori's words. But the truth was. She was weak. That was when Mira got pulled into a hug. You are strong, Mira, stronger than you know. But you will only hold them back on this mission. You may be weak now, but you can grow to become the strongest. How does that sound? Naori finished with a smile to Mira, who looked up with teary eyes. It sounds great. Mira offered a lackluster smile and wiped her eyes. Naruto wouldn't cry, and neither will she. Let's get to training. Standing at the gate was an assembled gang of ninjas. Standing in front of them was Esdeath in her white uniform while standing proudly over the 150 ninjas. In the group of ninjas was Naruto, who wore the same outfit but had battle armor over the outfit. The armor was jet black and had signs of battle on it. The piece of armor covered the front of Naruto's armor with plates of metal and the upper parts of his thigh. It was the same armor his clan wore back during the War and States period. Next to him, looking straight-faced, was Jinkusu, decked in similar clothing to Naruto, armor and all. Most of the kids wore the armor for higher survival chances. Naruto had no problem making more so his family could survive. Okay everyone. We will be heading to Kinkami town. Our allies are in need of backup to defend themselves from an attack soon to happen. We will only stop once, and if you can't keep up you will be left behind. Esdeath finished her speech and finally quieted down, but no, before aiming the last part of her sentence towards Naruto, who only looked her back into those icy blue orbs she called eyes. She still hates your guts. Jinkusu whispered to Naruto, who paid the comment no mind. Let's go. Esdeath yelled before dashing off into the forest, followed by the other ninjas. In the back, Naori watched with a sad smile. Something about this mission felt off. As if she had just done something that was not supposed to happen. She then thought about Naka, her late husband. Oh Naka-kun, I wish you were here. I miss you. Sometimes it feels as if I am just stumbling along in life with only Naruto and our clan keeping me on my feet. It doesn't help that they can both be taken away from me within a single day. Naori held her hands together and forced a smile. She still had her son Naruto, who she loved with her whole heart. There wasn't anything she wouldn't do to make him happy and safe. Naruto was her darling son she wouldn't trade for anything. But her family was incomplete. Naruto needed a father, he needed his dad. But her son would never get to see him again. You know Naka-kun, I've been sending Naru-chan out to battle more and more as he grows stronger each time he comes back. His greed for power only increases as the war wages on and his comrades fall dead before his eyes. I can't believe how strong he's gotten, and I bet he'd even surprise you as well. Naori let a loving smile cross her face at the thought of Naka training their son. But she couldn't stop the worry in her heart about Naruto turning out like how his father used to be. But it scares me, the thought of Naru-chan going out on a mission and not returning. It makes me want to just keep him in my sights at all times. But he doesn't want that, not like I could keep him trapped anyways. I know how much he wants to make a difference in the clan and war. But he has already done so much at only 8 years old. Feels like just yesterday we were in that hospital and I was giving birth to him. Naori let a sad laugh escape her lips as even inside her mind, her voice started to crack. So I will just train him to the best of my abilities so he can be strong and protect himself and others he cares for. Naori turned and began to walk back to the Uchiha section. Her maroon skirt dragged across the paved stone. Kids ran around her and played like today might be their last day alive, which was always a possibility. Everyone had to sleep with one eye open in case of anything out of the blue happened. But it's hard, Naka-kun, everything. I retired from being a ninja because I just wanted to raise our son. I was sick of all the war going on. The main things bringing me joys were you and our baby boy. But now everything just feels unavoidable. I'm back in the battlefield and leading forces once again, this time a whole rebellion against a man I don't even know. I just know he is our enemy. And you know what we do to our enemies, right? Naka-kun. Naori laughed in her thoughts once again. This was one of the only ways she could bring joy to herself now after all. With her husband being gone and in constant conflict, all she could do was think about the good old days. But I can't retire now, not when these people need me. There is also Naru pushing me to become Mizukage once this is all said and done. That little scheming child trying to rope me into one of his schemes for the future. Guess I have no choice now to think I would be the first female Kage in Uchiha Kage. Take that sexist pigs. She smiled once again and caught a ball thrown her way by accident. Naori gave a motherly smile to the kids and tossed the ball back. In the kids' place, Naori saw an image of a younger Naruto and Mira playing together, causing her heart to flutter. It vanished all too soon as if she had just broken from a genjutsu. Naori turned and got back to walking on her path. I've already outlived my husband. I don't want to live longer than my child as well, it would be too much. Naori's thoughts were put to a halt once she felt an aged hand land on her shoulder. Don't stress so much young one or you'll grow older faster. An old raspy voice came to her ears, but you could still feel the power it once held. What's got you all sad? Son leaving again? Elder Isel. Naori turned and bowed showing her respect. Raise your head Naori, the Uchiha leader bows to no one. He said to the violet-haired woman who rose with a nod. To answer your question yes, I am just thinking about random thoughts. You can tell me, it's about the little lad isn't it? Isel asked. He earned a shaky nod from Naori. I don't see what's to worry for. Naruto is a very capable ninja, and one of our stronger members even at his young age, makes me think back to when I used to terrorize the battlefield with Madara-sama. The old man ran a hand down his long white beard while his white hair swayed. Yes, you and the other elders always speak about those times. Even more now. Naori confirmed and walked beside the man who had a walking stick. Well I can't help it, Naruto reminds me so much of Madara-sama, it's crazy, like Naruto is learning from the man himself. Isel sighed out as fond memories filled his mind. Naori wondered how the elder would react if he found out Naruto was reading from Madara's journal. Maybe he'd have a heart attack and die. A silly thought. The main point is, even the sturdiest bridge will crumble if its foundations are weak. Try not to think about it too much, if you only dream you will forget to wake up. Isel patted her on the back once more and walked off with his cane. Thank you great elder. Naori slightly bowed her head to him in appreciation. A true smile now resting on her face. Outside the walls of an village, all the ninjas stop. Blocking their view from seeing the other side of the village was giant stone walls that were more than 15 meters tall. If you looked hard enough towards the top, you could see that ninja were there and ready for anything. We are here, this Kankami town. The town like most places around this area was covered in a thick mist that floated around in the air. As Esdeath let her words sink in, she turned to face the small force in front of her. We are here to defend this place with our lives. I want you to work on setting up defenses immediately. Esdeath then turned and began walking inside the village, while the ninjas guarding the wall let her in once seeing some proof she was Esdeath Yuki. Naruto. Come with me. Esdeath ordered and Naruto appeared next to the ice user. What can I do for you? We are going to see the leader of this place and set up an effective strategy. And as much as I hate to say it, you are good at this kind of thing. Esdeath begrudgingly complimented Naruto who took it in strides. Very well then. As the two walked down the dirt road, they could see the place was empty, like a ghost town. And those still out looked terrified, as if being scared would cause them to die. The civilians could only hunker down inside their homes, while some fled in hopes of finding some other place to go. While the ninja put up brave fronts and stood ready for anything. Truly brave men and women. Naruto praised. Naruto and Esdeath came to a halt as they were at a modern-sized building. Esdeath knocked on the door and waited for a response. Welcome General Esdeath. A calm and relaxed voice said opening the door. It revealed a tall man with sea green hair that was short and spiky, slightly covering his headband, which had a symbol for waves on it. He wore a sleeveless black shirt showing his lean arms with clear signs of muscle definition. A tie-dye print sash in the color of white and blue acted as a belt, keeping up his navy blue pants tucked into open-foot ninja sandals. His forearms were covered by blue striped arm warmers and 2 earring piercings that jingled when his head moved. Hitomi, let's get to forming a strategy. Esdeath only spared the man a glance and walked past him. Naruto tried to follow but was stopped by Hitomi. And you are? Hitomi gestured. Naruto Uchiha. Naruto easily introduced himself with burning confidence. Hitomi's eyebrow raised as he looked at the small child in front of him. It was clear as day Naruto was no regular child as no child dressed in damaged armor like that. No child stood posed and as alert as Naruto did. No child rested a hand on their sword strapped to their waist. Hitomi could see that Naruto meant business. An Uchiha you say? Glad to have finally met one of you. Your clan always leaves quite a mess after your battles. We rebels really appreciate your help. Who knows how things might have turned out without your help. Hitomi offered Naruto a smile while extending his hand for a shake. We try to not leave any witnesses behind, the world is not ready to know of our existence. They think we are dead after all. Naruto shook the man's hand. Amongst the rebels, they knew that the Uchiha clan was helping them in this war. But the loyalists did not know, and neither did the world since nobody came to Water Country. And the Uchiha clan will help you win this war. Since it is also our home now as well. Esdeath glanced back at Naruto with her eyes. Hearing him say that meant a lot. Naruto was the clan heir after all. And him calling this his home caused her to gain a little more respect for him. At first, when Naruto and their group appeared she figured they only wanted to use them and take over the place for themselves. Though in a way, you can say they actually did that. With Naori being the leader of the rebel army. She would also be elected as Mizukage once this was over. This was why Esdeath held a strong dislike for the Uchiha and especially Naruto. The way he just came in and said the Uchihas would guide them. Esdeath only grew to distrust Naruto more as he only seemed to care about his clan than the bigger picture. Which was every single person inside the walls of the quarry. Everyone was fighting to regain a part of themselves that had been stolen by Yagura. However, as time went by. Her ice-cold heart was melted by the raw flames of determination Naruto and his clan held. Naruto started to help around the quarry and run missions with people who weren't Uchiha. Esdeath would watch as Naruto would lose comrades and grief over their death and even the rare Uchiha that was lost. It was then Esdeath realized Naruto cared. The young child began to realize there was more to the world than just saving his clan. So that brought her back to the present. Naruto and Hitomi shake hands. Hitomi closed the door behind them and walked down the long hallway. The three entered a spacious room with a table and a large map of the town laid out. To the side was a board with red strings attached to people with excess over them. Okay, time to plan. I've already come up with something to slow down the enemy. Hitomi rested his hands and looked at the map with a serious gaze as the calm aura around the man shifted into a rock-solid posture. Let's hear what you have. Esdeath came walking up to the table. She received a nod from Hitomi. Since the force is 502 or 235, I plan to set traps all around the area and play it docile. Once they get here we will take out the weakened and lousy soldiers. He stopped his plan and looked at Esdeath and Naruto, who were giving him the same problematic expression. My soldiers from the top of the walls will launch high-ranking jutsu to decrease the force size even more. And if this one fails? Naruto voiced the thought he and Esdeath both shared. Well, it normally only takes one plan. This town is never really under heavy fire and when it is, we end up driving them off. Hitomi weakly defended under the scrutinizing gazes of both occupants in the room. Esdeath sighed. We are in trouble. A glance down at Naruto at her side, Esdeath could see Naruto look to be going through ideas to try and get out of the situation. I will be taking over, it's honestly a miracle this place is still standing with someone like you leading it. Ouch. Hitomi held his heart. Ice cold as ever. But it would be better for everyone if someone of your expertise took over anyways. Hitomi relented with a sad smile. Your plan isn't all bad. You were thinking the right way in attacking early and setting up traps. Naruto finally spoke from his crippling silence. But I should make one thing clear right now, we can't win this. Although Naruto did not yell or raise his voice, the sound of those words traveled around the room like a sudden clap of thunder and caused their ears to ring as if he had just yelled next to their faces. They were confused. Why would Naruto say that? Surely one as smart as Naruto would have a way out of this. Naruto, what are you saying? Esdeath narrowed her blue eyes which were as clear as the sky but held the warmth of an icy ocean. Their overwhelming force is just too great. It is true they lack quality compared to us, but we are just not in the best situation to win this. Naruto answered with a straight face. What are you saying then? That we just give up? Hitomi asked just as seriously, but he couldn't help the primal fear rising in his gut like the tides changing in the ocean. We attack first, they fight on our terms. Esdeath cut through the conversation with her chilly gaze. Yes, they are still not close to us, we can set up small squads around the area to catch them off guard. Since your soldiers know this land by the back of their hand, have them pick locations and pick off the enemy one by one. Not only will it serve in weakening them, but also put them on edge from the constant attacks. Naruto effortlessly voiced his plan. Tossing the idea around in her head. Esdeath hummed, drawing the two males' attention. That plan is actually solid. It still executes Hitomi's main goals, but just with a way better success rate and greater effect. I agree, I can go and quickly gather forces. Hitomi said. Before you go, is there anything else we can add to this plan? If so, let's make it quick, we don't have the luxury of time on our hands. They all paused after Esdeath spoke up again. Everyone thinking of something to add. Naruto, can you cast a large area Jinjutsu? Esdeath asked of him. Yes, I can keep it up as long as I have chakra in my body. More than enough time, when they get close to us, launch the hidden mist jutsu and apply a Jinjutsu that will confuse them. This will serve to separate them as they approach. I'll do the rest from there. Roger. Now, let's go. With the final conversation being held, they all left the room silently. Arlen and the army were moving through the tree line fast, while keeping their head on a swivel, just in case one of those rebels popped out again. Looking back, he saw that the ninjas in his team looked tired and slightly injured. They had been separated from the large force they had been traveling in. Some of them even died from sudden traps or jutsu being slung at them. They had been traveling with no rest for a good amount of time with only 2 breaks. Maybe we should stop now? No. We can't take the chance of being ambushed right now, we need to first regroup. After Arlen tossed the thought in the trash, his senses picked up something in the bushes. Jumping at him from the trees covered by fog was a woman with long brown hair and a curvy body hidden by the mist ninja jounin attire. But what drew Arlen's attention was the large and wide greatsword in the woman's hand aiming to run him through. Arlen quickly pulled out his sword and blocked the attack, which made him grunt and grit his teeth. Tsubi Kiramari. What are you doing? Tsubi's honey-colored eyes that were narrowed shifted and soon widened. Arlen. My bad. She retracted and stood back up. Arlen's face became void of emotions as he moved back from the women. Why did you try to kill me? It wasn't my intention, honest. I've just been on high alert ever since those fiends have been attacking us non-stop. I wanted to try and get the drop on them. Tsubi gave a cheeky smile and a slight wave. She then became serious again. I've regrouped with the main army, now it's time to kill these fools and wipe their tainted blood from the face of the earth. Crazy bitch. Arlen thought. Okay, we're ready to move out. Here they come. Esdeath said with crossed arms as she extended her sensor range. The woman was a sensor type and things like this came easy. Sitting down and letting his legs hang over the end of the wall, Naruto nodded. Okay, I'll go down and get things set up. Be quick, there is a lot of them coming, though they are injured, they can still move. Esdeath ordered. Be careful brother, Jinkusu called out, sitting against his sheathed sword stabbed into the ground. Naruto didn't say anything as he pulled the gun by from his back and used it to slide down the wall with unpracticed ease and relaxed features. That is when Jinkusu looked towards Esdeath. Or more like her exposed breasts that he could see. But in order to not get caught, he proposed a question. You two seem to be getting along. Esdeath HMPH. Don't think into it too much, we are just focused on the mission. Like you should be. Jinkusu slightly gulped. She didn't know, he was only looking for a couple of seconds. And he was sitting down, after all, he was just looking up at her face. Totally focus, calm minced. Despite the boy's calm tone of speaking, Jinkusu was worrying about if Esdeath thought he was peeking. Naruto landed on the ground and activated his fully evolved sharingan. He peered into the endless white fog and went through hand signs. Hidden mist jutsu. As Naruto finished the jutsu, an even thicker mist started to float around. Let's make a true bloody mist, shall we? He then bit his hand and the warm red liquid began to spill. But it quickly began to evaporate into the mist and change its color from a cloudy white to a deep crimson red. Using his fire chakra, Naruto heated up the blood on his thumb until it began to evaporate into the already existing mist. Now he just needed to apply a Jinjutsu and he would retreat. His eyes pulsed in activation of the Jinjutsu. Over with a distant army, they began to get covered in a red mist that covered their senses like a veil over the eyes. Why is the mist red? Jinkusu questioned himself from atop the wall. You can ask him yourself. Esdeath told the boy. I just put my blood in the mist. Naruto said, appearing out of nowhere like a phantom. Nice to know. The sounds of raging combat sounded below the tall standing walls of Kinkami town. Down below were the shouts of men, women, and child soldiers. These brave shinobi fought outside the walls so those behind the walls did not have to. Because if this force got past them, they would slaughter everyone in this town and commit unspeakable actions against those in it. But that was a fate that didn't look like it was about to happen. Since the rebels were winning against the loyalists. Due to their plan coming across without a hitch, the loyalists were tired and not fighting with a clear mind. So the battle taking place right now was just a clear slaughter. Ice style. Enveloping blizzard. Using her bloodline, Esdeath drew on the moisture surrounding them and cast a large group of ninjas in a storm that began to get frozen and blasted away from the intense wind speeds. She then rushed in with her rapier and diced the frozen ninjas up and letting them crumble into nothing but dust. Fire style. Sixth halo. 6 rings of a blazing fire formed behind Jinkusu. The rings were big and shot up to 8 meters tall and 5 meters wide. He sent the rings forwards which crashed and erupted in flames that left nothing behind, not even ashes. Things were looking good for the rebels. They were slaying down their enemy with little difficulty. A little too easy, where are the rest of their forces? Naruto questioned. He pulled his sword out of the dead enemy resting at his feet. I was wondering the same thing, these guys are weaklings. Jinkusu came and got back to back with Naruto before they turned and killed the ninjas sneaking up on them. Fire style. Dragon Ball Blast. Both Naruto and Jinkusu shouted and jumped back while launching their two jutsu which combined and caused an even large ball of fire that nuked the enemies closing in on them. Esdeath stopped next to them as her white clothes now had blood on them. She looked at the corpses with an approving gaze. "A distraction for you too, right?" Naruto asked, kicking over a burnt corpse. "Why don't we advance and catch the other force off guard?" "Yes, we've killed everyone here and stopping the others before they even get here will be great." Esdeath then rose once a pillar of ice formed under her feet and caused her to raise. "Everyone. We will be moving ahead while some of you will stay." A line of ice appeared on the ground and separated two groups, one side more stacked with ninjas than the other. "Anyone behind the line? Stay back and defend this place, you are our last line of defense if we manage to fail." Esdeath got a yell of approval from the ninjas. The one picked to leave headed out and followed behind Esdeath as they moved towards the battle. "The others are up ahead," Esdeath said, only loud enough for Naruto to hear. "There is also Arlen." Now Naruto understood why Esdeath only said it loud enough for him to hear. But Naruto would not run, this was the last time he and Arlen would fight. He'd make sure of it. "Alright, I will handle him on my own," Naruto said, keeping pace beside her on the wet grass. Esdeath looked towards Naruto and for a second, her icy demeanor cracked. Showing a ripple of care in her eyes that were like Arctic glaciers. "Don't die, if you do, it will only prove my point. That weaklings die and the strong prevail," Naruto said, smirking back towards the woman. On this mission, they grew closer and the dislike of being next to her had begun to leave. They weren't friends, but maybe down the line. "The enemy is just ahead, do not falter now. For this victory will only bring us closer to our victory," Esdeath yelled, attempting to boast the spurts of those following her. "Brother Jin, I'll be going, if things get risky return back to the quarry." Naruto gave Jinkusu an order in a stern tone that left no room for argument. "But. No. Just retreat if things go bad, the Uchiha cannot lose someone like you." Naruto cut off Jinkusu without looking at him. "No, that's not fair. The clan needs you, your mother needs you. If anyone should retreat it should be you, someone with eyes as special as yours cannot be lost." Jinkusu tried to argue his case to his brother. "And it will all mean nothing if we both die. And as for my mother," Naruto began to say, but stopped. What could he say? He loved his mother and would do anything in the world to make her happy. Words couldn't describe how he would feel if she died. But there was a chance he might die today or any day for that matter. It was something his mother knew as well. But his mother was strong, the strongest person he knew. "Tell her that I am sorry and I love her with all my heart." Naruto then leaped towards the woods beside of him. He needed a secluded place to fight Arlen with all his power. It didn't take long for Arlen to make his way towards Naruto. Already ready, Naruto's mangyeko sharingan spun just as calm as he was. Arlen could not defeat him, he'd already won this battle. Charging in head first as always, he's no better than a bull, Naruto thought, and as he saw Arlen coming towards him with clear intent to murder shining in his eyes. Naruto snapped the gun by in front of him as it glowed wide as Arlen made impact with it. "You'd think after all this time, you'd know not to run into this." "Shut your mouth." Arlen snapped angrily at Naruto. He was tired of hearing those smart-ass remarks from him. Uchiha reflection. The glowing gunbai pushed Arlen back and applied the force he had just used onto Naruto right back onto him with double the power. This force of the attack blew Arlen back several meters and even slammed him through a couple of trees, ripping them straight out the ground from the force. "Damn it. I've got to calm down, the little brat tries to rile me up, so I've got to stay focused," Arlen thought as he took a deep breath. No time to breathe, just fight. From above Arlen saw Naruto going through hand signs. Uchiha style. Purple flame lighting. Naruto blew out a huge amount of fire that was covered in jumping purple electricity. "What is that?" He's created another new jutsu. Arlen barely jumped out of the way to avoid the flames with purple lightning moving towards him like a raging animal. The fire swallowed everything it touched into hot flames and sparking purple electricity. Water style. Poseidon's wrath. Arlen used the moisture in the air to create waves of water, more than 18 meters tall. The waves was so large it cast a shadow along the whole forest. Nothing more than child's play. Naruto activated kamui and dashed towards the wave about to crash on him and his jutsu, it was even flood the forest completely. The waves crashed on top of the jutsu Naruto launched, and the two powerful air-rank jutsu battled for supremacy against one another. It was a feat in itself that Naruto created such a powerful jutsu to fight off Arlen. Normally fire would always lose to water, and for that reason alone, Naruto created this jutsu. Hovering the fire like a protective blanket, the lighting would clash with the water first and potentially cancel out the jutsu. If the opposing jutsu was strong enough, it might also cancel his lightning, but that is where the fire would come to play. It would move forward and burn anything to ash that got in its way. Naruto appeared in front of Arlen, who threw out a punch but was surprised when his hand phased through Naruto. Taking this to advantage, Naruto materialized again and punched Arlen in the back of his head. That pesky jutsu again. I still have not found a way to counter it. Arlen turned around with a spinning elbow that was blocked by Naruto with little ease. Unbothered by the block, Arlen brought his follow-up left hook. Already seeing the attack coming, Naruto ducked under the attack and sent a crushing gut punch to Arlen, who felt a bruise already begin to form at the point of impact. The predictable, you haven't changed at all. I bet that's the reason your sister died, couldn't change and paid the price for it. Naruto mocked and looked down cruelly towards Arlen, who was clutching his gut with one hand. You bastard, don't you speak about her. Or did you forget who else couldn't keep up? Arlen angrily snapped back. Naruto knew what he was trying to do. Mentioning his father would only serve to make things worse on his end after all. Pathetic, you're merely talk. Naruto then moved forward with intent to punch Arlen in the face. Arlen dodged and parried Naruto's punches, but not as easy as he would have liked to. The boy was fast and also strong, he wasted no movements. Arlen suffered more hits than he could land on Naruto, which served to make him angry. Dodging left and right, Arlen began to get used to Naruto's attack pattern and flow, he had seen it plenty of times after all. You're too slow, I can read your movements. Arlen blocked Naruto's onslaught of punches and taunted. He's not wavering, despite me blocking his attacks now. Arlen sidestepped and kicked Naruto in the side. The boy didn't so much as grunt from the heavy attack, he caught Arlen's left leg and delivered a quick elbow jab to his ankle. That will slow him down a bit, Naruto thought. His plan was to slow Arlen down so he could land more blows and decisive attacks. But no matter what, this battle was going to be hard. Arlen grabbed kunai from his pouch and launched them towards Naruto, who clutched Arlen's leg and tossed him like a bag while dogging the kunai all in the same action. Arlen skidded across the ground and sunk his black sword in the ground to stop himself. Once he looked up, Naruto was in his face and with a lighting-covered sword. Arlen managed to block, but the ground under him cracked and sunk under the great force of that attack. His ankle buckled, causing his left leg to falter a bit. And Naruto picked up on this. Like a hungry shark smelling blood, Naruto applied a greater amount of force and used chakra this time to push Arlen back. Naruto rushed forward and sent arcs of crescent-shaped lighting toward Arlen. It was a modified halo dance. Just using lighting this time. Arlen barely managed to block as Naruto didn't give him much time to move as Naruto sent attack after attack. His kenjutsu had also improved as Naruto used those two swords like a pro and had no weak points he could spot. But Arlen would kick things up a notch. He jumped back and used spawned a thick mist. I can still see you. Naruto called and saw Arlen split his chakra, which meant. From behind, Arlen tried to jab him in the back with his sword. Naruto quickly took the thing's head off. Instead of blood, water came out and splashed him. A water clone. Naruto tried to move but found he couldn't. The water had now become hard and locked his feet in place. Another water clone rushed in, but he wasn't alone, as 5 Arlens made their way towards him. They were closing in on him, and Naruto felt his eyes tingle and a sharp pain rippled through his eyes. Fire crept around Naruto's body before it changed color from simple orange with a shining white that caused even the richest snow to appear green with envy. All the clones felt as their attacks connected with something, only to widen their eyes as they witnessed their weapons being blocked by a white skeletal ribsage. The thing looked to be made from fire itself as it protected Naruto, who looked more excited than anything. An arm made of white bones extended from the side of the ribsage and swatted all the clones away like simple house flies. Naruto then walked as the ribsage followed him. Feast your eyes on one of the power of the Uchiha. Naruto said as his lips twisted upwards to show an evil grin towards Arlen, who could only look on puzzled. What is that? Arlen asked as he clutched his sword and moved forward to attack Naruto, only to see his attack not even cause the thing to flinch. That's when that arm came down and swatted at him faster than he could dodge. It's called the Susano, a power only those with the mangyeko sharingan can achieve. Naruto said, smirking. But on the inside. This pain is unimaginable, every cell in my body is screaming in protest. Must be the side effect of using such a power, why didn't Madara-sama write this down in his notes? Naruto also noticed a change in his vision. The world was now blurry as if he was looking at the world from underwater. He could still see though, so he would still continue to fight. But he couldn't stop the smile that spread on his lips. It was about time he got his damn Susano. Naruto moved forward in a mad dash towards Arlen. His Susano threw out a punch that caused the ground to explode into rubble and debris to fly everywhere. Water style. Giant vortex jutsu. Arlen launched the air rank jutsu towards Naruto, who merely gave a bloody smirk. The jutsu clashed with his Susano that did not even budge an inch. Naruto amped up his chakra and clenched his fist. He needed more of this power to crush his foe. The Susano, as if hearing his call, began to grow. Muscle fibers and skin tissue all made from white fire began to appear and enlarge the demonic visage in front of Arlen. The Susano now had an upper body and cast a rather large shadow over him. The thing had a face straight from hell as it was a skeleton with golden glowing beams of light in its empty eye sockets. 2 horns rose from its forehead and a glowing white loop wrapped around its forehead. It looked to span out in shape of small kunai and went around the forehead of the Susano. What a vicious feeling chakra, it's so dense and cold. This little brat, a stain on the world just like his father. Arlen thought before building up his chakra and shooting a dragon made from water towards Naruto. The weak. A glowing white flame appeared in Naruto's hand before being held like a sword and swung at the dragon, blowing it away like nothing. Right when Naruto was about to advance, he felt a sharp sting in his eyes and his Susano began to fade and fall apart. Naruto gripped his eyes and felt the anguishing pain. It felt like someone jammed kunai covered in fire into his eyes. No. Not now, I have to beat him first. Naruto ranted inside his mind. He removed his hands to see the world blurry and unclear, like looking through a cup. It was because of his senses being scrambled right now that Arlen snuck up behind him and delivered a punch to his head. Naruto had to turn around quick and pull up one of his swords and block. Arlen moved in and was relentless in his assault as Naruto found it hard to avoid all the sword swings. This caused him to suffer small cuts and nicks. Arlen took this chance to mock Naruto and possibly provoke him into fighting sloppy. Is that it? You are nothing without your eyes. Arlen said even thought it wasn't true. As Naruto had faced him many times without a sharingan and would still best him into jutsu. Mocking him as somehow, Naruto was still able to predict his movements and land blows. Even you know that isn't true. Naruto rose to his feet and rolled his neck. A flick of his wrist, Naruto sent one of his swords flying towards Arlen covered in purple lighting. Arlen blocked the sword but was not expecting Naruto and the sword to switch places. From this surprise, Arlen suffered a deep cut along his chest that splashed blood on Naruto's face. Just a simple substitution, I just used my chakra on my sword as a bigger target to switch with. Naruto informed the bleeding man in front of him. Arlen held his bleeding chest and clicked his tongue angrily. No matter, time to use the elements. The water around them started to form. Water style. Water dragon Miss Lee. Arlen launched a giant dragon at Naruto who flashed from his previous position. Water style. Water trumped. Naruto was blasted with the jutsu that ripped at his armor and body. The water pressure was intense and carried a lot of force behind it. I think you are forgetting something. Naruto said once he landed and recovered from the attack. And what's that? I hold the advantage. Naruto's chakra flared around him and kicked up a storm. It felt good to fight all out and release what he was fully capable of. Nothing was holding him back at this moment. The sky got dark as thunder sounded above them. Lightning style. Imperial thunder. A purple bolt of lighting raced down with all its might and connected with its target who screamed out in pain. Arlen was struck with the full force of the attack as smoke rose from his body and crater. He could barely move and his body felt pain all over. But he had to. For his sister, for this stupid war, for his pride, for himself. Arlen pushed himself up and glared towards Naruto with a furious expression. No more messing around, time for you to die. Stealing my line. Don't you know worms don't speak? Naruto's body began to blur after his words and around him were copies identical to him. Naruto was using the body flicker jutsu along with a little something else. No matter how many versions of you there are, I'll kill them all. Arlen advanced and drove his blade through one of the clones. I can feel it, these copies have mass. Arlen found a punch meeting his jaw, rocking his head the other way. He's even faster, how can he still be improving even during the heat of battle? I'm not holding back on him. Arlen asked the million-dollar question. Even a high-ranking ninja would have trouble taking him down at this point. Naruto really was a genius prodigy. Someone like this would cause mass havoc on the world if not stopped. Arlen noticed another Naruto rushing towards him and he went to cut him open, only to notice his blade simply passed through the clone. That is when another one rushed past him and went for an attack that passed right through him. Are his clones using kamui? They feel different from the others. Arlen's thoughts were confirmed when he had to block the attack of another. This time, it did not go through him and Arlen could feel the strength behind this one. Arlen pushed the clone off of him to look up and see the clearing covered in Naruto copies. It was at least 30 and he could not tell which one was the real one. This is one of my personal jutsu, Phantom Dream. Naruto then raised his sword as he was not about to explain how the attack worked to his enemy. All the clones followed his every action and raised their sword. Uchiha style. Halo dance. Only half the clones launched the attack as purple lighting raced out. Arlen saw that only half actually launched the attack, so that meant the ones that didn't must be regular clones from the clone jutsu. While the other ones were actually clones from the body flicker jutsu. Arlen smirked as now he figured it out. Confusing but a simple technique. That is when all the clones began to move around and circle around Arlen. You think you've got it all figured out, don't you? And Naruto rushed out from the line and cut Arlen on the arm. While another rushed from his blind side and only passed through him. The game of cat and mouse, Arlen now lose track of the real Naruto and the clones. He had to wipe all these clones out in one go. That is when multiple versions of Naruto rushed towards Arlen and began to cut him while others just passed through. Arlen gathered his chakra and finished his hand signs for this jutsu. Water style. Super exploding water shockwave. A wave that could only be called that of an ocean spewed from Arlen's mouth. It flooded the entire area in water and even rose above the trees. That ought to do it. Arlen said, victorious on top of the giant wave of water. He overlooked the chaos his battle had caused with Naruto. Where the forest once rested was now covered by water and destroyed trees floating atop the water. Although Arlen didn't want to admit it, Naruto had really pushed him in this battle. But after such a powerful jutsu, the chaotic wave currents combined with the water pressure should have broken Naruto's body and killed him. That is when his heart sank and his bones shook in fright as he heard the roar of an angry deity. Exploding from the depths of hell was the white Susano in all its glory. But it seemed different and bigger. Naruto's white Susano now had what looked like skin and muscle, while fiery clothes in the form of a robe covered the torso. Its one skeletal face was covered by what seemed to be a helmet in the shape of a dragon's head. The helmet left only the glowing golden eyes visible as the loop still rested around the helmet. In the middle of the dragon's head was a diamond-shaped jewel with fire burning inside the inside of it. What really made Arlen's eyes go wide was the scythe of glowing white flames in both hands of the Susano. Arlen Grail. Naruto spoke darkly from within the midsection of the Susano. This battle ends here. With a mental comment, the Susano began to move its two arms in preparation for the great attack it was about to launch. Naruto Uchiha, a mere brat. I will kill you, no matter what. Arlen said in resolve as his chakra flared up around him. Arlen would unleash his most powerful jutsu yet. As this was no mere S-rank jutsu. Among the S-rank water jutsu, this one rose to the top. A jutsu he discovered from the Uzumaki. The Hidden Mist village held a good amount of the Uzumaki's treasure after all. Arlen would be sure to put this to good use. Water style. Azure Dragon. A humongous dragon made of blue water shinned as it formed with red eyes, showing a murderous intent only matched by Arlen. The dragon produced a powerful roar that caused the air to tremble and waves to kick up. A simple party trick won't save you from this. Naruto spoke unfazed by the dragon matching his Susano. Naruto commanded the Susano to attack as it performed a slash with its side. As the action was performed, destruction followed the flying chakra of death like a magnet. The lake they were fighting on parted and allowed the ground to be carved apart as a trench formed. Arlen sent the dragon moving forward to meet the attack head-on as this was the final move, which would determine it all. The dragon carried a beam of chakra in its mouth that glowed before shooting out towards its oncoming target. Kaboom. XXX. Esdeath was clashing her rapier against the great sword of Tsubi. They moved in quick movements as their sword swings were precise, well at least Esdeath was. Tsubi just swung her sword around and used brute force. Ice Talon. Esdeath tossed out her hand in a grabbing motion. Heading her call, and Bird's talon made from ice formed and grabbed Tsubi in a tight grip. I've got you now, pest. Esdeath gave a dark smile as she squeezed her hand tight and grinned in excitement at the pain she was inflicting on Tsubi. That is when their battlefield was rocked by the chaotic explosion caused by Naruto and Arlen's battle. Rushing from the forest line was waves of water that both sides of the fighting army had to avoid. Brother. Jinkusu was alerted to Naruto's battle and rushed off to see how everything was going. Due to this, Esdeath lost focus and allowed her grip to slip and Tsubi escaped and charged her. Esdeath barely recovered in time and still suffered a deep cut on her left shoulder. Ha! You've lost this battle, Yuki demon. Can't you see? Your army is dead. Tsubi motioned for the general to look. With regret and sorrow rising up in her gut, Esdeath slightly turned her head to see the rivers of blood. It was the blood of her comrades. What was looking like an easy victory soon turned into a losing battle for them. The loyalists had managed to regroup with their lost squads, and their numbers became too much to handle after hours and hours of fighting. Weaklings. Esdeath said sorrowfully inside her mind. Those ninjas still able to fight held onto their bit of strength and stood straight and radiating a serious demeanor. They looked death right in the eyes and still walked through the valley of death, stepping over the fallen bodies of friends, comrades, lovers, and even family. With one goal in mind. Victory. Victory, in hopes of seeing tomorrow and being able to look back on this battle like a distant dream. Going to call them weaklings, aren't you? It's fine, I know you are. Once Arlen is done over there, you guys will all be done for. Tsubi finished with a mimical laugh that mocked the effort of the rebels. That is when Datomi wobbled up next to Esdeath with blood dripping from one of his empty eye sockets. Heh, I wouldn't bet on that. The person Arlen is fighting is a very incredible young man. I've only known him for a short amount of time, and yet. I am willing to lay my life down for him and the cause he fights for. Datomi finished and spit out some blood. So I won't let some worthless trash like you undermine us any longer. After Datomi finished, everyone felt a sudden surge of courage and fought harder. Now I can see why this place is still standing. Esdeath smirked weakly at the words of Datomi. Hitsubi scoffed in disgust. A meaningless effort, you're all going to die here. The armies then rushed forward head-on as the final moments of the battle were now on their way. As Jinkusu stopped on a fallen tree. He was suppressing his chakra and looked on in shock at the destroyed battlefield. Brother Naruto is this strong? I can't even imagine what kind of power Lady Naori holds. Currently, he was observing as the white Susano began to rapidly fall apart around Naruto. The purple-haired boy clutched his eyes again and fell to a knee. Seeing this, Jinkusu wanted to rush out and help his brother stand to his feet. Naruto didn't look good on his knees. To him, Naruto was someone who always stood proud and tall. Like a savior coming to save everyone from an overlooming threat. God damn it. My body is giving out on me. It's getting hard to see as my body feels like it's about to fall to pieces. But even thought his body felt like it was on the verge of falling apart. Naruto got up and began to walk over to a downed Arlen with his black eyes and bloody face. Naruto picked up his lost sword on the ground and dragged it across the ground. As he walked slowly towards Arlen who lay on his back defeated. I knew you could do it, brother. Jinkusu complimented Naruto inside his mind as a smile crept on his face. What did I tell you? I've already won this fight. Naruto said as he stood merely inches from Arlen and held the sword at his neck. Arlen spit blood at Naruto's feet. Why you, spawn of a garbage man? That is when pain erupted in Arlen's body. Naruto stabbed him right in the gut and twisted the blade. You know nothing. Naruto gave the man a dark look as he always hated how he disrespected his father. Naka was the person he admired the most. And he'd be sure to make the leaf pay for killing him. What are you going to do now? Huh? End the war? Fight Yagura? Save your pathetic clan? What was your role in coming here in the first place? Arlen was barely able to speak as the pain became too much and his life began to slip. Naruto looked down on Arlen. My role, we came here seeking a new home. We are currently fighting this war which will soon end as we launch our attack on Shigakure. The Uchiha will rule the Hidden Mist Village and become the strongest out of the 5 great nations. Naruto halted in his passionate speech and spared a small glance towards Jinkusu's hiding spot. But my role is to face this eternal hatred plaguing my clan. The pain that never heals, I'll do it all on my own. I'll walk in front of everyone, enduring all the pain so my brothers and sister don't have to. Naruto finally finished with passion filling his voice. Brother, but that's not what the clan wants. You don't have to do this alone. We can all overcome this together. Jinkusu desperately thought as he wished for his words to reach Naruto. Why couldn't he understand? Jinkusu didn't want to just walk behind Naruto, but beside him. After hearing Naruto's goal, Arlen simply blinked. Impossible, your clan is possessed by evil, as something like that will never happen. Arlen shot down Naruto's dream with brutal efficiency. He knew firsthand the hatred brewing inside the Uchiha. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter, you won't be here to see it. Naruto coldly retorted and raised the sword one final time and shoved it in Arlen's heart. He stood over Arlen, watching as the life faded from Arlen's eyes. Naruto had won. He killed Arlen Grail, a rank ninja of the Hidden Mist Village. Now, it was time to get back to the battlefield and help the others. But in his current state, it might not go over too well as he couldn't even activate his sharingan. Naruto dropped to a knee again, but kept himself standing by his sword. Naruto walked over and sealed his gunabi back and was about to move to Jinkusu's location. When suddenly, a sword ripped through his back and lifted him from the ground. Naruto turned and saw a woman with messy brown hair mated to her face from sweat. Honeycomb eyes looked at him with a deep hate. Her outfit was a mess as it was barely being held together and blood stained her skin. Blood quickly rushed from Naruto's mouth as he put his hands on cold metal, piercing his body. And no. I can't fall here. Brother Jin, leave. Quickly return to camp. Naruto yelled in his mind, but even his thoughts seemed weak. Brother Jinkusu shouted in panic inside his mind and got ready to leap out from his spot. No. Naruto shouted in defiance. This was to stop Jinkusu and also distract Tsubi. What are you yelling for? You're going to die. Tsubi yelled and punched Naruto off her sword. Naruto shakily got to his feet and felt the deep wound on his chest. It was fatal and he might actually die without help and this fight would only make things worse for him. But he had to fight. So Jinkusu didn't jump out and die with him. Why did he let his guard down? What a failure, how could he forget something so simple? I won't die. Not yet. Bull. Tsubi moved forward and punched Naruto in the face. On the ground, Naruto motioned for Jinkusu to flee while Tsubi wasn't looking. Gritting his teeth in sadness and anger at his own powerlessness, Jinkusu thought about what to do. Stay here and help his injured brother fight. Or flee back to the quarry for possible help. He made up his mind. Jinkusu turned his back and ran off with all his speed as the hot tears fell down his face. That's when his eyes began to burn and change. His two tomos spun and combined until they were simply black tendrils swirling around the black pupil of his eye. This was his mangyeko sharingan. As Jinkusu leaped through the trees, a chaotic chakra began to release from the boy as it took the color of a deep royal purple. The things around him began to die and be destroyed from the magnitude of the force. Jinkusu had to quickly get back to the quarry and alert everyone. Walking off, Tsubi held a limp and unconscious Naruto over her shoulder. She then tossed him in the back of a wagon as his body landed alongside Esdeath, who was also heavily damaged. Totomi also laid in the back knocked out. They were being taken somewhere and going to be tortured for information. All they could do was endure the suffering ahead. Esdeath slowly opened her eyes. She cracked them open to see Naruto bandaged up, but just enough to stop the bleeding and keep him alive, as the same went for all of them. She looked to her chest to see a seal placed there. Chakra suppression seals, how'd they get such high quality ones? Damn, we lost. Esdeath then looked around for Jinkusu. At least he got away, he should reach the place by at least 3 o'clock in the morning. Esdeath then fell back into unconsciousness as she attempted to save her strength and possibly find the strength to endure the hell to come. Just like Esdeath had predicted, Jinkusu was approaching the camp. He was surrounded by rebels who had their weapons aimed at him. That was until they got a look at him and put their weapons down. They moved in and grabbed Jinkusu and quickly brought him into the camp. Now, Jinkusu was sitting in the war room. Sitting down was a healing Mei who looked just as defeated as him. Horrible sitting across the table with arms crossed and looking impassive. But the worst of all, and the person Jinkusu was finding it hard to look at was Naori along with Mira who had came along. "Brother Jin, where is Naru?" Mira asked, a little more quiet than she normally would as she felt nervous, as if she didn't want an answer to this question. "Yes, where is everyone else? Why are you the only one who came back? And in such bad condition?" Naori asked impatient and feeling a unsettling tension in her stomach. Her mind already coming to answers she didn't want to believe. "They're not here," Jinkusu said, just above a whisper. With his head down. "Not here? Then where are they?" "At the medical bay." Naori asked once again, clutching at her skirt as her eyes showed how desperate she was to hear the answer. Her heart was pounding and she was feeling lightheaded. Jinkusu shook his head, navy blue hair swaying side to side from his gesture. His throat began to burn and his eyes blurred from tears. Once he looked up again, it was to show his changed eyes. "They're dead. Everyone. Including Naruto." Seeing his eyes, Naori's thought processes was confirmed and she immediately stood from her chair. This couldn't be. Naori's world began to crack. No way. Her world turned upside down. Her son, he was alive. Naori looked at Jinkusu's eyes one more time. This was proof of Naruto's passing. Jinkusu wouldn't lie about this. Naori's world shattered into a million pieces as her last remaining family was now gone. All she could do was shed silent tears at the news. She dropped back into her chair. "And no, this can't be true. My son isn't dead." Silent was Mira. What could she say? Brother Jinkusu had just told her that Naruto had died in battle. She was feeling a wreck as tears spilled from her eyes in an uncontrollable manner. Naruto, her best friend. The boy she known since forever. He died. Naruto died. And she could never tell him. Mira could never tell him how she truly felt. That she loved him. And not just as a brother or friend. But cared for him deeply. Yes, she was only 8 but matured quickly in this war. Mira knew what it felt to love and hate. She hated the people who killed Naruto, she hated the Leaf for putting them in this situation, but she loved seeing Naruto. She loved when they talked together, training together, or anything. Mira was just happy to be around Naruto. But now it was no more. That's when her tears turned to blood of fury. Her eyes began to shift and the black tomo around her eyes spun and broke off into 8 trainalges positioned around her black pupil. It looked like a sun trapped in her eye. Through the traumatic news of the whole situation and world coming to a halt, Mira Uchiha had awakened the mangyeko sharingan. The room fell silent and only the sounds of the grieving mother and crying little girl. Mira was now sitting in the lap of Naori as they embraced each other, seeking some kind of comfort from one another. "Naruto-kun," Mei said sadly and wiped away a tear from her eyes. She felt devastated that such a person like Naruto passed away so young. Arable closed her eyes and silently mourned the deaths of everyone. "Naruto Uchiha, Esdeath Yuki, you too will be missed." They all became silent and just wondered how to move on from such a devastating loss like this. Naori had to inform the clan as they would be devastated and want to seek vengeance, which Naori wanted to do and was going to do. Now, they could only get over this struggle and hope to still win this war. In the names of their fallen comrades. Kagura Karatachi walked down the hallways of the Mizukage Tower. His black shinobi boots echoed down the long empty hallway. He's grown over the time of this war, mentally and physically. His hair was longer and spikier, which he did not like. All of a sudden Kagura came to a stop and did a once-over of himself. He patted down his clothes to get any dust off them. Black baggy pants, striped light blue top covered by a moss green jacket. Kagura straightened his face and attempted to hide the anger, worry, and sadness he felt. Kagura raised his glove-covered hands and knocked on the door gently, but still loud enough to be heard from the other side. "Come in." Kagura's father yelled from inside. He opened the door and closed it behind him as he wanted a private conversation with his dad. There Kagura sat behind his desk filling out paperwork as if he actually cared what happened to this village. What a load of crap. If the man truly cared, he wouldn't allow such things to take place inside his own country. "Mizukage-sama, I have a question I would like answered." Kagura voiced why he came here and stared at his father. Not even looking up to meet his son's gaze. Kagura waved his hand in a carefree motion. "Go on, I don't have all day." Kagura wanted to scowl, but he had more self-restraint than that. "Is it true that Naruto Uchiha has been captured?" Kagura asked. He had heard the other soldiers talking amongst themselves about catching an Uchiha. On further digging, it was found to be Naruto who was captured. But in doing so, they lost Arlen, who was of no importance to Kagura. The boy already knew Naruto would come out on top. For the only person to beat Naruto could be himself and no one else. That was just how things went for two genius. Kagura smiled, finally showing another emotion besides his bored expression. "Indeed we did. Naruto Uchiha, the son of Naka Uchiha and Naori Uchiha. This is truly good news. We can take out that whole clan since I am sure the boy is not here by himself." Kagura had never told anyone that he saw all of the Uchihas at Thriller Grand those years ago. He was going to, but then had second thoughts. But now was not the time for that, he had to inform his leader about something. "Mizukage-sama, I highly advise you to let Naruto go." At hearing his words, Kagura received a perplexed expression from his father. "Did I drop you on your head or something? What kind of dumb question is that?" Kagura sent. He almost wanted to laugh out loud. Kagura inwardly cursed. His father was not taking this seriously. He didn't know Naruto as he did. "You have to release him or those Uchihas will come and wipe us off the map. And whatever prison you have Naruto in won't be standing for long, as no prison can hold Naruto's strength." Kagura put his pin down and looked Kagura in the eyes. "Why are you speaking so highly of this Uchiha? Have you become friends? Are you a traitor?" Between the lines laid a threat that was not missed on Kagura as the boy dropped to a knee and bowed. "No. I am just saying. Naruto Uchiha is stronger than you think. He will soon escape and rain havoc on us right alongside the other Uchihas." Kagura's voice sounded rushed and carried a sense of urgency that had Kagura actually rolling the idea over in his head. "You underestimate the Uchihas, they did not earn the title of the strongest clan for nothing." Kagura finished. "Tell me something, son," Kagura spoke after an eerie silence of just looking at his child. "Do you think I am weak?" "What? No. I never said that. Do you think I am a fool?" "Mizukage-sama, I never said anything like that." Kagura stood abruptly and almost raised his voice. "I am just trying to help. You have taken away the sun which shined light on them. But now that it's gone, only darkness remains. A cold, never-ending well of darkness." Kagura finished in a grave tone of voice. "I am the third Mizukage, a perfect Jinchuriki. I will not be bested by a pitiful Uchiha." Kagura powerfully stated and slammed a hand on his desk. "And Naruto Uchiha is being held in Wava's front, he won't be going anywhere. So he, Esdeath, and Datomi are in Wava's front. Hard times are ahead for those two." Kagura thought with crippling sadness for his rival. "We also just killed Kenpachi, slaughtered a large number of the rebels' forces, this little war is going to end in the next couple of weeks." Kagura laid back in his chair and swirled around to stare outside at his village. "And soon, we will purge the world of these devils in human skin. I bid you farewell, Mizukage-sama." Kagura bowed respectfully toward his father and turned to walk out. Once the door closed, Kagura showed brilliant determination. "Don't worry, my friend, I will save you and your clan. Your clan needs you, the rebels need you, I will make sure this good-for-nothing war ends." A goal was made to put an end to this pointless war and to save his country. "Come on, Naru-chan. You can do it. Come to mommy." Naori patted her lap on the ground as she watched her 10-month-old baby try to get up and walk. "Look at the little man. He's gonna do it." The baby Naruto put his chubby hands on the ground and slowly got up. He began to walk unbalanced on his small legs and almost fell over. "He's gonna do it." Naka shouted with excitement as he couldn't believe his eyes. Their baby was walking at such an early age. Idada. The baby sounded out his words as he stumbly walked closer and closer to his parents. Naori wiped the tears from her eyes as she witnessed Naruto walking towards her husband next to her. She was so happy, Naori didn't even care that Naruto was walking to her husband. She'd definitely give Naka an angry pout later. Ah. The baby Naruto said and laughed as he fell into the waiting arms of Naka, who held his son with a smile. Ah, Naruto. I'm so proud of you. Naruto squealed in joy as Naka tossed him up and down. Mama. Naruto reached out to Naori, who eagerly accepted the invite. Yes, Mama is right here. I will always be here for you. Naori hugged Naruto close to her as she felt absolutely at peace. Naka placed a hand on Naruto's purple tuft of hair and ruffled it. And so will I. Naka gave a fatherly smile towards his pride and joy. Come on Naruto, you have to eat this. Naka tried to feed Naruto a spoon of baby food. But Naruto closed his mouth and leaned away in his baby chair. No, Naruto spoke one of the only words he knew. You're overreacting, I'm sure it's not even that bad. Naka pulled back with a sigh. Eat, Naruto said once again and pointed to the spoon with the food on it. Fine, I'll show you it's not that bad. Naka then looked at the spoon which held a green goo on the end. Naka ate it in one go and his face went pale before he got up and threw up in the sink. Never mind, I see why you don't eat this garbage. Naka then got a better idea and picked Naruto up from his chair. He walked outside to his backyard and saw the beautiful fruit garden. Your mom is kinda a green thumb. Naka chuckled and continued to walk until coming to a stop under a tree filled with oranges. Don't tell your mother. Naka picked one from the tree and quickly peeled it for Naruto. Eat this. Naka handed Naruto a small piece of orange. Naruto took the orange in his small hands and looked at it all around before sniffing it and smiling happily at the smell. Naruto then ate the orange with a happy baby smile. See, much better. It's called an orange and it's a fruit. Fruits will help you grow big and strong like your dad. Naka informed the 14-month-old baby. Fruits are healthy and contain good nutrients for your body. Naka poked at Naruto's belly, earning a small giggle from the child. Ah. Naruto pointed his finger at a green oval-shaped fruit on the ground. He couldn't speak so he just made a sound. Oh, a watermelon. Naka walked over and crouched low to the ground so Naruto could touch the fruit. As Naruto got close to it, he leaned his head on it and began to smack it. Naka chuckled as he observed the funny sight in front of him. This one looks ready anyways, so I'll get it for you. Naka sent chakra to his fingertips which were covered in a small blue glow, and he used this to cut the vine on the top of the watermelon. Naka went back inside with Naruto in one arm and the watermelon in the other arm. He sat Naruto in his baby chair while he set the watermelon on the counter and began to dice it up into small shapes easy for Naruto to eat. Once he was done, he set it on a plate for Naruto. Eat up. Naruto picked the red fruit up in his hands as juices began to run down his fingers. The smell was wonderful and Naruto couldn't help himself as he tossed the thing in his mouth. Naruto's baby black eyes shot open as he began to eat the others until he was all done. Gee, good. I know, it seems you discovered a new favorite fruit. Naka said laughing as baby Naruto began to laugh with him. That is when the front door slid open and Naori announced her presence. I'm home. Naori walked to the kitchen where she could sense her family. There she saw Naruto snacking on watermelon making a mess all over his baby bib. Hey Naori-chan, did you get everything for dinner? Naka asked walking up and kissing his wife. Naori smiled as she rested in Naka's strong arms. She felt so protected and safe as if nothing could ever go wrong. Mama. Naruto held his arms out with a smile. Naori cooed and walked over to her son. Hey little man. Were you okay here with just your daddy? She gave Naruto kisses on the cheek. I see you're indulging yourself in freshly picked fruits from the garden. Naori was sure to send a look toward Naka who whistled innocently as if nothing happened. I am not going to be feeding my son any of that trash baby food. Plus, Naruto prefers that real stuff just like I do. Naka said. Naori looked at the watermelon Naka had diced up. Half of it was gone and Naori could see Naruto eating every piece. Fine, I guess we try and switch up what he eats every now and then. Lady Naori. Snapping from her past, Naori looked to her side and saw Sato looking at her with worry. What is it? Naori asked. Hinkami town is up ahead. No doubt the place has been taken over by now. Sato informed with a dark voice as it was now nighttime. Hours had passed since Naruto had battled over here. No doubt the enemy had finally taken over the base by now. What do you suggest we do? Sato asked of their leader. Just keep going, don't stop no matter what. We can take them. Naori darkly gave her response as her mangyeko sharingan spun to life in her one eye. The inverse color of her sharingan still managed to shine under the shadowing darkness. Behind the two was the rest of the Uchiha clan. The ones capable of fighting and not on missions right now. After they all heard the news, they all wanted to march out and avenge their fallen clan heir. The person who had done so much for them. All they could do now was get revenge. In this group of Uchiha were Mira and Jinkusu sporting dark looks as their mind was filled with nothing but dark thoughts. For Mira, it was killing her. She wasn't there to help Naruto. She couldn't save him like Naruto had saved her so many times. It was a good thing Shisui wasn't around and still on his mission, or he would not want Mira going on this mission. She hated the fact there wasn't anything she could do, this feeling of being useless and helpless. She hated it. But the girl could soak in her own self-loathing later, as now she had to avenge her best friend. And make those bastards pay. Keeping pace beside her was Jinkusu. His midnight blue bangs shadowed the resentful expression he held. The boy's feelings were somewhat conflicted as felt angry at himself for running and leaving Naruto behind. How could he do that to his brother? He also felt a deathly guilt at the event he witnessed. It was starting to be too much, watching his family and comrades die all the time. He was beginning to get sick of it. However, one thing raged inside him stronger than any other emotion he had ever felt. As this feeling was overwhelming and dominated his senses. Utter destruction. Jinkusu's unique eye pattern glinted in the night as the black tendrils danced in his eyes around his black pupil. As that feeling of death surrounded the boy like an aura, but not just him, all of the Uchihas were cloaked in the feeling of vengeance as hate filled their hearts. They were getting close as they could see the smoke from burning buildings rising into the night sky. Their blood began to pump as their chakra radiated their intent, scaring away all the wildlife. At the gates, two guards smoked cigarettes and just leaned back against the destroyed stone wall. You know, why are we even here? It's not like the rebels are going to come and attack us after losing like they just did. I was thinking the same thing. They have been losing a lot lately. This war is about to end. I can feel it. The other man laughed. Yay. It's crazy they managed to fight back for this long though. No kid, the man was cut off as a kunai found a new home in his skull. Huh. What the saw him, he was cut off as he was run through by a sword that pinned him to the wall. On the other end of the sword was an angry Naori glaring into the man's soul with her sharingan. Where is Naruto-chan? Don't know, don't kill me. I can help. The man begged for his life, but Naori scoffed and roughly pulled the sword out and gave him even more injuries. Over her head, the Uchihas jumped over the wall and proceeded to cut down anyone in their path, and the sound of explosions and jutsu being launched soon took place. One such person cutting down enemies left and right was none other than Mira. As blood splattered on her face and enemies cried for help, she did not stop as her specially crafted tanto curved an arse through the air and blocked multiple kunai. She ducked underneath a swipe meant to cleave her head off and picked up the kunai on the ground and coated them in fire before hurling them at the three enemy ninja closing in on her. As she got back to her feet, Mira dodged left and right as the kunoichi in front of her was trying to cut her down the middle. Mira's eyes shifted and the symbol in her eye that looked like the sun appeared in her eye. The black triangle markings surrounding the black pupil of her eye spun dangerously. On Mira's tanto, a ruby red flame roared to life and her eyes flickered with a ruthless tint as the tanto was blanketed in a red fire that seemed to melt the ground underneath her. Senjin drive. Mira harshly muttered under her breath and she drove forward, carving a path in the ground of melted flesh and clothes that left a burning smell in the air. The ground was now littered with little red flames that did not seem to be going out anytime soon. The woman Mira had just killed fell over dead as she was missing the left side of her body, while the other half burned, and she could only scream in bloody murder, as no matter what she did the flames did not want to go away. Quit your screaming, worm. Mira spoke with a blank expression as blood began to leak from her left eye, while the right eye was open. Senjin. The screaming woman's corpse was then lit ablaze by the engulfing red fire, which began to burn the woman to ash, and after that kept burning. Mira lifted her head and noticed she was surrounded and being encircled by more than a dozen ninjas. Even together, a family of worms only serves to feed the hunting eagle. As Mira finished her insulting words that stung at the enemy's pride, they all rushed in with weapons drawn and a killing intent shining in their eyes. From Mira's feet, the flames of Senjin sparked to life before dashing out to impale everyone on pointy spikes that left their lifeless bodies burning and hanging from the spikes. The bloody sight seemed to unnerve the loyalists who witnessed the seemingly innocent girl slaughter all of those ninjas like it was nothing. Mira turned and gave them all death glares as her mangyeko sharingan burned holes into their very being and had them shaking in their boots. Who is first to die? Mira coldly asked, and the question sent shivers down the other's spine as they slowly crept away. No answer. Fine. You can all die together. That same red flame that scared them all shitless lit up on Mira's tanto, causing them all to squeak in fear. Die. Mira zoomed forward and cut them all down, uncaring as their screams reached her ears. Over on a different section of this town-turned-battlefield was Hikawa laughing as she battled many opponents and struck down enemies alongside other members of the Uchiha clan. Hikawa shoved her palm outwards, and rushing from it was fire that lit up the sky. Hikawa propelled herself forward with the explosive fire and performed acrobatic kicks that sent crushing arcs of fire out to burn her enemies. Buildings began to be caught in the fire as Hikawa just attacked over and over again, and loyalists fell to her mighty blows. "All weaklings, I tell you," Hygen shouted as he launched a fireball toward a group of enemies. Rolling off his back and jamming a kunai into a ninja's heart was Corrigan, Hygen's wife. This mother and father fought alongside their daughter who seemed to be enjoying herself. Hikawa jumped up and performed an axe kick covered in a large fire that was more than 10 meters long and destroyed many. Once she landed, Mira struck out with her first, and a dragon's head roared out with its voice shaking the very air. Many were caught up in the attack and had no hope of escaping, as even their water style did nothing to stop the attack. "She's gotten really good with that, hasn't she, dear?" Corrigan said with an amused raised eyebrow. "I'll say, I'm so proud of her. Look how she tramples over these bastards left and right," Hygen voiced with a bloody smirk. Watching his daughter fight so Firefly served to stir up that beast inside of him as he was ready to take action again. "But it's a shame, the loss of Naruto is really affecting her pretty hard," Corrigan softly voiced and instantly calmed down her husband. "It's affecting all of us. I don't think the clan has ever fought so hard before. But Jinkusu seems to be taking this extremely hard." Hygen spared a glance to Jinkusu who was slaughtering any enemy he saw in his path. As Jinkusu moved using his Kenjutsu-style summer folly as no one could stand up to him at the moment. Jinkusu ripped through an enemy with a jab from his longer than normal as the blue wrap of his tachi became covered with blood along with his hands. Jinkusu turned and blocked an attack by holding up his blade, locking eyes with the man a heartbeat later, Jinkusu placed him in a Jinjutsu that left him paralyzed. Now with his enemy being frozen, Jinkusu quickly cut the man's head off his body. It wasn't over there though as his senses picked something up and Jinkusu flipped behind the now dead corpse and used it as a shield to block oncoming ninja tools. As the weapons embedded themselves in the man's corpse, Jinkusu used his strength and threw the body with incredible force towards 4 enemy ninjas. As they caught the body of their dead teammate, they all heard the sound of something sizzling. They saw on the man's back was a paper bomb about to explode. They panicked and tried to grab it, but failed and suffered the consequences as the tag blew up killing them. "Retards," Jinkusu muttered behind dark blue bangs. Jinkusu's eyes honed in on his next victim as a dark purple chakra started to surround his body like an aura. The feeling this chakra gave off was chaotic and destructive as the ground beneath him began to crumble beneath his might. Feeling this aura, the loyalist turned and gave the boy worry looks. Unspoken and uncaring, Jinkusu flashed forward with his sword covered in the purple chakra. He pierced a ninja in the chest with an ease kids his age should not possess. The man's body began to be covered by the chakra and he screamed as the skin began to burn, the skin began to melt and chakra was destroyed. Water style. Water piercing spear. Multiple spears of water were launched at Jinkusu at incredible speeds. Water style. Water piercing spear. Copying the jutsu hand sign for hand sign, Jinkusu launched the attack back towards the crowd with 4 times the power. But Jinkusu's spears were different as they were purple, thicker, and more powerful. When they landed, it caused the ground to explode. This was Jinkusu's power. Able to destroy anything this new chakra came into contact with. It was like Jinkusu possessed an entirely different pocket of chakra with this power. The boy looked down at his blood-soaked hands. "Brother," Jinkusu muttered weakly. "Your blood is on my hands." He felt that this was his fault. If he had just leapt from that bush and helped, they could have surely beaten that woman. But he didn't. He just ran away. Like a coward. So Naruto's death was on his hands. Clenching his fist, dark purple chakra ate at the blood, making it disappear completely. "But these new abilities and power, I'll be sure to avenge you, brother." His thoughts continued on about Naruto. How can this be? We were supposed to shake the world, Naruto, we were gonna hold the world in our hands. We were unstoppable. Nobody could stand before the might of us together. But when it mattered, I didn't stand with you. Jinkusu's grip on his sword loosened and it began to slip from his hands as he felt the weight of his actions holding him down with no way of ever getting back up. That was until he remembered what Naruto had told him long ago. "I'll walk in front of you and slaughter anyone who gets in our way, my footprints shall carve a path for all of you to walk with me. I'll face many troubles on that path, I am gonna need someone to walk beside me, carving more footprints in the path so those behind us know what to follow." As the word struck Jinkusu like a kunai to the dome. He enveloped his weapon in a death-like grip. "This will not end like this, I refuse to walk this path without you. I know you hear me, Naruto, you have too much unfinished business, you still have so much living left to do. This isn't over." As this onslaught continued. Nobody was feeling angrier than Naruto. Her feelings were just all over the place right now. She felt crushing sadness, like having one of the tailed beasts sit on her. Naori was sitting atop the wall looking on with a blank expression as death waged beneath her. This was all very hard for her. Naori got to her feet slowly and drew her finely crafted katan from his black sheath. As the wind picked up, blowing strands of purple hair around, Naori turned to face the newcomer. "I'm guessing you are the leader of these rodents," the pale-skinned fellow said angrily. His short and shaggy black hair bristled in the wind. Judah will see you dead." "Good, I need an outlet for my anger," Naori said, speaking in a deathly manner. As she fell into despair over the situation, Naori's anger and hatred took front and center at the moment. Naori's mangyeko sharingan sprung to life. What looked like small flower petals in her eyes the same color as red. "PCH, that's my line." Judah the Jounin rushed in to face Naori in one-on-one combat. Naori had different plans however, as from her shadow jumped an identical clone of herself. There was a small difference though, as the clone had two horns made from the fire rising from the top of her forehead. This clone rushed forward gripping a blade of fire. When she and Judah clashed, behind clone Naori's head spawned another blade of fire that zipped past Judah, who narrowly dodged and suffered a cut on the cheek. That is when the real Naori appeared from behind Judah and cut him along the back, causing Judah to hiss in pain. He quickly jumped to gain some distance in the fight. That was until another Naori appeared from above holding a spear of wind that was cocked back. This clone also had small horns coming from atop her head, but these were made from the wind. The clone hurled the wind spear forward faster than the eye could see. As Judah was sent crashing to the ground with the spear of wind logged in his gut, he could do nothing but scream in pain. That is when his eyes grew wide as the spear of wind began to twist and spin inside his gut, carving a big hole in his gut. Blood and carved flesh began to spill on the ground as the trail of blood was flowing down the side of the wall. Hearing footsteps, Judah turned his head to see fire clone Naori looking down at him without any signs of remorse. A kunai shaped in fire spawned in her hand, and as if it slipped from her hand, the kunai fell onto the spear of wind, which grew larger and hotter until it blew up in a massive explosion that destroyed the wall, gaining everyone's attention. Evasion Clonthis was Naori's mangyeko ability. She was able to make clones of the elements of equal power to herself. The clones were only able to use the element they were spawned to, which would be fire, water, wind, lighting, and earth. She was once able to combine the clones and make another powerful element, but with the loss of her eye, it was impossible. As the wall crumbled to the ground and smoke covered the site of destruction. A bright pinkish glow shined through the smoke and blew it away with a strong gust of wind. As the wind quickly rushed away from the monster and hiding behind it. Resting there in all of its pink glory was a magenta-colored Susano. It possessed terrifying glowing wide eyes. Unlike other Susano users, Naori's was more feminine as it possessed what looked like hair made from the magenta-colored chakra of the Susano and bumps shaped like breasts on the chest. This thing possessed an upper torso and forearms, with the other two branching out from the elbow joint. Naori's Susano was not clad in armor or any clothing and simply was slick and smooth, the opposite of a raging inferno of flames Naruto's was. In the ribsage of this beast was Naori as she glanced at everyone from inside her Susano. "Everyone get behind me," Naori said, but all the Uchihas heard it as an order. An order they would follow. "Oh boy, they're fucked," Sato said, wiping sweat from his forehead. "No lie, I haven't seen her use this since she fought against Rashi." Corrigan muttered as she remembered that battle clearly. Their squad was nearly wiped out until Naori unlocked the Susano and began to battle off the giant ape. In one of the hands of Naori Susano, a condensed ball of chakra began to form. The air around that ball began to swirl chaotically as the power coming from it was mind-boggling. "Hey wait. There are still civilians here. Don't blow up the village." Hygen quickly shouted to Naori before she could wipe this small place off the map. As Naori heard his words, she stopped in her actions. "Sorry, I lost focus for a second." "Thank you." Naori managed to give a weak smile. She didn't want to kill innocent people as she would feel even more despair. "It's okay, we all know what you're going through." Hygen returned the gesture with his own smile. It was true, they all had lost someone important to them. Whether it be in this war, the last one, or due to Itachi killing off half of them. "Right, I'll just clear out this section of the place." Naori's smile was gone, and the ball of chakra transformed into multiple swords that each hand held tightly. The loyalists began to sense the danger and attempted to run away, but it was for naught. Naori swiped the blades outwards and rushing towards her enemies, was building tall chakra blades that ripped through the ground and buildings before blowing up with a deafening clap. Silence. Nobody spoke a word as the once overrun village was now reduced to nothing but a destroyed wasteland, at least this part of the village was. The Uchiha who had never seen Naori do battle were in awe as the power of the clan head shined. Naori was the first female Uchiha to awaken a Susano and the first female clan head for the Uchiha. Her accomplishments spoke for themselves as many had forgotten Naori was an S-rank ninja. Whoa. Mira breathed out. She couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. The power of Naori was truly incredible. It's safe to say we won. Next to her, Jinkusu spoke stoically. I can no longer sense the enemy, which means they are all gone. Naori thought to herself. Now that the enemies were gone, she could go look for traces of Naruto and see if she could find anything. Jinkusu-chan, take me to where Naruto was last fighting. Everyone else stays here and rounds up any civilians and captures the enemy. Okay, Lady Naori. Jinkusu then turned to leave until he was stopped by Mira. I want to come too. Mira pleaded. Jinkusu gave an uncomfortable look as he didn't know what to do. It's fine, the more eyes the better. Naori gently spoke in her motherly tone of voice. Okay then, the battle is just over here. Jinkusu turned and leaped off followed by Naori and Mira. As they came to a stop, Jinkusu pointed to the destroyed forest where Naruto and Arlon had been fighting. Naori did a slow walk to the spot as her hand began to shake. It was clear an intense battle had taken place here as this damage was crazy. The burned ground, what seems to be lighting base damage, and these sword traces. It's Naru's fighting style. As tears stung at the corner of Naori's vision, she saw a body laying there motionless. She hurried to it only to see someone she didn't want to see. Arlon. That wasn't Naori who spoke, it was Mira. Looks like Naruto-kun finally beat him. A deep chuckle escaped the girl's mouth as she kicked the body slightly. His comrades didn't even take his body. How pitiful. Jinkusu said. Those loyalists were just monsters in human flesh. That is when something got Naori's attention as the light of the moon glinted off it. She looked at the katana resting on the ground covered in blood. Naori walked over and picked the blade up shakingly. There was a chance this could have been Arlon's sword, but looking at his hand, Naori could see he was limply holding a sword next to him. There's one way to tell. Naori lifted the katana up with shaking hands until she could see the butt of the handle. New rested in neat handwriting. Naori's hand quickly went up to her mouth to muffle the gasp. She dropped to her knees as she began to shake rapidly. Mira and Jinkusu quickly rushed to her side with worried expressions. What's the matter? Mira frantically asked. That's my son's sword. He fought here and I can only guess they took his body. As the tears broke free from Naori's eyes and tears ran down her face. How could this happen? How did things get to this level? And no. Mira's voice cracked as tears spilled from her eyes as well. She saw the marking Naruto used on all the weapons he created himself. Then it's true, Naruto-kun is really dead. Mira fell to the ground crying her eyes out. Naori let her head back as a cry of pure sadness and anguish ripped through the night sky. As the Uchiha made their way back into the quarry, they received pitied gazes along with sorrowful looks. It appears that everyone has heard what happened and only felt sorry for them. The group began to split up until the Uchihas began to return to their own living space. 3 people appeared out of nowhere from a body flicker. Quickly rushing towards Naori, Jinkusu and Mira were Shisui, Bunten, and Amaeri. Bunten was the first to speak as she clutched onto Mira's shoulders with tears already in her eyes. Tell me this isn't true, Mira. Naruto's not dead. I just spoke to him the other day. Mira's face showed the agonizing pain she was going through as the girl couldn't stop herself from crying. It's true, everything you heard is true. Mira looked away, not having the courage to stare her friend in the eyes. Bunten's face dropped and her shoulders began to shake. She rested her hand on the sword Naruto had crafted for her. When Naruto gave her this present, it was the last time she saw him. Bunten wanted to come out and speak with Naruto, but the events which happened at her household left her feeling miserable and she did not want to be bothered by anyone. Damn it. Bunten shouted in rage. Why did this have to happen? She didn't even get a chance to say goodbye. Not a chance to tell him how much she appreciated him. She wanted to thank him for being her friend when no one else would. Seeing her student, little sister, and even in some sense daughter. Amaeri moved in and pulled Bunten to her chest in a comforting embrace. Don't worry, it's going to be okay. We are gonna get through this. Amaeri comforted the crying girl in her arms as she did the best she could. This was bizarre to her. Amaeri had no parents to speak of and grew up alone and on the streets. Being a shinobi was all she ever knew since it was the one place she could be powerful. As time went by, she found attachments and comrades she could call friends. A student to train and a goal to fight for with all her being. Amaeri would be there for Bunten like she wished someone would be there for her. Shisui saw Mira about to break any second and did what he could to repair her. Come on little sis, brother Naruto would not want you to be feeling like this. Shisui crouched and hugged Mira who held on tight. I just don't know what to do brother. And Naruto-kun is dead. This is all happening too fast. Mira voiced in her brother's neck who rubbed his hands up and down Mira's back. When Mira looked up, she showed her brother her new eyes. But Naruto-kun left me with something. Mira, when did? Shisui stopped himself from speaking any further as he could guess when this happened. Most likely when she heard the news. You must be careful, I am sure little brother Naruto already told you about the curse of hatred. Yes. Mira answered with a downcast look. Naruto had always told her the pros and cons of achieving these eyes. Great power had even greater drawbacks. But I don't really get it, the whole thing is a little confusing. And scary all at the same time. She responded sadly. Until only a moment later she pulled back and showed determination. But I don't want to be scared of this, I don't wish to stumble around in this fog of ignorance anymore. I will become powerful, and this curse will not limit me. Shisui smiled along with Naori. Well, I am glad you feel like that, this is a hard task in which even I sometimes struggle with. Shisui ruffled Mira's hair. He was glad she seemed to have calmed down since the blood on her clothes said she had been very active to say the less. Now, why don't we go train and take your mind off of things and train, you can show me what ability you unlocked. He gestured with a smile. But Mira was not in the mood. Despite what she just said, she felt tired right now and just wanted to rest for a little. Maybe later, but I just want to rest right now. Mira blandly answered and used body flicker to leave to her bed. Naori turned her head as she felt a strong presence just arrive outside the quarry. They were making their way toward her and the group. Just in case, Naori rested a hand on one of her swords in preparation for what was to come. Walking up behind them, Naori slightly turned her head to observe the person. Shisui also felt the person coming and turned to face who it was. The person held what looked like a tall and built frame of muscle. It was hard to tell as the person's body was covered by a brown traveling cloak. Peeking from beneath the mask was a Mist Anbu mask with 2 red waves on the side and holding a droopy smile. While strands of mossy long green hair peeked from behind the mask. Hello there. The person's voice sounded lively and electric. It was quite misleading since the person gave off a mysterious aura with how concealed he appeared. Do you guys know where I might find Mate Terumi, leader of the rebellion? I am coming back to report my mission details. Naori raised an eyebrow. She did not send Anbu on a mission recently. And what was this person talking about? Mei was no longer the leader of the rebellion. She was. Either this person was one of the people that didn't want her to lead them, felt like being funny, or was on a really long mission. But this person seemed rather fine as he seemed to be in perfect health. Maori looked up at the strange fellow. His chakra felt somewhat similar. Hey dipshit, take off your mask so we can see your ugly mug and identify you. Oops, silly me. I guess it has been 3 years since I've spoken to fellow rebels. I don't doubt you'd be wary. The person moved their hands up to remove the mask. It's nice to see you again Maori, you've grown into quite a beautiful woman. Maori's eyes widened and her grip on Bunton tightened just the slightest. Raiga, Kurisuki. Her voice came out trembling as she stared in disbelief at the tan-skinned man in front of her. Those same bushy eyebrows and ugly smile. I thought you died. It's been 3 years. Yes, time does fly when you're having fun, aren't we all just having fun? The cloak ninja asked with an amused smile. He is clearly crazy. Shisui thought in alarm. Someone like this should not be allowed inside this camp. Dad. They were all knocked out of their thoughts when the young girl spoke up, taking hesitant steps forward. Raiga raised an eyebrow at the blonde child walking towards him. She looked somewhat familiar, like he had seen that face somewhere. But he was sure that he had no children. He hadn't even had sex with anyone, so no way in hell did he have a kid. Look kid, I know I am super awesome and I am probably your idol, but I am not your dad. Bunton shook her head stubbornly. We have the same last name, Kurisuki, I am Bunton Kurisuki. Your daughter. You have to believe me. As Bunton got close and grabbed onto his clothes and stared up at him with desperate eyes pleading for a sense of acceptance. Please. Staring into her desperate blue eyes, Raiga felt his spirit waver as she cried out to him. He racked his mind to search for any information he might have on this girl. Were there any women he had entangled with in the past? Before this all started. Then an image of a nasty-looking blonde woman came into his mind. Lena. Although Bunton didn't like the woman that much, her face still lit up when she heard a familiar name. Yes, that's the name of my mother. And you are my dad, she would always talk about how trash you were. But I never believed the ramblings of a drunk woman, that's what Amaori-sensei taught me. So I'm willing to give you a chance dad. Bunton rambled on with clear excitement at meeting her dad. I don't know what kind of image she has of him, but it is not the right one. Amaori thought to herself. She was worried. Raiga was not exactly father material from what she remembered. All she could do was somewhat hope he changed. Raiga himself just closed his eyes. He now remembered what had happened. He was out drinking and ran into Lena at the bar, which soon led to his bedroom. It was a one-night stand or late-night booty call. But to think, he got the woman pregnant. Damn my weak pull-out game. However, it was clear this girl thought highly of him, so he'd play the part. Bunton found herself being drawn into a hug and she smiled while snuggling. I'm so glad I finally get to meet you, Dad. Don't worry Bunton-chan, I'll make sure not to leave you again. While the father and daughter embraced each other. Amayuri, Shisui and Naori eyed them with clear suspicion. Naori decided it was time they took Raiga to Mei. She did not have complete trust in this man who showed up out of nowhere. Let's take you to Mei, I am sure she will have some questions. Amayuri and Shisui cast Naori weird looks, but she gave them a look saying trust her. Raiga thought Mei was still the leader, and Mei would be a great way to determine where Raiga stood. In the room where the leaders of the rebellion meet were Mei, Naori, Amayuri, Raiga, Harable, and Shisui. The room was filled with a hot killing intent that made them sweat, Raiga more than most. The room was quiet as a mouse, so quiet Raiga could hear his heart pounding in his chest and the rapid flowing of his blood. This woman was scary. Raiga Kurosaki. It's been 3 years. Mei started the conversation after looking at Raiga with her emerald green eye. Why yes, and you've grown even more beautiful since the last time I saw you. Mei's eyes narrowed. Now is not a time for jokes. Seeing his way of trying to ease the situation was not working, Raiga gulped. Now, where were you? Raiga blew out a breath. Okay, I was out still trying to complete my mission until I was captured and I just now got away. Everyone regarded the man in silence. It felt like he was keeping something from them but at the same time telling them the truth. Leader, what was the mission you sent him on? Naori asked, drawing everyone's attention to her for different reasons. Naori gave a subtle nod. They all quickly got the message. Mei continued her interrogation. I sent you to capture Zabuza Mamachi for his stupid attempt at killing Yagura. You should have easily been able to get him. Raiga looked appalled. Easy. Zabuza was one of our strongest jounin, I'm surprised he lost. But I guess when up against the power of Yagura all seems lost. He finished smirking. Why are you talking like that? Tia asked with narrowed cold blue eyes drilling daggers into the man. You sound like you know Yagura on a personal level. Raiga waved her off as he was starting to get nervous under the gazes of such powerful people. I just respect the man's strength, that's all. And back to Zabuza. Sure he was heavily damaged, I had an advantage and a drop on him. Are you saying you still lost? Shisui asked with a deadpan stare. Yes. Raiga answered with pride. Man you're pathetic. Amayuri leaned back in her chair and started to laugh. How could you lose such a fight? There's no way. I agree with Amayuri-san, that should have been an easy fight, did he have backup? Shisui asked, stepping into the conversation. Hey. Amayuri elbowed Shisui in the side slightly. I told you on the mission you could just call me Amayuri. Yay. Shisui gave a weak nod in response. Their mission was a success and the two had plenty of time on the way back to talk. Raiga eyed Shisui with clear distrust. And what do you know, Uchiha? Shisui replied sternly and unflinching. I've been around the block enough times to know. I can read your chakra levels from here. Shisui activated his mature sharingan. So, what really happened? Raiga looked at everyone pinning him with their hawk-like gazes. Alright, when I went after Zabuza I was about to fight him until a bunch of loyalists showed up and attacked the both of us. During the fight I and Zabuza teamed up but using an opportunity, he stabbed me in the back and left me to fight them alone, which ended with me being imprisoned. Raiga finished with a sad sigh. He stood up slowly and began to remove his clothing. I even have the scars to prove it. Once it was off, it revealed the heavily damaged torso of Raiga as scars lined his buff chest and biceps and abdomen. There was even a large scar on his back where Zabuza literally stabbed him. So you survived and escaped. Were there any others like you? Harable questioned. You see, about that. Raiga stated and put his clothes back on. They were about to send us to Shigakure Island. But your attack on the general seemed to shake them up on the transport which allowed me to escape. He said. And as for the others, they kinda died when we launched a revolt. Mei sighed sadly. I see, well we are glad you managed to come back. I'll inform you about how things have changed later. Mei then gave him a kind smile. Why don't you go and spend some time with your daughter, she's been waiting her whole life. Roger. Raiga stood and gave a mocking salute before leaving and jumped on by his daughter. Once the door closed shut, Mei turned and pinned Naori with a heated glare. What were you thinking leaving with your clan? Do you know how reckless that was? Leaving in the heat of night. Not even trying to gather some sort of plan, just rushing head into things. Mei calmed down with her anger. Yes, Naori-sama. Although I understand why you did it, we can't just allow something so dangerous to slide. Shisui's voice was also stern but laced with concern. Naori stayed silent for a moment as no one could see behind her purple bangs covering her eyes. Did it not benefit us? We took out a whole village of loyalists. Not one death on our side. Perfect mission if you ask me. They were all put off by the dreadful way of speaking Naori spoke. She sounded like a villain who just massacred a whole nation but passed it off like a casual slip of the tongue. Which was true in this situation. May bellowed at the older woman. Even so, what if something happened? What if Yugura were to be there? All ifs. Naori replied a second later. And even if Yugura were to appear, I alone would be enough to take him. She paused, as if coming to an understanding. Matter of fact, that sounds like a good idea. Shisui rocketed out of his seat. Hey. Let's calm down here. Although what you say is true, rushing to the village would not be the best idea. I am sure you are fatigued from earlier and everything that has happened. Take a moment and breathe. The teen tried to calm the situation down before anything could happen. Things were getting out of hand pretty fast. May took a moment to collect herself. Her outburst was not needed, but the message still needed to be delivered. What the Uchihas did could have easily backfired. I'm sorry for my anger-filled words, but I just need you to know that what you did was incredibly reckless. We can't afford to lose your leadership and power in such a tense situation. We need you more than ever right now. May reached out and gently laid a hand on Naori's leg. Seeing that her words seemed to be getting through to the Uchiha, May pushed forward. I know your mind must be a maze of emotions right now, but we are here for you. Everyone here has experienced the same kind of pain you have. I too lost my family in this war. But together, we can come out of this stronger than ever. The auburn-haired beauty finished with a gentle smile as she pulled the silent woman into a hug. May felt Naori's body tense up before it all just vanished in an instant, and Naori just sobbed into the arms of her close friend. Everyone began to file out of the room quietly, as they could see the two needed their privacy right now. Man, I hope she gets better. Naori spoke downcast. Yay, I am sure she will. We just need to stay and support her in the best way we can. Shisui said. Speaking of comfort, shouldn't you be going to comfort that sister of yours? Harable reminded Shisui. Matter of fact, I'll go and get her favorite food and bring her some. Shisui turned and gave the two women a grateful smile on his handsome features. Gee, thanks you too. I don't know what I'd do without you. It was a good thing Harable had her collar up or the tinting of her cheeks would have been seen. This caused her to leave quicker than normal. Amaeri was not so lucky, as her cheeks turned red and could be seen by Shisui, who took notice. Hey, what's wrong? Why are you getting all red? He leaned closer and put a hand on her forehead. Amaeri's face got even redder as she quickly muttered a reply. Igatagabi. Leaving Shisui there confused until he gained a grin and cackled madly. The mischievous ways of his sister had rubbed off on him. I just pray to God that this all works out in the end. Shisui let his prayers wander in his mind. Little did he know, a god was listening to his prayers and all of the Uchiha's prayers. This strange guardian deity who watched over all of them with a smile seemed to think to itself. Maybe it was time to contact the Uchiha's priestess. Its only wish was that they could hear them. So the deity could actually connect with its followers. But in order for that, the Uchihas needed a shrine, a priestess. Brip. Drop. The sound of water droplets splashing on the cold plain ground seemed to go on forever, with each sound driving him closer and closer to the edge. How long has it been since I've failed? A young, quiet voice sounded. It's been 2 weeks, you weakling. A dark voice responded to him inside his mind. This darkness inside of him seemed to have come for another visit on his psyche. A growling sound made its way to his ears. He was hungry, downright starving. They should be coming any second now. The sound of boots walking along the floor came to his ears, and Naruto looked up behind dirty purple hair. His eyes looked bloodshot as he hasn't been sleeping, not to mention it was hard to see. One, because he was going blind, and the other because it was dark. Naruto Uchiha, time to eat. A loud obnoxious voice unlocked his cell with jingling keys. They shined a torch in his cell which showed the poor conditions he was in. Shirtless with fresh wounds on his body. Cuts and bruises. All just torture they tried inflicting on him. Hoping to break his mind and get some information. His black pants were dirty and tattered, and he was barefoot with a thick chain on his ankle. He had a big seal on his chest restraining his chakra. Hope you like fish. They came in and put a tray on the ground in front of him. Just to add insult to injury, they punched him in the face and gave his body a couple of kicks. This can all be over if you tell us what we want to know. And no, thanks. Naruto gave a weak replay as he spits out fluids. They growled and looked at the seal on his chest. How do you like that Uzumaki seal? Restricting your chakra almost completely. Almost. Naruto thought wickedly. It was almost time. But he had to give it to the Uzumaki, this seal was amazing. If they could get their hands on something like this. The thought made his blood flow with excitement. He'd have to find an Uzumaki seal on books when he was done with this place. We'll be back for your normal session of our little game. They left laughing and moved on to the next cell. Things can't keep going like this. I don't know what's going on outside. My comrades need me, we can't afford another setback. We've got to escape from this place. Listen to yourself. We got to escape, I have to get back to my comrades. The voice mocked him with wicked joy as it found pleasure in his torture. Can't you see? They are holding you back. It's because of them that you've become so weak and pitiful. As Naruto ate the cooked fish, he just listened to the voice in his head. But he had a question. Who are you? The voice chuckled deeply and darkly inside his mind. You already know the answer, but you are too scared to admit it. I am you. The darkness in his mind said. You are only limiting your capabilities and fearing what you don't understand. Naruto paused in his eating. Was this voice right? Or was he right? Would he really be stronger if he had just given in to his darkness? That's what Madara did, and look how strong he was. The only person able to rival the first Hokage. His father did it and he was super strong. One of the strongest, feared by everyone. That's what he wanted. But Naruto leaned his back against the cold brick wall. He closed his eyes and just let his mind float in a sea of darkness as he slowly floated down to the pits of hell. I understand. Was all he thought. You are me, my inner demon so to say. I just didn't want to admit it, you only speak about things that I want. I want to escape, I want to be the most powerful. Those are all things I've said and thought about. How could I be so foolish, our clan was really being plagued by something so childish. You are only just a mirror image of me. The version of myself I feared. Something I kept locked away. I only focused on the trivial and lost sight of what was most important. Change for the clan was impossible in the fog of ignorance we were in, there was no way for us to ever truly break free. If regulation is the only thing we've ever known. There was no response to his statement. But Naruto did feel renowned. Like he was filled with vigor all of a sudden. His eyes opened and it was time to get out of this place. Naruto lifted up his right arm and looked underneath his armpit. There was a seal containing the cells of Hashirama. He was gonna inject them into himself. There was no other option at this point. Boy. Hey guys, I've got some news. A prisoner guard yelled and later came running down the hall. What is it? Our spy has infiltrated the rebel camp and is giving us information as we speak. Yagura-sama says we don't need these people anymore. Naruto's eyes widened along with everyone else who heard. Which they did, it wasn't like they were being quiet. Not good. About time. And I know who we are killing first. Their excited footsteps got closer to his cell, but walked by to the one right in front of him. Get out of here Tomomi you bastard. You are going to the same place where Kenpachi is. You bitches. Esdeath yelled in anger against her cell beside him. Hold on sugar tits, we'll get to you soon. The man spat in her direction. Tomomi gave a weak smile in return as he looked beaten and bruised along with everyone else. Tell your wife I love her. Tomomi mocked with a smirk. You dirty rebel. Tomomi was rocked across the face and stabbed in the chest. Not such a smart mouth now are you. Tomomi coughed out some blood. Damn, you cut off my chest hair. Go to hell. The man brought his kunai up before plunging it down into Tomomi's chest again and again and again. The wet sound of the kunai entered human flesh as it ripped apart Tomomi's chest. Naruto's eyes darkened as he gave the man a glare that could freeze hell over. They were all going to die pretty soon. Many of the other prisoners began to sob as death was on the horizon. But their tears meant nothing to these ruthless guards who simply slaughtered them. Alright, time to die. A man opened his cell with a bloody kunai in hand. Naruto tensed as he was ready to counter. Wait. Let's have some fun with these last two first. The other suggested with a wicked grin. How about bloody explosion? Oh, that's a good one. He gave a bloody laugh before roughly grabbing Naruto and bringing him along. They also grabbed a protesting Esdeath but held her in different locations than they did with Naruto. Which earned them all murderous looks from the Yuki. Naruto was sure they would get a painful death. When they entered another room, it was more like a cave than a room. The place was covered in dried blood and seemed to have bones and explosive marks all over the place. The place was also cold, with no windows, just a damp dark cave being lit with torches. In the middle of the room was a table. A wooden table with two wooden chairs on the end of it. They pushed them down in the seat and pulled out an explosive seal. The person in charge also lifted the seal on their chest but made sure to pin them with a stare as he did it. The small cramped area was heavily guarded by loyalists, so even if they did try and make a break for it, they would be caught and killed on the spot. You look like shit. You smell like it. Naruto responded to the smirking Yuki in front of him. They were talking low to not be heard by the guard. Esdeath and he were both slapped across the face. Shut up. You piece of shit. Esdeath snapped with anger. Hey, chill out. Naruto harshly whispered. I've got a plan. Naruto looked the woman in the eyes as she stared back with resolve clear. One chance. She responded. What is it? Esdeath was slapped again, and so was Naruto. No talking, just play. How do we play? Naruto asked before Esdeath could respond and get them killed. The man turned to them with a smirk. Well, I lifted the seal on you so you can use your chakra again. All you have to do is send your chakra into the tag and maybe it will blow up. If you survive 3 times, you get to live. Now that the rules were explained, Naruto just had to rig this. Or maybe not. A plan was already in motion and he knew what to do. "I've got this," he said, looking at Esdeath, who nodded and began to fidget in anticipation. "Now, don't send chakra in it until I say so." Naruto and Esdeath nodded. He turned and quickly walked away. "Start." Esdeath put her hand on the tag first and sent chakra into it. She closed her eyes and hoped it didn't blow. Time seemed to slow and her feeling of the world changed. Nothing happened. Esdeath sighed and almost relaxed in her chair. She leaned back and summoned some of her chakra but kept it just low enough to where it wouldn't be noticed. Little did she know, Naruto had been doing the same thing this whole time, for days. He was ready to blow his load all over this place. "Come on, now's our chance," Esdeath basically demanded with a hard stare. "Play," the guard shouted. "Alright, follow my lead." Their biggest mistake was not taking away all of his chakra and walking away from them. Naruto reached out to the seal with slow hands as some of his chakra traversed down his hands. Naruto took a deep breath and spoke darkly. "Ready." Naruto sent more chakra than needed into the tag, which made it glow brightly and sizzle. The world slowed as Esdeath picked up the table and launched it to the guards, all grouped together at the entrance. The guards understood what was about to happen and tried to run away, but were too late as the table gave way to a massive explosion that sent tremors through the whole underground prison they were in. Esdeath also put her hands on the ground and an ice wall rose up to block the explosion. Boom. After everything settled, Esdeath dropped to a knee. And began to pant. "Get up, nobody's coming to save us. We've got to go." "I can't know that, US shrimp." Esdeath panted and got to her feet but wobbled a little. Naruto lifted his arm and reached for the seal underneath his arm. Coming out of the seal was the syringe holding the cells of Hashirama. The liquid still looked rich as ever and now was the time to use some of it. In his current condition, Naruto would certainly die if he used the whole thing. "What is that?" Esdeath asked and picked up a spare kunai. "Power." That was all Naruto responded with. Naruto looked for one of the blue veins in his arm. He held his left arm out and moved the needle to the vein. "Okay, just enough to give me a boost." The syringe was filled with 60 milliliters and Naruto was just going to give himself half. So he pushed the icy needle into his arm and injected the cells into his body. Almost in an instant, Naruto felt his body be flushed with chakra that rejuvenated his very being. It was painful though as he fell to the ground and began to clench his body in pain as grunts and moans of displeasure escaped from him. His cells began to grow stronger by the second, his blood pumped, the unhealed wounds on his body began to heal, and his chakra skyrocketed. All of a sudden, it stopped. This worried Esdeath as Naruto looked like he was being possessed by a demon and would soon jump on the ceiling. Naruto's chakra covered his body and took on a smooth gray color before turning crystal white. Naruto stood up quietly as he looked just a bit taller and healthier. His once chaotic chakra now came off him in a steady flow like a steaming river high in the mountains. "Let's move." Naruto opened his eyes and he could see much clearer. Things at a far distance seemed kinda blurry, but for the most part, things were back to normal. "The enemies are coming," Naruto said, now being able to sense everyone in this prison. They were miles underground. "I bet they felt the explosion and your chakra," Esdeath said, walking closer to the Uchiha. She looked at his body to search for anything out of the ordinary. That is when she felt a strong arm wrap around her waist and pull her in close. "Hold on tight." Naruto and Esdeath were enveloped in a white ribsage before more of the body soon flared to life and it grew in height until its head was destroying the rock ceiling above. Naruto clenched his fist as the thing began to stand and break through the ceiling even more so. The Susano opened its palm before a Magatama ball appeared and Naruto transformed it into a drill around its hand. The thing then jumped up with its powerful legs as it drilled right through the rocky surface like it wasn't even there. Once Naruto broke through the final floor, he rose from the ground with the full body of Susano. Wrapped in a slick flaming white robe, the Susano stood tall with weapons in each of its 4 hands. Now that they were stable, Esdeath pushed away from Naruto. "Touch me like that again, and I'll kill you," she said, glaring at him. "Shut up." Naruto ignored the women as they stood in the center of the Susano. The small scythe in each hand glowed brightly before sending out destructive dis of chakra at the base below them. "Wait. Our allies are in there," Esdeath yelled in protest. "I know, that's why I am only destroying the surface." As the buildings exploded in a large cloud of black dust, the sound traveled for miles in all directions. "The place is in panic, those strong enough to make it out will." Naruto turned in the Susano and began to run in the opposite direction. "We've got to make it back." They ran into the nearby forest for a couple of minutes until Naruto gave out and he and the Susano vanished. Esdeath managed to catch him in time and land on a tree. They were a good distance away and frankly, she was surprised the kid got them so far out anyways. Naruto had earned her respect. She didn't waste time and started jumping through the forest with Naruto over her shoulder. Now how do we get back? SD thought. Jumping through the trees in silence, she really didn't know where she was going. It had been an hour, but nothing popped up. I hope everyone is alright. But before she could dodge, Esdeath was struck with a kick across her face, sending her and Naruto to the ground. Fuck, just give me a break. I thought I was gonna have to break you out myself. Esdeath looked up to see Kagura holding Hiramekure and Nabari. I must give props, I don't know how you did it. But I am glad. What do you want? And why are you glad? Want the kill for yourself? Esdeath sent back getting ready for anything. Kagura shook his head. I am not here to fight. I just want to pass a message. What message? It's the ones closest to you who you must worry about the most. Kagura gave his cryptic response. Tell Naruto I'll be waiting for our rematch. And this time, I'm going to win. Also, your camp is to the east, later. With that, he was gone. As if he was never there to begin with. What is he talking about? Esdeath asked while keeping her head on the swivel just in case. Until her eyes widened. The spy in our camp. She rushed off with all her speed in the direction of the quarry. Esdeath had finally made it. The sun was setting and she just wanted to lie down and rest. That would soon come, all she had to do was get inside the quarry. Naruto was really starting to get heavy on her back after lugging him around for hours. Hey. Come over here. Esdeath yelled into the fog, intending for the guards to hear her cries for help. She knew that some guards were standing on top of the gates looking out over the fog. Only moments later as Esdeath moved closer did she feel cold steel pressed against her neck. Do you have a death wish? The guards asked in low threatening tones. It's me, Esdeath Yuki and Naruto Uchiha. This boy needs medical attention quickly. Her last words fell silent as exhaustion caught up to her and she passed out. The guard quickly caught her and got a good look at her face while his partner looked at Naruto. Their eyes widened in shock and disbelief as everything matched up. Oh my god. Quickly tell Naori-sama, get these two to the medical bay. The man flared his chakra, alerting those around to quickly come. More ninjas showed up and gasped. They quickly began to mutter in excited whispers. The medical ninja appeared and picked the two up in comfortable positions and used body flicker to head toward the medical bay. The doors to the medical wing burst open as a rushed mother was walking with a pep in her step towards. She grabbed the first doctor by the shoulders and asked her question with trembling lips. Where is my son? Did he really return? The doctor brightened. Yes, he's all the way down the hall being gore. The doctor didn't get to finish as Naori moved him aside and began to race down the hallway, with tears already falling down her face. My baby, I need to see him. Thank you doctor. Shisui thanked the man as he followed Naori. Behind Naori were Mira and Jinkusu. They were the first to hear the news of course since it regarded them. Naori almost blew the door off its hinges as she entered the room. She gasped and put a hand to her mouth to cover the choked sobs wanting to escape. She slowly walked around the bed carefully to avoid the medic ninja working on healing Naruto and Esdeath. They were both underneath the sheets naked laying in their bed with bandages and IV machines strapped on them. Naruto, however, seemed to be tied down and his body constantly jerked and moved. He grunted and tried to flail his arms as a painful scream escaped his lungs. Quickly hold him down. One of the medics yelled and they tried to hold Naruto down. Sedate him. It's not working. The doctor yelled in panic. His throat was then grabbed and he found himself being lifted off his feet. You won't break me. As the veins in Naruto's arm clearly showed signs of strain and his chakra was erratically jumping around inside his body. He still managed to hold up a grown man in his sleep. Naori was basically breaking down as she looked at the poor condition her son was in. She moved and grabbed Naruto's shoulder. Son. Calm down. You're safe now. Naruto-kun. Also crying, Mira ran next to Naruto and tried to release his grip on the doctor. It took Shisui coming over and poking Naruto in a pressure point to release his grip on the now gasping doctor clutching at his throat. Brother, what did they do to you? Jinkusu asked feeling sorry as he looked down at Naruto. Naruto's movement calmed down as his mother's voice seemed to calm him. In his sleep, he began to relax and slow his breathing. Naori leaned down and kissed Naruto on the head gently as her tears spilled on his face. She wiped them and smiled. It's going to work out, Mama's here for you. She grabbed Naruto's hand and held it tightly. We're all going to get through this, together. And that marks the end of the second part of the story. If you guys made it this far and want more contents like this, comment down below to let me know. Thanks for sticking out till the end. I would gladly appreciate every likes, comments and subscribes I could get on the series. It only takes a minute and best of all, you can show your support for absolutely no cost. See you in the next one.